Hello and welcome to 888 Live in Barcelona. 459 entries, 459 players started this journey, and we are down to our final 9. 70,000 euros up top, over 345,000 euros in the prize pool, and we will be here until we crown a champion. David Tuckman alongside Nick Wealthall for all the action. Nick, on a scale of 1 to a gazillion,
yeah.
How excited are you today?
Infinity excited, David Tuckman.
Yeah, I thought so.
I've been trapped in a small room with you for 4 days, and the final table is what makes it all worthwhile, where we actually see the big money being awarded and a champion crowned. Really fun to be here. Several of these players we've watched already, some we haven't. So excited to see what happens. We've got a big stack who ran crazy good yesterday. He's on the button, and he's putting money in.
Yeah.
And what he does is going to influence the final table, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. And you mentioned that 7 of these players we know. The chip leader is the one we don't know. Italian, Panto, on 9 million chips.
10 million plus after Guerrero folds this.
Right.
Final table hype is right, Gedemonis. Good to see you all. This morning, it's morning in poker terms.
To put Panto's domination in perspective, there is approximately 23 million chips in play. With 9 players left, we're looking at an average stack well under 3 million, actually closer to 2 million, and yet Panto has 10.
Yes.
10 of the 23 million with 9 players left.
That is a big stack.
That is domination.
And it goes one of 2 ways, doesn't it? We've done enough final tables to know that big stack can keep that momentum, keep bullying people. People can play a little bit tight. They can build and build. They win the first couple of all-ins and they dominate. Or they lose a couple of big pots, double up a couple of people, and we're back to a fair fight. So let's see.
Yeah, all 9 of these players guaranteed over 6,000 euros. First place, 70,000. And we hate the dreaded ICM word, people laddering up, but that certainly comes into play when you've got a massive chip leader. It makes a lot of sense if you're a medium stack or a smaller stack to let the big stack do the work, and you can just make more money by folding.
So these players have got about 6,000 euros locked up. About 6,000 euros, 6,300. And as ever at a big final table, the money jumps are pretty sick. 6,300 locked up, but 70,000 for first. So a factor of about 12 times between first and last.
Hello and welcome to Cooler Central. Hand number 1. The Finnish player. It says Lindrum. Yesterday he was Lindrus, so we're going to get clarification on exactly what his last name is.
Quickly, before he busts.
Good point. Well, he's got king, so I like it. And he's also not all in.
We like his chances of not busting before we get his name right. Before we get his name right.
Peluso, on the other hand, fortunately we do have his name right.
This is so grim for Peluso. Comes in as a short stack. You hope to get a big hand. You hope to be able to get it in. You do, and then you're a massive dog.
Yep.
Not anymore. Quick, get Lindrum's name right.
We should. Running hearts won't help either, as Peluso has the jack of hearts. Well, a little bit more equity. Any queen, any king.
Whatever, but no eight.
Any queen, any king will do. As the Finn has picked up a straight draw as well. 6 of spades not going to help. And Peluso's set of jacks.
Needs another card after the queen, obviously.
Huh?
Needs another card after the queen, to be clear.
No, there was a 9
It can't happen now.
The graphics are wrong.
Oh, the graphics are wrong?
The turn was a 9.
Come on, like, graphics, wake up.
I'm not going to... Yeah, see, there it is. The turn was a 9, river was a 6. I wasn't saying that out of, like, nothing.
So, there was a board, there were some cards, and the kings won. Awesome.
At the end of the day, the set of the jacks win. That's got to be, I mean, you talk about being grim. You have a short stack, you're hoping for a hand, you pick it up, and then you're looking at the side going, wait, I had kings here. This seems unfair.
I hope he won't mind me saying that is a very Italian man. He's got Gucci on a t-shirt in Italian colours. He's got his Beautifully manicured beard. He looks as Italian as he possibly can. Which is weird because he's from Serbia. No, he is Italian.
We've got a lot of giveaways today, including a free roll. Free roll today, by the way, starting at 5 p.m. GMT, 7 p.m. local time. That'll be about 2.5 hours from now. We'll give you the password in a little bit. We do have the giveaways, 10 $33 tickets. Those are satellite tickets to get into the main event for the XL Spring Series. If you want to bypass that whole satellite garbage, though, and just get right into the main event, well, we have two $250 tickets that'll do that for you.
We do.
Yeah.
2 actual entries into what is a huge, really prestigious tournament. We are going to be, David and I will be streaming the final table of that. We hope you can join us next Tuesday. But we'd love you to be on it. We'd like you to be on the final table, not just watching it.
Pretty exciting stuff.
Yeah, yeah.
So giveaways, free rolls, all sorts of fun as we watch this final table go from 9 to 1. All these players guaranteed 6,300. You can see the pay jumps.
How would you describe the gap in money between 9th and 1st, David Tupman, if you could find the language skills? How would you describe it?
A Grand Canyon-like chasm.
Yes. 9th is like a good night out, and like 1st is like a new house.
I mean, yeah, the crazy thing is like even like the money difference between like 8th and 3rd is huge.
You need a strong disposition to play tournament poker in the final stages, I think. Like one flip is like thousands of difference. That's what makes it exciting.
I'm not gonna lie. If I am Garcia, I hate my seat position. I've got a lot of chips, and I love that. I've got 2.7 million, which is one of the bigger stacks here. But I've got the chip leader on my left, and you just never know when he's gonna get crazy. And if I'm Garcia, I will be playing pretty tight today. That would be my strategy going in. And you can see, actually, Panto actually thought about it with the ace-deuce and just said, what am I doing? No, no. And he threw it away.
What's he saying?
No, no. One player to watch.
That's a very good Panto. Very good.
Thank you. I've been practicing. I worked on it last night. One of the players I do want to watch is that players with the New England Patriots hat on, just to the left of Panto. Number 1, they've got good seat position. Number 2, they are very good. We noticed that right away.
They are very good.
Yes.
At the pokers.
They are very good at the pokers.
Yes.
Now, you could tell, Nick and I have watched a lot of poker, and we recognize talent when we see it.
This is the Vecchiano, is that his name?
Vecchiano, yes.
Vecchiano. It was when he was thinking about the nutted hand that everybody else would have fist bump called, and he thought about folded. I was like, okay, this guy knows what's up.
The mere fact that he even thought, like when he hit Miraculous Broadway, he was like,
I don't like it.
I don't like it.
He was losing, by the way, if you didn't see the hand.
Yeah. Well, everybody else in the world just like going, yeah, baby.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Hello, everybody. We're in Barcelona. It's been a great week. Day 4 for us. Day 3 officially.
How lit are our final tables, attracting sponsorship from Moschino and Gucci today? Very strong. Very strong.
I'm expecting some merch, might I say. Have you been to the merch table today?
No.
There's new stuff there.
I think you're pulling my piss out.
No. You haven't been to the merch table today either?
Where is it?
It's in the main room.
Wait, how do you can just walk up
and
go, hi, I'm Nick Wellthall.
Well, I don't know if that would work.
Hi, I'm David Tupman. Would that work?
No, I didn't ask for anything, but there's a merch table.
I really like
hats,
merch.
backpacks, sweatshirts.
I really like 888 merch.
Yeah. Chip sets.
I can't get any more chip sets.
I know.
I've literally got nowhere to put them.
I have the most fantastic 888 poker chip set. And I also have a great Sky poker chip set, which might be an antique now.
Nice. I have a chip set from a casino that never opened, which I think is cool. Yeah. That they made the chips and then the financing fell through.
And they were like,
so
well,
that's like kind of cool.
What are we going to do with these?
Sell them to Nick. He's an idiot. He'll buy them and put them in his house for no reason.
They're chips. Who cares?
I love chips.
I mean, if you ever have
chips. The feeling of good
at some point, somebody's going to say, let's play poker. And you can go, I've got the chips.
You know, I have chips on my desk So for like my work, I have chips that I riffle while I'm thinking on my desk. I love poker chips. Hi Zep, hi NetJam. Good to see you. Thanks for joining us for final table goodness.
Where the player wearing the Moschino shirt, by the way, Guerrero, interesting player. We've seen a lot of him. We saw him pull off an audacious bluff with the pocket eights.
Yeah.
Where their opponent bet into them for value, small little value bet with second pair, and they turned pocket eights into a bluff. It was brilliant.
And after that weakness, Bonnet, the other short stack, or one of the other short stacks, there's 2 or 3.
And this
How's
is
the dream? The dream, aces with the raise in front.
And by the way, this is why you fold the ace-10.
You got to know when the person behind has a monster.
You just know. Unfortunately for Guerrero, he's pot committed.
He is.
And everybody at the table is going to know he's up to it. You caught me.
They won't notice. They're too busy rooting for the Queen 5 to win.
Oh, everybody is. The only person rooting for Bonnet right now is Bonnet and Bonnet's mom.
They're laughing about him having Queen 5, I think. How do you have 20% with Queen 5? Seems wrong, doesn't it? Seems unjust.
It should
You
be
got Queen
3%.
5. Yeah, it should be 3%.
Oh, good start. There's a heart. Oh.
That's pretty clean for aces. Really nice. Running cards only.
10 of hearts for a sweat. Come on.
Yes, that's a good card.
Oh.
That's a sweat. There's always a sweat. Like, seriously, how often with an all-in do you have it locked up before the river? It's so rare.
I think there's a law that you can't. 4 clubs on the river, clean, and Bonnet does double up to just over $1 million. Guerrero now down to 2.1 million. And if the medium stacks double up the short stacks, it actually helps our chip leader's case. Because he can really punish everybody now.
Yep. Nice position to be in.
Nick Wealthall, David Tuckman here, 888 Live, Barcelona. Another beautiful day in Barcelona. And by the way, everybody, the XL Spring Series starting today. Yes, exactly. We have given away $109 tickets earlier in the week. That was for the opening event. The opening event is today. 1.5 million guaranteed across the series. You'll see over the behind the table, PLO 5, PLO 6 now available on 888 Poker.
What's super cool is that this event, which is always a fantastic event for us, runs straight into the Spring Series, which is such a fantastic online event. And that runs into the World Series. Pretty great time for poker.
Yeah, I am excited to say that actually we're in the midst of planning.
Panto came to play, and unfortunately, his timing is off.
It's pretty amazing, though. Garcia, this is the second time Garcia's picked up kings. We're 6 hands in.
And Panto clearly has gone, right, I know who I'm putting pressure on. Exactly your point. I'm going to put pressure on the medium stacks. As soon as he opens, makes a massive 3-bet to put pressure on the medium stack. Unfortunately, he's got the nuts.
Yeah, I don't mind the play at all by Panto. Unfortunately, it's bad timing. The sizing's a little bit on the large size. Doesn't need to go 5x. You can accomplish the same thing if you're Panto. As the chip leader, you can accomplish the same thing by going 480, 500.
Yeah. Even tinier because you're saying, do you want to play for everything?
Right. I'm the chip leader. I'm in position. Would you like to play for everything?
Now, does he have a flat here? He does.
Oh, my.
He does. Now, I wonder if Garcia's played with Panto before and thinks he's just going to fire away.
Maybe, and there might be a hint of fear in here as well. I mean, does Garcia want to see a non-ace flop?
Yeah, maybe so. Big final table, lots of shorter stacks than him.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not going to say, 5 of hearts. Oh, wow. We've got a sweaty flop here. We've got a sweaty flop because Panto is going to put pressure now on Garcia, and I don't know what Garcia does with 2 black kings.
This is the beauty of final tables. This is why it's so horrible It's so horrible when someone's got you way covered. They can just do stuff to you that puts you in jail.
Then probably the reason why Garcia probably should have just moved all in pre. And look, he's just going to let it go. I thought maybe this was
Oh, my goodness.
I thought maybe it was
goodness.
fear.
Join us in Panto's playground. This is Panto's playground. He can do whatever he wants, whenever he wants. If people are going to call 3 bets and then check fold flops, he can do whatever he wants, whenever he wants.
I was about to say, listen, it's a catastrophe. Garcia was second in chips before that hand. And it's a catastrophe for him to get knocked out in 9th. An absolute nightmare. Just catastrophe if you get knocked out in 9th when you are second in chips. That said, you've got kings pre-flop. You're raising the chip leader 3 bets. I'm just going to jam. I want to take the decision-making out of it. I think in that particular spot, though, Garcia was like, I want to see a non-ace flop and then go with it.
I don't even think he goes with it on a non-ace flop, given the fact that he just really quickly check-folded. I just think he wants to not risk his tournament. But just think about the implications of that. Panto can 3-bet and bet the flop blind. He can do it blind. He does not need to look at his whole cards. If people are calling kings and then check-folding flops, he can do it without looking.
Many, many years ago, I covered a World Series of Poker final table. It was a 5K. Trevor Pope made the final table, and he had about 60% of the chips in play. There were superstars on the table, and we knew right from the start that everybody was playing for second. Trevor Pope, if I remember correctly, he was there with his dog. He raised like 16 straight hands. And everybody knew exactly what he was doing.
Neil Channing did the same thing.
And nobody could play against him. Nobody played back.
Neil Channing at the Irish Open did exactly the same thing. I think he worked out he raised like 53 out of 58 of the last hands or something. Like, there's so little you can do.
It's just a situation where you know exactly what your opponent is doing, and there's really, from an ICM perspective.
What do you want to do here if you're Guerrero? Like, literally, what do you want to do? You're third in chips. What do you want to, or ish, something like that. I don't know the complete runouts. What do you want to do with ace queen? Call and
hope you hit.
Hope you hit and you're stacking off on a queen. Is that what you're doing?
You might, yeah.
But then, your words, it's an absolute catastrophe to go broke. It's tens of thousands of euros.
By the way, in that Trevor Pope tournament, I believe it was the player who ended up finishing second or third in that, like, didn't play a hand for the first 2 hours.
Bonnet Muck 7s there. I actually think with 1 million chips, it's a pretty great spot for 7s. I know I can see the whole cards, but Panto's opening super wide. Guerrero has just flatted. I think it's a nice spot.
Yeah, but Guerrero just flatting means he's really strong too.
Does Guerrero want to hit a queen here? That's my question to you.
He'd like to hit 3 clubs.
3 clubs or top 2 or something. Then he might feel all right.
Oh, my. What do you do here?
Wow, Panto bet in the dark.
What?
He bet in the dark. He's done exactly what I said. He doesn't need to think.
Okay, everybody. We've got giveaways. We've got free rolls. But this might, even with this, despite that.
This might be over in 2 hours.
No, but it might be the best final table ever.
It could be a lot of fun. So here is exactly the situation I described. This is exactly the situation. He's hit his hand. Now what do you want to do?
Well, especially the fact that Panto bet blind.
What do you want to do, though? You tell me. You're in his shoes. What are you doing? You're calling to leave yourself 1 million?
I'm crying.
You're crying. It's absolutely horrible.
I mean, you don't give him a jack, obviously. He bet blind. How could he have a jack?
Can't give him a jack. So you're stacking off with like 6 stacks shorter than you?
I think Guerrero might just stack off here.
Well, he's committed now. He can't fold now, can he?
Well, I mean, can
he?
Listen, we've seen crazy things.
I suppose he can. He's got 1.1. I suppose he can.
Yeah, but what does he do on like the deuce of diamonds?
By the way, should we just feel sad for Guerrero? This is such a horrible
terrible.
cooler. What a horrible cooler.
I mean, what do you just give your opponent kings here? I guess he's got kings. I'm dead. Panto, by the way, if he holds here, will end up having half the chips in play. Oh my, the chips are going in.
Check.
Did he check? No, he moved all in.
No, he moved all in.
Okay, Guerrero calls. Guerrero needs a club or a queen. Pot is 4.5 million. Guerrero came in third in chips, I believe. If he gets knocked out in 9th, this will be awful for him. Looking for a club or a queen. The outs are at the top of your screen. 4.5 million in there. Panto standing up.
Look at him, the Godfather.
It's a jack. He makes quads.
He loves it.
That is right. That's the Godfather. You can call me. I wish he was my father.
So everyone watching, what would you now like to do with ace queen pre-flop?
Fold. I'd like to fold everything.
I don't want to play. I don't want to play results. But Jesus Christ, like, it's so horrible. Poor Guerrero. But how many shorter stacks were than him at the start of the hand? 4, 5.
Guerrero came into this final table third in chips. And 9 hands in, 8 hands in, he's gone in ninth. I mean, that is a catastrophe for Guerrero. From an ICM perspective, this is...
So what do you do? Muck ace queen? What do you do? What do you do?
You might. I mean, listen, I talked to Patrick Leonard about this. I've talked to Pads about this. He said straight out, it makes sense. Lindros, by the way, has 1.8 big blinds. He just laddered up.
Oh, he was in joint second.
He has under 2 big blinds.
He was second in chips. He had 2.4 million at the start of that hand.
That's what I mean. So he started the tournament. He started the final table. Okay, he was third in chips.
It's not quite 43,500 because it doesn't quite work like that, but it's a lot of equity he just flushed.
Well, I will tell you that our Finnish friend, Lindros, just made an extra 1,700 euros by just sitting on the sideline. But he has 2 big blinds, Lindros, and he watched that happen and goes, cool, that's 1,700 euros, thank you. 2 more buy-ins. Pads is who I have so much respect for as a poker player. He's just phenomenal. Talked about this with me, and he just said, it's fold equity. When you earn money every single time you fold at a table like this. Every single time you fold, you earn money. Every player here except for Panto should have practiced when they went home last night and this morning when they woke up. They should have practiced the pitching motion. How do you fold, throw your cards in? And no, if I was Garcia, I would not limp in from the small blinds. Here you go, sir.
Yeah, what would you like to happen next?
Panto
So you hit a 9. What are you stacking off? What are you doing? Yeah, he folds. Yeah, good.
Well,
good fold. Solid fold.
Well, Garcia limped in, and then Panto announced a raise. And it was an instant muck.
Panto's Playground. I've given you your headline, 888. Panto's Playground.
That's really good.
Thank you.
While it's sexy to win these tournaments, it's not winner take all. You can make 43,500 finishing in second. Panto,
absolutely.
Panto, by the way, with 8 players left, has 65% of the chips in play. 60%.
Does he really?
He's got over 13 million.
Holy crap. That's ridiculous.
It is crazy.
So there was a World Series final table like this back in the day, quite a long time ago now. I can't remember the year, but it was Chris Ferguson and TJ Cloutier. And TJ Cloutier was like 5th or 6th or 7th in chips, and he just didn't play a hand, to your point. And he finished up heads up with Chris Ferguson, who just knocked everyone out. Chris Ferguson was Panto, basically. And then he pulled back to 11 in chips, and the heads up could have won it.
Well, once you're heads up, I mean, listen.
Yeah, yeah.
Once you're heads up, you're like you're 2 hands away.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
From always getting in there.
It's a brave man opening this button, I tell you. It's a brave man. Do you think you're going to get fold? Do you honestly think Panto just go, yeah, it's fine?
Oh, hello.
Oh, beautiful spot for Vekayana.
Okay, I'm okay putting my chips in here. But I'm also not messing around. I'm just going all in.
Just putting it in, yeah, exactly. There's 600,000 in the middle. That's fine. Thank you.
Yeah.
It's like, let's say you go he makes a big 3-bet. Let's say you flat and think, I'm just going to try and get the maximum, and then it's like 9-8-7 flop, and Panto just moves in. You're like, oh. Hey, normal poker.
Yeah, you and I both obviously covered enough final tables that we have seen some crazy things. I once, and I've told this story before, but I have once seen a player literally not play a hand until they were heads up. Literally not play a hand. And I told the Trevor Pope story. It doesn't always happen.
I told the Neil Channing
story.
Yeah,
I'm saying it doesn't always happen because sometimes the chip leader just doesn't have that personality and doesn't want to play it that way. But if you have the mix of, aggressive player and then you give them a ton of chips, it can be pretty insane. And one of two things usually happens. The aggressive chip leader doubles everybody up or gets all the chips really quickly.
Well, the great thing about his situation is he can always change. He can just keep firing away.
He can't change.
He can change. He can change. A man can change.
Listen. A leopard doesn't change his stripes.
That's right.
Tiger doesn't change his dots.
Yeah, we got it. Panto doesn't stop being in his playground, just saying.
Just saying. Let's give away some tickets. Early bird special.
1 ticket or 2, and this will tell me whether you think Panto's just going to go through this quickly or whether he's going to get his momentum stopped.
Let's do 1 for now, but we could up it to 2 later on. Let's do 1 for this.
Okay.
We're going to give a $33
early bird.
Yeah.
Thank you for being here, guys and girls.
$33 special here.
Is it ready, Lime? Is it ready?
I want to see if anybody can predict what the keyword will be.
Lindrum's got 2 big blinds and he's been dealt aces.
Wow. I mean, this is actually really lucky for Garcia. Imagine you have ace-king versus aces, and your opponent only has 2 big blinds. And Lindros had kings earlier on and lost. So Lindros could have had a ton of chips here.
Okay, so we'll just wait for the keyword. Just see this.
The crazy Scotsman is guessing it's Lime is the best. Nope, that's wrong. G is the best, but that's not the keyword. Garcia just called here. I'm surprised that Garcia did not want to isolate.
I like the kings. Aces. There aren't any kings. I don't know why I said kings. Brilliant. Because Lindrum had them before, that's why.
Yeah, and it's actually Lindros.
Oh, it is? We got that
Lindros,
confirmed?
yes, we got it confirmed.
Lindros, okay.
Oh, well, hold on a second. Peluso suddenly have his draw here, open-ended. Garcia drawing dead. Jack on the river, and the aces do hold, and that works out to about a quadruple up.
Yeah, pretty sweet. Chip Taker knows me. The keyword, get ready to win. The first $33 ticket of the day. The keyword is Panto's Playground. Panto's Playground.
It's really good.
You like that?
It's well done. No, seriously. I mean, if this isn't the headline from Poker News,
yeah,
they're missing.
And I do not need to be credited. I just want it to be in the world.
You do need
I just want it to be in the world.
You need to be credited.
No, it just needs to be in the world.
That's not how it works.
Panto's Playground.
Hello, everybody. 888 Live. We're in Barcelona, and it is all Panto right now. He has about 13 million chips. There's about 23 million in play. We're 8-handed. We already lost the very talented Guerrero, who came into this final table 3rd in chips. Tried a little raise with Queen 5. That didn't work. Then he got it all in with Ace Queen on a Queen high flop. Panto had quads.
Quite ridiculous.
I mean, if you're Vecchiana, tell me if you're Vecchiana, why would you play any hand that Panto's involved in? Now, once Panto folds, if he ever folds, yeah, hey, let's play some poker. But if I'm Vecchiana.
Well, we just had it, didn't we? Aces is just almost too big of an edge because.
No, yeah,
but
aces,
other
kings,
than that.
I'm getting all in with kings. That's fine.
Kings is probably fine, but he calls with aces. like you don't want to get it in. Sorry, you don't want to get in with kings against ace jack in that position, do you?
No, you don't.
You don't want to risk that. I don't think. I'm not an expert on the ICM nature of things, but I don't think you want to risk 30% chance of ruin when you're in his position, do you?
Well, it's a crazy thought here, but I'll kind of simplify it. If Vecchiano played no hands at all, what place would he finish in all likelihood?
I guess his average finish. If he didn't play a hand at all.
Not really. Like if he played no hands except like the ones where maybe, Panto folded and it was just kind of he had aces.
Third or fourth, right?
Okay. Now, if he plays a big pot with Panto, even if he has a huge equity edge, he still has a 35% chance of being knocked out in eighth.
Increases his chance of first, but brings into the equation the chance of ruin, eighth, which is whatever it is. It's a fascinating situation. I think you're enjoying this final table. It's a really unusual situation. We don't get that often. High Super Zero. Let's find out if somebody's a winner. I think somebody is. But who is that person, David Tuckman?
I doubt anybody's going to win here.
Okay.
I don't think anybody's going to win.
No one's going to have done the necessary typing.
Hello, 888 community. Yes, have fun tonight. No money player. I like it. Congratulations, Axie Guy 888. You have won the giveaway. Axie Guy 888, you are playing in a $33 satellite to get into that XL Spring Series main event. Go get it.
Axie Guy or Axel?
I don't know.
I think it's Axel.
Oh. Axel Guy, either way. Axie or makes a difference.
He'll answer to both if there's a ticket in it.
Right, exactly. Oh, my God.
Bloody hell.
We're 11
Kings, aces, aces.
Yeah, the crazy thing is, Lindros came into this final table with like 1.2 million. He's picked up aces twice and kings, and he's lost half a stack.
That's amazing.
We're only 11 hands in. Oh, and by the way, Garcia on his left has picked up kings twice. And we've made quads.
I always love this move. Like, I'm not going all in, even though I've only got 6 big blinds. I've just spontaneously decided to raise with a hand that could be anything. Could be anything.
Anything.
Could be 9-8 suited. Maybe I'm just trying to steal one. You don't know.
But what a great bluff spot this would be. See?
Yeah.
What happens if he just had like ace-3
Well,
here?
it'd be a boss move.
Look at this, and he induced gets an extra 100,000 out of it.
He does. Hey, I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying it's funny.
It's one of those ridiculous plays that looks so obvious, and yet you still get a little extra value.
You still get the big blind going. Yeah, 3.5 to 1.
Maybe I'll hit trip sevens.
Yeah. What am I going to do?
Then once in a while, you get somebody kind of punting here too. Although I imagine, if you're Lindros, would you check this back once?
Yes, I think I would in this occasion.
You've got the heart.
And he's going to bet tiny, I think. That's the other thing you can do.
You can't bet tiny. It's still half a stack.
I know. Yeah, he's crazy.
And Lindros, who was under 2 big blinds, 1.8 big blinds, starting to build a little bit. That amazing photographer in the background, that is Gemma, who's been with 888 for quite some time. She's available for birthday parties, bar mitzvahs, weddings.
Not as a photographer, she just likes a party.
Right, exactly. Oh, yeah. If I knew her when I got married, I would most definitely invite her. And if I ever get married again, I will definitely invite her.
There you go.
I might even get married again just to have her at the wedding.
Oh, that's nice. Would you invite me?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Thanks.
Would you come?
Don't know what I've got on.
That's a good point.
Panto's got 13 million in chips. That is hilarious. We think we've got 23 million chips in play, right?
Yeah.
He'd be in a nice position heads up.
He's actually raising really large, which is not necessary, but it does put players like, I mean, Vecchiano, like King Queen, just it's a mock.
Yeah, King Queen's like, I'm amazed. I am absolutely amazed he's reaching for chips.
Yeah.
Here. I presume he backs himself to not go broke, but I'm amazed he's playing this hand.
Yeah.
Aren't you?
I mean, keep in mind the blinds are 40,000, 80,000.
But
So this is a 4x open.
Yeah, and it's the same problem. If it comes queen, okay, so this is going to complicate things. But if it comes queen 10 7, and Panto puts you all in, what are you doing? Stacking off in second place with one pet? Is that your plan? Like, it's just, you know.
On the upside, with Skolovsky all in, and this is the other player, by the way, we had not seen all week, Skolovsky. And we might not see much of him. On the plus side for Skolovsky, with him all in, there's really no side pot, and there's very little reason for Panto to bluff. Now, obviously, Vecchiano did not know that when he made the original call, but... I mean, the funny thing about Panto is he actually really hasn't gotten out of line. Like, it's not like he's raising every hand, actually. It's not like he's turning over 9-4.
There's a lot of short stacks. There's a lot of situations where somebody's in already or something like that. But yeah, he hasn't got crazy. He just hits every flop.
No, he's open-ended here. I mean, no, but I guess my point being, like, if he's not getting crazy, if he's not raising every hand, then... I like Vecchiano's hand now.
Yeah, now it's better. How much does he bet? Why?
Panto likes to bet a lot. Oh, no.
Oh, no, he has.
I thought he bet 875. What did he say?
I don't know, but it was brilliant.
Skolovsky, by the way, is drawing dead to a queen. While we watch these two battle out.
Fair, good point. The all-in player.
Right, there is an all-in player who's like, hey, I'm still alive. I know you guys are focusing on them too, but...
So does Vecchiano raise here?
I would not raise. I know this is crazy. With king-queen, I would not raise.
This is going to be fantastic. I'm very much enjoying this final table. Panto is short for pantomime. That's clear now.
What's the bet? We're trying to figure it out. 680,000.
I mean, I think we can tell him to use his big chips. And I don't want to be a rules guy, but it is a little bit annoying for the dealer.
Rules knit.
It's just annoying for the dealer when he has to count out every bet and he's got the big chips sitting there.
Clearly, you're not folding this, but you're never. I would not raise.
That's what he's trying to work out.
Right. I don't think there's much. I block kings. I block queens.
You're so annoyed if he's got a 9 though and you don't raise.
Yeah.
You're so annoyed.
You are, but it's just listen. You're gonna raise from a pure EV standpoint. If this was a cash game, obviously it's 100%.
Yeah. No, I know what you're saying.
But I just think the times he has jacks or 10s, and Vecchiano's gonna go for it though. Safe to say this was never a bluff.
Yeah, never a bluff. Yeah, I mean, Panto can insta-muck here because how could this be a bluff? It's impossible.
No, there's an all-in player. By the way, on day one, I did say Vecchiano was going to win this tournament. I want that clipped.
You have nothing.
Pair of jacks.
He has nothing.
Imagine Vecchiano had turned some sort of elaborate club draw. I thought this is a big pot. He does let it go.
Yeah.
And maybe a bit of a change here. So Skolovsky is out. Vecchiano now clear-cut second place with 4.5 million chips.
Yeah, very nice spot now. He's a very nice spot. 4.5 million chips and position on Panto. He's in a great spot.
I'm still not sure if Vecchiano's going to win this or to get knocked out in 7th, though. Because he seems to want to play against the chip leader.
Yeah. Although he's now, as we say goodbye to Skolovsky.
Yep.
Skolovsky. Good run in this tournament. Although now he's got enough chips that Panto is not trivial. 4.5 million is not trivial for Panto, unlike the other stacks.
Right. And frankly, now Panto now down to a mere 11.5 million.
Funny if he went on tilt. Although I don't even know what that would look like, different from what he's currently doing.
He tapped the table and he goes, oh, okay, you had it. Like he's okay with it all.
You're going to think that Pedri is late on the contest in chat, but actually people just love saying Panto's playground.
Yeah.
It's catching on.
And that might be the key word all day.
Yeah, I think it should be. Until he busts in 4th. Which sort of feels slightly inevitable.
Skolovsky, by the way, made himself about 8,000 euros. The final 7 players all earning themselves 5 figures. Everybody left is guaranteed a 5-figure payday.
Lovely.
Worth mentioning, though, that Vecchiano, we watched him get a bad beat. Not the bad beat, but the ace-queen versus the full house.
Cooler.
Absolute cooler, where he thought about it. That dipped him down to about 9 big blinds, I want to say.
Yeah.
He was really short on day 2.
Yeah, he was.
And he was able to run it up through really good aggression. Remember the all-ins?
I remember. He played very well. Incredibly well. Good squeeze. There's a lovely squeeze all-in from the big blind. And, yeah, he played super well.
Got lucky once. Remember the Queen-9 versus Queen-Jack hands?
Yeah, but he was unlucky to be called as well, I think.
Yes, absolutely.
One of them.
So this is the thing that Panto can do. He can just keep raising. And whenever he faces resistance, he lets it get. Okay, you have it, because you're not going to bluff me. I'm the chip leader. It's Panto's playground. I'm the sheriff in town.
It's Panto's playground.
So I'm just going to keep raising, and I'm going to keep picking up a couple 100,000, a couple 100,000, a couple 100,000. Kind of the Doyle Brunson super system. Yeah, 888poker is really blessed with some amazing people that work here. Getting back to the photographer, Gemma, if I do get remarried, I'm wondering
if it's her.
Yeah, no.
Oh, well, you got to remarry someone.
Well, that's a good point. I haven't thought of that.
Hi, Formici.
My wife's gonna be so mad at me.
Why? She's remarried. Molly's no longer your wife in this scenario. How is she going to be mad?
Well, she'd be upset. Well, she's upset now that I'm talking about being remarried.
Oh, but it's almost certainly her decision.
Oh yeah, right.
In this future.
Exactly. What am I talking about?
You haven't left her. You're not, developmentally slow.
Well.
Oh, a bit.
I like the same special.
I think that's fair. Another short stack is McConaughey, who played very well on our stream previously, but he's been whittled down to almost nothing. However, he's going to pick up a small one.
Dave, by the way, McConaughey has been British. He's been American. He is once again British. Truth be told,
what's the story?
We don't know. We do know his friend actually was in the TC Markham from YouTube, was in the chat last night. Big Dave McConaughey fan, friend of his, told us a story. He is British. He lived in New York for a while. He's now back in the UK.
So that's fine. But why would he have an American flag?
I think they're
I'm in Spain at the moment. I wouldn't have a Spanish flag.
I understand. There must have been some sort of some confusion when they thought he was from New York.
Fair enough.
Poxbacks are asking, does she watch the stream?
I respect Panto 10% less because he just folded 6-9 and under the gun, and you should play that even if you don't have a big stack. So not playing that with a big stack is, I don't know. I don't know what to think. Okay, so this is almost impossible. Lindros has had kings twice and aces twice. We've played, what, 2 orbits?
The odds of getting a pair, a specific pair, is 1 in 221.
Right.
He's picked up kings twice and aces twice, and I believe this is hand 15.
Oh, he limped. Garcia shoved and he snapped calls.
Oh, my gosh.
Nice. He is at risk, but he's at risk with the dominating pair.
This second time that Lindros had an opportunity to knock somebody out. The first time it did not happen. It was kings versus jacks. This time, another chance for him to get knocked out. My apologies. Garcia obviously has him covered. Deuces never loses, right? Is that what they say?
They do say that. I think they are a bit wrong.
Oh. Garcia looking for a duck on the river. Quack, quack. That is not a duck. It's the 4 spades. And Lindros, courtesy of 2 pairs of kings and 2 pair of aces, basically has exactly what he started the final table with.
You keep getting out kings and aces. You too can break even. Imagine.
Look at this, though.
Look at
Sharp. He's not only got an MVP 888 t-shirt, but he's got an MVP 888 sweatshirt.
They probably got those at the merch table that everyone keeps hiding from me.
Yeah, right. Well, there's a special, there's an MVP merch table, though. You probably are not welcome there, my friends.
I'm not the most valuable person.
No. Panto's world, we just live in it. Vecchiano. So he wore the Green Bay Packers hoodie yesterday with the Patriots hat. Now the Green Bay Packer hoodie has gone away, but he's still got the Patriots hat, which makes me think he's more Patriots than Packers.
Yeah.
Which upsets me.
Never be more Patriots than Packers in your life, as a life tip.
We're going to be here until we crown a champion, everybody. Nick Wealthall, David Tuckman, 888 Live, Barcelona.
We're going to be here till Panto's knocked everyone out. And then we're going for tapas.
Free roll, 2 hours away. Dower Donnie, fresh off not winning a ticket yesterday. We gave away 17 tickets yesterday.
Huge personal blow. A day without a ticket for Dordoni.
I'm sure Dower Donnie will win one today. Vecchiano raising under the gun. Panto not defending the big blind. So Panto has gears. It's not just blind, pure aggression. It is, he's picking his spots. And he seems to have a little bit of respect for Vecchiano on his left.
Very good.
It's taken us just about 15 hands to lose 2 players. Lime coined our chip leader with a name. What was it?
What?
What was Lime calling our chip leader?
Stacks McGee.
Stacks McGee.
Yeah.
I kind of love that. That's pretty funny.
It is.
It's hand 17.
Yeah.
If you're watching this and you're new to poker, you might be thinking, so every orbit somebody gets aces or kings? Is that how it works?
Yeah.
Because keep in mind, Garcia's picked up kings twice as well. And
Oh, yeah,
Vecchiano had aces.
Yeah, you're right. What did you say about Panto? What was he doing? Not
He's picking his spots.
so his spots and respecting
His elders.
Vecchiano.
Vecchiano's like, you know what? Whatever. I'm playing poker.
Well, he's now got enough chips, I think.
Yeah. And to your point, I think he trusts himself to be able to kind of like get away from it if he has to. Panto's out flopped, he's got a pair of deuces.
Sir, can I encourage you to use the high value chips at this time? I'm getting RSI from reaching across the table to count out your bloody stacks every time you bet. Big chips. Use your big chips.
Hey, listen. When you have that many chips, you can do what you want, my friend.
Panto's playground.
That's actually a pretty tight laydown from Vecchiano. I understand it's from the chip leader, but you've got king high, and you've got the king of spades. That's in position. That's actually a pretty tight laydown.
But isn't that what you want him to do? Like, you keep changing your tune every bloody orbit.
No, listen, if you're going...
Tell me what he's supposed to do.
Fold pre, then.
Confusing everyone.
Either fold pre, or if you're going to call, I think folding the king of spades in that spot is pretty tight.
Yeah, but why can't you have a game plan that is, I'm just not playing any marginal spots against the chip leader?
Well, then just don't.
I'm seeing.
Then fold king 4 pre-flop.
Yeah, but it's so cheap. Like the lone king of spades there is not like you're not folding away a ton of equity, are you?
Yes, I guess so. Then with king 4 off suit,
he doesn't like pick up a spade, call a bigger bet on the turn. Do you know what I mean? Pick up a king on the river, make a marginal decision.
Absolutely, he's in the pot. He's in there for 80,000. He called 2 more big blinds to get in there. It's cheap. I'll give you that. King 4 off suit. What flop does he like? What flop is like? Oh, this is not marginal.
Well, he's not folding. He's not folding. Well, the marginality of the decision can change, can't it? So, hitting a king on the flop, it would not be marginal.
So hitting
bet.
So basically a 3-outer.
Yeah,
he doesn't like the 4.
Yeah, but Panto's also not bombing every street from what we've seen. You just keep changing what you want him to do. What do you want him to do?
I'll stand by what I said. Fold pre.
Fold pre.
King 4 off suit is a marginal hand that is going to get you into marginal spots. If you play hands like king 4, you'll be in marginal spots just by definition, unless you magically flop 2 4s.
I think his game plan from what we've seen is to play pretty normally pre-flop and then trust himself post-flop.
Right.
And he has some room for maneuver, so it is more possible to do that, right? Rather than if you've got 20 big blinds and you get into these horrible situations more easily.
Absolutely. No, listen, I can't really disagree with that. I guess my thought process is just, if I'm going to be folding the king of spades, right?
I wouldn't play.
That's my point. If I'm going to fold king of spades on that flop to 1 bet, I'm probably just folding it free then.
I wouldn't play, but not for that reason. I wouldn't play just because what's the incentive to play? Now, the obvious counter-argument is I'm a better player than him. I've got position on him. He's a source of chips. I can actually win the tournament by winning pots against the chip leader. That's his counter-argument. For me, it's such an extreme situation, and I'm so comfortable, right? There's so many short stacks and so much money ready to, like, bust.
And you can kind of make the interesting argument of, okay, well, king 4 off suit, probably a fold. King 4 suited, way more value. King 10, king jack, even king 9, a lot more value. And those are hands that I'd probably continue with. Lindros raising, Panto calling. Bonnet's got 9s. This is a shove.
To your point, this has not been a normal pre-flop hand distribution at this final table so far. we've been... The table itself has been a card rack.
I mean, there's somebody at this table, and I don't know who it is. There's somebody at the table like, do I ever get a hand? What is going on here? Bonnet all in. Bonnet a little bit on the tighter side from what we noticed yesterday. This is 530,000 more. Pot is 1.1 million.
Yeah, and the problem for the sixes is that Panto's behind. So now what?
Yeah, it's also just a significant portion of Lindros' stack as well.
What if you flat and Panto just shoves? Then to isolate or whatever. You hate life. You have to fold, and he's kind of looking at Panto like it's like, what are you going to do? Because then I can decide what to do.
Well, there's also the hope that, hey, can Panto knock him out, and I can ladder up again.
He does fold. I think he had to fold the sixes, unfortunately.
Yeah, and Panto calls, and you know, while he's behind, this is actually the correct call. He's getting more than 2-1 to make this call, and he can obviously afford the chips. Any ace will do.
Oh,
I still think Panto's winning this.
he's got ways to win.
Oh, too many. Any jack, any ace. Any five.
Running fives. I fear for Bonnie. He looks far too keen. You're supposed to look like you're about to be knocked out. That's how you survive this.
On it.
Panto is beaten.
Yeah, Panto it down to a mere mortal 11.3 million. He only has 48% of the chips in play.
Bonnie's doubled up twice.
Ciega grande, lo digo, no me toquéis la ciega. Con mi ciega mato. Me vais a hacer ganar el torneo.
Calling with hands like ace-5 is actually not terrible strategy for Panto, though. Imagine being at the table and knowing that he's willing to gamble with ace-5. Because from an ICM perspective, you're like, okay, there was a 36% chance that he's going to get knocked out.
I don't like the flat call originally, though. Like,
no.
He should just raise if he wants to play it.
Absolutely. I agree.
Tú pagas siempre, que siempre me doblas.
A lot of fun here in Barcelona, 888 Live. 459 entries, whittled down to just 7. Panto carving out this wood. And who will be the last man standing? No 888 ambassadors left. No women left. But we have a diverse final table here. Different countries represented. Panto, as I said, he's pulling back. He's not really playing everything. I mean, if you can't play Jack 4, what's the point of playing?
What's the point of playing poker? Yeah, I agree with you.
Panto loves to raise the hand after he loses to get a little back.
Yeah, I wonder if that does open the door to the possibility of the tilt that we have seen many times from big stacks when if he does lose a chunk at some point, if it quickly deteriorates. Can't show half the table.
No, I think this is ace.
Oh, he thought the 4 was an ace. I've actually made that mistake before.
We all have.
You peel back.
The scary bit, which every poker player has done in their life, is when you turn over what you think is a winner. You must have done that at least once, where you go, I've got the 9.
I think
you don't.
Robbie Jade Lou, that should have been her defense.
Oh, God, let's not get into that.
That should have been a defense. I thought I had ace-jack the whole time.
She had a perfectly good defense, which is she just played a hand of poker. That was her defense.
That'd be great, though, if she just looks like, I thought the 4 was an ace.
I thought the 4 was an ace.
And we all would have been like, oh, yeah, okay, that makes sense.
That makes more sense.
We've all done that. You guys all think he's on winner's tilt. I don't think he's on. I have not noticed anything to show that he's on tilt.
No, I don't think so. Why do you think he's on winner's tilt, Lime? I don't think so.
Lime doesn't win very often, so she doesn't know what winner's tilt would look like. Boom!
That's outrageous. You're talking to the Coventry PLO side event champion.
Right.
You can't.
He's not too splash happy. He's doing exactly what he should do at this stack. He should be raising he should be raising 2 out of 3 hands. I'd argue that he could be more aggressive. He should have 3-bet with the ace-5.
He hasn't done anything crazy post-flop. He hasn't done anything crazy.
We are 20 hands in, and Lindros has picked up a top 5% hand like 7 times.
Yeah.
This is unreal.
And I respect the fact he uses his big chips.
McConaughey's folding. If you decided to limp with Jack 9, it wasn't the trap. I would have been fine with McConaughey just moving all in with Jack 9 in the small blind, but he's certainly not limp calling off.
Yeah, I don't think I'm fine with him limping, to be honest.
I mean, either way, I'm just saying.
Are you fine with them limping? Isn't he supposed to just shove?
Probably. But I'm saying, if you want to limp, fold. If you want to move all in, fine. Limp calling sounds like the worst thing.
Chat hates you for your,
That's okay.
For your rudeness to Lime.
I'm okay with that.
$115 big blinds.
Look at Vecchiano. The Vecchiano's in this like just sweet spot. Again, second place is 43,500. And here's the crazy thing is Bonnet, Lindros, Peluso, they're all basically at the same exact spot. But then look at the payout differences. 30,000 euros for third, 10,000 for seventh. It makes sense to fold right now. It really does. Lime knows I love her. Listen, here's a general rule of thumb. And I think Nick Wealthall can certainly understand this. All of you can, I hope. If you don't, well, it's too bad. If I ignore you, I don't like you. If I make fun of you, it's because I love you.
I can't vouch for that. I just thought you were just bullying her.
Seven players remain. When we get to 6, we're going to give away another ticket.
Sounds
okay?
good to me.
Okay.
Like, how many did we get today? Like 10?
12.
Yeah, but 2 of them are big. 2 of them are huge.
Right.
10 normals.
10 normals.
So we'll give away a big boy when we get down to 4.
And then another big boy at heads up.
I guess so, right?
But then people can leave. You know, we never know when you're going to come. We might just give a big boy next.
Yeah, we might change our. That might change that.
We could. Yeah, we can give a big boy away anytime we want.
One small amount of power we have. Literally have no other power.
In fact, let's give one away. Not now. See what I did there? Lime saying she's a creative player. Exactly. In commentary world, we call it, you're unconventional. They like to gamble. They're creative. They think outside the box. Battle of the blinds here. We don't have VPIP stats, but 20-odd hands in, I would actually tell you that Panto's VPIP is actually quite low, considering how many chips he has. He's played it pretty close to the vest. I love it. Lime Ricky says, if the box is ICM, GTO, or VPIP, I think outside it. And that's why we love you. Powered by Limes. It is Lime Ricky, the one and only. What's up, everybody? If you want to follow Nick or I on social media, you can. Nick is, make sure you have a pen for this one. It's hard. Nick is at Nick Wealthall.
Yeah, I wanted
Twitter.
something that captured my personality.
I am at Tuck on Sports on both Twitter and Instagram. You can also follow 888poker on all the socials. Reddit, Discord, Instagram, X, Twitter, whatever you are calling it these days. Stay up to date with everything that's going on related to 888poker. We are in the midst, by the way, of planning out our 888 rides for the summer. Quite excited about that.
Okay.
I think we might get Jackmate. I've been told that we have chemistry, me and Jack.
You don't.
A chemistry that you and I could never attain.
You don't have chemistry with Jack. Jack's a professional.
Oh.
He works with what's in front of him. He's
See?
Literally a professional broadcaster.
The fact that Nick is making fun of me means he loves me.
That's right. That's exactly what it means.
Blinds are 50,000, 100,000. We'll play out this level, then one more level, and the players will go on a break. Or actually, no, I believe levels today, and I apologize, I believe levels today are 1 hour long, which would mean we go on a break every 2 levels.
Final table. It's a law unto itself, David. Who knows?
McConaughey in a cutoff. Just raising? Okay. Raising an amount that says I'm not folding. By the way, for all of Panto's antics, he has added about 1.6 million to his stack at this final table.
Oh, has he? He's up from the start.
Yeah.
Okay.
Despite losing that big hand to Vecchiano and everything.
And doubling up on it.
Guerrero at the bar wondering, why did I call the chip leader with ace-queen? What was I doing? I could have just folded. I'd still be there.
Yeah, that was...
That's the thing. I mean,
on one level, it is a cooler.
Oh, absolutely.
Obviously. On another level, it's like... I never know how to commentate or think about those things in tournament poker because obviously it is a disaster, but then also obviously it's not obvious what else you can do.
I mean, the one thing is, obviously, the fact that Panto bet blind. Listen, once you call pre-flop and you hit the queen, the hand's over. Right? Once you decide to make that call pre-flop and you hit your queen, you're just not going to go anywhere, unfortunately for him. The club on the turn just kind of cemented his fate. It was somewhat poetic that Panto made quads. Panto raising, Vecchiano.
Fearless.
Nah, he's just, it's like, you know what? I'm going to play poker with you.
There's many entertaining flops here that...
For the record,
that's not one of them.
I prefer 7-3 of diamonds to King 4 offsuit.
Less likely to get in trouble.
Yeah, to get in less trouble. Like King 4, there's so few flops I like. 7-3, I'm like, yeah, okay. I've got diamonds, I've got straight draws.
Now, does Panto... Yeah, he does, okay. I'm just interested in how he actually plays, because we haven't actually seen him make that many decisions, have we?
Vecchiano is at least suspicious, but then thinks best of it.
Panto looks like one of those players who, obviously this is the first time we're seeing him, looks like one of those players that if he starts hitting hands, he's really dangerous just because of the big bets thing. The big bets, big raises. You just don't want to play against those players. They're constantly making you make decisions for all of your stack.
Yeah, especially in a tournament. In a cash game, it's obviously a little bit different.
Yeah, cash game is totally different.
Because you don't mind reaching back in your pocket. But when somebody is going 4x pre, 4 times the big blind, and you only have 19 big blinds, and then you've got the ICM considerations, it really makes it difficult. You just have to pick up big hands. And unless you're Finnish, you don't get kings twice and aces twice every 20 hands. Panto just keeps picking up these pots, and this is the power of the chip stack. And it's one of the reasons I always talk about, if there's ever a case for not getting into like flips and you can avoid them when you have chips, it's because of chip utility. When you have chips in tournaments, you can make more chips.
Yep, the curious tournament phenomena of the less chips you have, the more each individual chip is worth, which is exaggerated massively when you're deep in the money. And so you can splash chips when you have lots of them, disproportionately to the amount of chips, and you have to be super conservative chips when you have less of them, disproportionately to the amount that they signify, because your presence in the tournament has a value.
all in here from our British / New Yorker / Brit. McConaughey with ace jack. All in for 940,000. Action folds around to the blinds. And it looks like this is going to get through, except for Bonnet. Nope, Bonnet's going to let it go as well. So McConaughey picks up 250,000 chips, which, by the way, is he added about 25% to his stack. Fairly significant. Marlfield wants to know how many players Panto's knocked out.
Won the whole tournament.
The whole tournament.
I don't know, quite a few, I think.
There's 459 entries.
300 and something. He knocked out quite a few last night, didn't he?
He knocked them all out, including the Bubble Boy. The final table Bubble Boy he knocked out as well. Hello, everybody in the chat. What's up, Dire Restraints? Hello, Dower Donnie. And yes, even you, Lime Ricky. How are you? Thank you for doing an amazing job this week, as always.
Yes, thanks, Lime.
Lindros picks up ace queen. Oh, gosh.
He's been nice to you because of his earlier rudeness. Aren't you? You're trying to balance the...
Yeah, exactly. Push-pull.
If you're still wounded.
I've read the game.
I've read the game. Uh-huh. Lindros with a premium because it had been 4 hands.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is actually trash for him.
Yeah. Why did his opening range?
This could get... I mean, the funny thing is that players at the table don't know that Lindros is picking up all these hands. They might just think, this guy's finish, so active. He can't have a good hand every time, can he? And yet, he does have a good hand every single time. It's amazing. Bonnet's all in.
I was going to say I'd be surprised if he went with this hand, but...
Bonnet is all in. McConaughey with a strong hand, but you've got an under-the-gun open.
Also, it's ace-10, so when you
It's
say
suited,
strong
though.
hand. Suited!
Under-the-gun open, small blind shove. Is Lindros make the call on what is 13 big blinds? He has to, right?
He doesn't have to.
1,430,000.
I mean, ace queen's too strong to fold 13 bigs, right?
You keep saying that, but
Yeah, I mean, clearly. Bonnet,
well, he's trying to just like he's trying to work out, does Bonnet shove worse? And I feel like I'm surprised. If I was sitting in Lindros's seat, I wouldn't believe that he'd shove ace jack off.
right, you're hoping he has 10s or jacks
Against
when you
an
call
under
this.
the gun open, I wouldn't believe he'd shove ace jack off. The fact that he has is surprising to me.
Can't go to your grave with those time cards. Might as well use them now.
I think I said yesterday, ace queen off gives you the hardest pre-flop decisions in Hold'em, I think.
Yeah.
Like he's sitting there thinking, does this guy shove king queen? No. Does he really shove ace jack against it under the gun open?
I mean, if you think it's 10s plus and only ace king, then it's a fold, obviously. But
well, or lower, like lower pairs plus and ace king,
then
it's a fold.
It's a fold, but we can see it's obviously with ace jack. I mean, I think Lindros has to.
It's way easier when you can see it's ace jack.
100%. Clearly, this is a much easier.
I feel like much more confident in my decision.
And in fairness, I actually did say like 8 minutes ago, Bonnet's pretty tight. He has the appearance of being tight.
I would 100% understand a fold here, even though it looks crazy tight, and obviously it looks terrible because it's ace jack.
The only thing I will mention is Lindros has been so active, and you wonder if
look at him, he's completely in jail here. He hates it. He hates it.
Ace queen sucks. It's such a terrible
Ace queen
hand.
off is so hard.
It's a terrible
in
hand.
these specifics. Like mathematically, you shouldn't fold because you've got to be so sure that he won't shove worse. You've got to be so sure. But in reality, he shoved out the small blind to your undergun open. You haven't shown down anything other than premiums. Like, the guy's supposed to be tight. You think he's tight.
He's folding.
He's folding.
Oh, my gosh.
Show the ace. Oh, who said ace queen off suit?
Bonnet said it?
Everybody knows. No, someone else. Was it, or was it Bonnet? Who said ace queen off suit?
I don't know.
That's because everybody knows ace queen off suit is the hand that puts you into. Everybody
well, that's
knows.
the thing. Because you know, listen, ace king snap.
Ace king snap.
Ace jack snap fold.
Snap fold, yeah.
Ace queen's like, ah.
Ace queen suited, snap call. Ace queen off, oh God. Too funny. Too funny, everyone knew his hand.
Oh yeah, no. I can have a good guess.
Look at these stacks.
Chat, what are you doing there?
I'm calling. He has ace jack.
I know you're not chat. We've heard your opinion.
Okay.
What chat? What are you doing with ace queen off?
They're all going to say call. What do you mean?
Well, because they can see it's ace
Yes.
jack. Oh.
You think any of them's going to be like, oh.
He said I'm right.
No, I don't know what he said.
Horrible spot.
It is.
Against that player in those positions.
And keep in mind, while it was ace jack there, he also makes that move with ace king.
Of course.
Right, so it's not like, it's like, yes, it was ace jack there, but that's what you're hoping.
So the reason you don't bet fold off that stack is that mathematically, when you put all the dead money in against the pairs, you're doing good, right?
Yeah.
So that's why you can't really fold. But at the same time, I totally understand what he went through and how he folded.
What? Oh, that's not Vecchiano. Okay. I was like, what is going on with 7 deuce? Peluso with ace queen.
Totally different
And
situation.
now Bonnet's picked up ace queen. Peluso, by the way, does not need a strong hand here because it's a Panto open.
That's
Turns out he has ace
exactly
queen.
right.
If
Totally
I'm-
different situation.
If I'm Bonnet, I might actually move in all the top on this, knowing Panto's only going to call with his premiums, right? Panto could have queen 5. And you've got to think Peluso knows that. Peluso is the shortest stack as well.
Yeah.
I mean, I think Peluso's doing this with like ace 8, king queen, king jack.
Yeah, I agree. He's not quite the short stack, is he? Because there's McConaughey, but he's the second shortest stack.
He's got like, yeah, and McConaughey has 9 big blinds. He has 10.
Right, yeah. So you're right. He is doing it with those hands.
I feel like you should get your
This-
time.
this
I feel like
whole-
you should get your time cards back if it's ace queen.
Ace queen off.
Yeah.
This whole few minutes of decision making could be called Ace Queen off sucks. I might get T-shirts. Ace Queen off sucks. Ace Queen off is what everyone says Jacks is. Ace Queen off is actually what everyone says Jacks is, because Jacks is actually not so hard.
No.
A lot of the time. A lot of the time, it's not so hard. Ace Queen off has a lot of these spots.
Bonnet's going to let it go. I think I probably call in that spot simply because I do believe that Peluso is going to be super aggressive. Panto's in terrible shape here, and he does fold. When you're the short stack, you love to find 3-bet jam spots against Panto because you know he's opening pretty wide. We've seen him open Jack 4. We've seen him open Queen 5.
Si tiene arreglo, voy petado. Si se mete otro con pareja y nos quitamos cartas y nos pinchamos, a dormir.
Es un fold difícil, sí. Oh, if you call, I call.
No, yo no voy a hacer gol. Voy a hacer gol, es el stack que tienes tú. Tú sí que puedes hacer gol, pero yo no voy a hacer gol. No las meto todas.
So we've been going pretty fast, and in fairness, we could actually be down to like 4 if all the short stacks had lost.
Yeah, we could. Final tables, man, totally unpredictable.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Be over an hour and a half. We could be here at 3 a.m. There's no way to know.
Vecchiano raising. Bonnet And they cut off with ace-7. Players get 30 seconds stacked on their hand. If they need more than that, they use the shot. The time extender, I should say.
Time extender.
So I really put a lot of thought into your question of what year I would extend.
Okay.
Like when I want an extra year. Definitely not when my babies were still in diapers. Decided it was not that year.
We've gone all in.
Yes, Lindros all in.
Yeah, so much money in the pot. This is if he ever gets this through, it's incredibly valuable.
Somebody has to call this. If Vecchiano doesn't call, Bonnet needs to call. If Vecchiano calls, Bonnet can fold. It's just too much. There's too much in the pot. Lindros continues to pick up premium after premium.
And lose chips. Yes, the ace-7 flat is not good off that stack. Dire straights. It is not great.
Oh my, Vecchiano's gonna fold. Bonnet's in this like terrible spot where it's just like, ugh, what did I do? He's getting 2-1 though.
Yeah, but then like mathematically he should call, but then you put yourself short stacked if you lose, and that's what he's thinking about.
Well, the chips mean a lot more to Bonnet than they would have done to Vecchiano. Vecchiano actually could have called that.
Yeah. If Lindros gets this through, this is an unbelievable result for Lindros.
Huge.
Wow.
He had less than 1 million chips, and he just added 600,000. He added 60% to his stack without seeing a flop.
Hard to do.
That's stupid.
Yeah. Stupid.
What? I'd like to sign up for the. What would you like to eat? I'd like the double up with no flop, please.
Zero risk, double up.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Bonnet just keeps picking up hand after hand. He shoved ace-jack. He folded ace-queen. He called, folded ace-7, and now he picks up ace-jack.
Mm-hmm.
I want to thank you all for being here.
Oh, you're welcome.
Finding us on a Sunday. Yeah, I want to thank you, Nick Welthall, for being here.
I was in town, so I thought I'd come by.
Oh no.
Oh no.
I think Bonnet just folds this.
Sir, I would like to ask you to use your big chips, please. Wait.
Did Bonnet call?
Yeah.
Oh my dear.
Snapped.
Oh, this is a big mistake from Bonnet.
Panto 3-bet out the big blind. Bonnet shoved over they just put the money in.
By the way, I stand by what I say. When somebody 3-bets you out of the big blind and there's nobody else in the pot, it's almost always a huge hand.
It has been true on stream. Apart from Vecchiano squeezed the queen 9 offsuit, and you would have been wrong.
No, but I said only in heads-up spots. If it's not heads-up and there's dead money in there, it's different.
Okay.
Running threes, chop it.
Running jacks.
Running jacks wins it. That's it. Bonnet is out. This is from an ICM perspective. This is a huge mistake. Panto eliminates another, and he's now up to 13.3 million once again, with about 60% of the chips in play. From an ICM perspective, this is what they call ICM suicide. You cannot raise call off with ace-jack against the chip leader. Even if Panto were to accidentally flip over king-queen, you're folding ace-jack. If he flipped over 8s, you're folding.
Yeah, it's not quite ICM suicide. It's ICM not great.
No, this is suicide.
No, it's not, because he doesn't have that. He wasn't starting with that many short stacks behind him, was he?
No, but he had a medium stack. There's only one player who had a ton of chips, and there were 6 players. Gambling with ace jack in that spot is, from an ICM perspective, purely ICM, is.
You just like saying ICM suicide.
I do.
You say it like 800 times every final
I
table.
love it. I say it by myself at
Literally
home.
everyone hates it.
No, I know. I love it. I love saying it at home. I do it all the time. My wife serves dinner.
Chat,
to me,
how
and
would
I'm
you
like,
feel about a ban on David Tupman saying ICM for the rest of the final
work.
table? How would you feel about it?
Unless you're taking the
No, you have to do what our audience wants.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's going to work.
Do you know what I hear when you say ICM? I hear boring.
No, listen, I get it. I get it. It's boring. It's not sexy. But it is one of those spots where Panto could literally turn over 8-7, and you have ace jack there, and you're supposed to fold. It's just.
All of us against you, my friend. This side of the table. Full spice.
Tell us what Pad's told you again. I haven't heard that for 15 minutes.
Pads and I are great friends. We talk all the time. Hold on a second. He's actually texting me right now. What? Yes, I just saw this ICM suicide spot. It was amazing, Pads. Panto, by the way, back up to 60% of the chips. Bonnet, out in 7th, earns himself 5 figures. That was 10,200 euros. The remaining 6 players are guaranteed 13,000 euros. Pay jumps now are really quite significant. The difference between 6th and 5th, for those of you wondering, is like playing this tournament again and finishing in 16th. Lindros with the best hand here. Should do everything possible to keep this pot as small as possible, and he does. He checks it back. I like it. Just get the showdown. Oh, and look at this. Get the showdown and induce. Really nice play. Nicely played from Lindros. Really like this play from the MVP.
Okay, Panto's got a tell. When he uses the big chips, he's bluffing. When he uses the little chips, he's got a hand.
Can't say that.
I don't think it's true, but
No,
it's
I
just
don't
funny that he uses big chips there for the first time.
Lindros played that hand perfectly, by the way.
Yeah, control the pot. Induce the bluff. Very nice.
I said when we get down to 6, we're going to do a keyword giveaway. We're going to do it. Lime, is it ready? Yes, yes it is. Okay, just heard word in my ear. Also read it. Lime, thank you very much. Here we go. In honor of the opening day of the XL Spring Series, the keyword is XL Spring. XL Spring, folks. These $33 tickets, they're satellite tickets to play in the XL Spring Series main event. Take a look at our leaderboard. Garcia, who was second in chips at the start, is now our short stack on 8 big blinds. McConaughey only slightly more than that. Lindros now, what a turnaround. Lindros was down to 1.8 big blinds, and he's now on 30.
He was literally on 1.8 because we had a graphic.
Right.
Amazing. Just keep getting dealt hands, and you too can prosper.
The funny thing is, he's won most of his chips. That last hand was the hand that he won most of his chips on with ace-4 offsuit. Get your XL Springs in there. We're going to give away 2 tickets here, folks. 2. That's right. We're feeling springy. Spring is in the air. An air of positivity as we hand out 2 $33 satellite tickets.
Check. 3 jugadores.
Ace high flop. Not much going on for anybody. Panto not going to bet this. Nobody has a heart. Nobody has a pair. Who wants it? Panto says, okay, none of you guys want it, I'll take it. And looks like we're going to get 2 quick folds. And Panto back up to about 12.5 million. By the way, being a massive chip leader at the final table is super fun. I strongly advise you all to try it. You can ask Panto, by the way. I bet you he's having fun.
He's definitely having fun.
Yeah.
He knows how to celebrate as well.
My favorite moment was when he bet blind and hit trips. Like, how do you do that?
Pretty cool.
What a boss.
It's just quite the trick, isn't it?
I bet blind. The flop comes out king 6-3.
You have 8 high.
Right. I'm like, ah.
Well, there's cards have been dealt, so obviously Lindros has a premium.
I don't remember ever seeing anything.
Have you had a session like this ever in your life? We've only had 33 hands. He's had 10 premiums, I think. Kings twice, aces twice, nines, eights,
ace queen, eights.
Yeah, absolutely.
Sixes.
Absolutely ridiculous.
And again, I'm going to point this out. We're going to get a 3-bet here from Vecchiano. I'm going to point this out. While we can see that Lindros is just picking up big hands, what does it look like to the rest of the table? It looks like Lindros is getting out of line. It looks like he's playing far too many hands, and it looks like he must be getting out of line. The fact of the matter is Lindros is just picking up hands.
This is quite a curious spot, actually, because they're second and third in chips.
Yeah.
Like, normally this is just a shove. But you can't shove.
Yeah, and then I want to say they're about 30 big blinds deep. I don't mind. You can 3-bet and get away from this, so which clearly Vecchiano would do.
Not normally. This is just a shove normally. But you can't. He can't shove.
What?
Yeah, exactly.
Lindros just folded 10s?
Yeah, I get it. But how can you? Jesus Christ, you wang on about ICM forever, and then someone makes
That's not the chip leader, though.
Yeah, but he's got him covered.
Yeah, no, come on, you got to play the hand against that guy. It's a button raise. You have to be. You have to have
can you just chill out? You're very aggressive about things that are not necessary to be aggressive about.
I'm feeling aggressive today.
Well, no one's appreciating it. Least of all Lime. You can't wang on about ICM, boring everyone senseless about it, and then someone makes a play that's ICM driven, and you go, "Oh my God, I can't believe he's done it." Whether it's right or wrong, you can't just go, "Oh, he's crazy. Oh, he's folded 10s. Oh, what a lunatic. Why has he done that?"
See, I like the ace-queen fold. I actually understood against Ben's Bonnet.
I can't work like this.
10s are just a really strong hand.
Oh my God.
10s are really strong.
Can I explain to you what ICM is? Because I don't think it means what you think it means.
Oh, God. Just eat your sandwich.
I was. now you...
Oh. I guess my point is Lindros has played so many hands. The perception at the table is that he's getting out of line. The fact of the matter is he's just picking up huge hands. And I think if he's aware of the fact that that's his perception, he probably has to realize that the players at the table might be making moves on him. And we saw Bonnet do it, and we saw that player do it.
Yeah, but... Oh, my God, you're crazy. Like, do you want to commentate based on ICM, or do you want to commentate based on the hands and the spots? You've got to somehow blend the two. You can't just flip from one to the other based on each hand.
Because you've got to pick. You've got to.
He's been 3-bet and he's out of position against one of the 2 people that can bust him. So I'm not even saying it's right to fold the 10s. I'm just saying you can't go. That's crazy. He has 10s.
I think it's crazy. Stand by it.
Okay.
What kind of he's got jacks? Just fold it. ICM.
Now you're making sense.
Good point. Dire Restraints points out 10s are not a premium for Lindros. That's a good point. Dire Restraints. Garcia in the big blind. Just wasting our time.
Yeah, but he's got 500,000.
He called.
He's the short stack.
Got king 5.
I think it's fair, no? Yeah, it's a fold. He's got 500,000 and he's getting two and a bit to 1 against a button shove.
Okay. Oh.
I think it's a call, no?
I'll let you know if to turn on the river.
He's the shortest stack. Now, let me tell you about ICM.
Is there a book I could read? Does Alex Fitzgerald talk about ICM? Because that would be amazing. Oh, hold on a second.
No, you don't need to read a book.
We're looking for a 3 or a king. Otherwise, it is McConaughey who's got him. And I think McConaughey has him covered. We could be down to 5. Queen of spades on the river. Garcia has been eliminated. They're going to count this out because it looks like Garcia's got a lot of little chips. We might have the chips slightly off because it looks like Garcia's got more chips.
Yeah, maybe.
Then it's said.
Yeah. You're right. Maybe he has.
So our graphics has eliminated, but it appears that he's going to have a few extra.
So I would ask you to stack your chips in meaningful amounts.
Just throw them at the dealer. Here, you figure it out.
So wait, oh my God, this is anarchy. So he now has.
Still got 500,000. It looks like.
Okay.
Because those blues, those grays, whatever you want to call them, light blues, those are 25,000 each, right?
So if he wasn't the shortest stack, obviously everything I said I take back.
Right, he just put like half his stack in there with King 5 offsuit.
Okay, seems less good. Is it ICM suicide, David? That's the question.
It's more like just a little bit masochism, self-masochism. Nick Wealthall, David Tuckman here calling the action. We are live in Barcelona. We're not in our rooms. He's not in Malta. He's not in the UK. I'm not in Los Angeles. We are here in Barcelona. It's beautiful. Nick is waving despite the fact that we're not on camera.
We should be. We're looking hot today.
I didn't want to say it.
Definitely don't look like two people who went to sleep at 4 a.m.
That would have been, honestly, if I could fall asleep at 4 in the morning, it would have been great. By the time I got back to the hotel, it was 4, right? By the way, shout out to our amazing director, producer, Mark, sitting next to us, who was here longer than us and back here before us.
We appreciate you, Mark.
He was lying on the couch as he walked
And all
in.
of the Poker Red team.
Yeah, the Poker Red team has been crushing it.
Shout them all out. Here we go.
Edgar?
Yes?
Mark?
Yes.
Good old Edgar.
Those are the two he knows.
Edgar Mark, baby.
Don't look.
I don't look, he says. Be afraid.
Panto with the Queen Jack. Panto still pacing the field on 13 million chips. Vecchiano on 40 big blinds, 3.9 million. Lendros still on 2.5 million. McConaughey on 1.4. And now Garcia does have the short stack. Now he's on 640,000.
Okay. How can you have 128 big blinds? Can you just break that down for me?
The blinds are 50,000, 100,000. He has many of them. Peluso.
Ooh, 50, 100,000. I love this blind level.
We've been at this blind level for like
Yeah, I know, but they
48
just put it on
minutes.
screen. It made me happy.
Oh.
is Grammy award-winning stuff from Peluso. Grammys isn't acting, is it?
Looks like he is going to raise.
Oscars. He's like, ooh, I don't know what to do.
Yeah, he's raised half his stack, as opposed to just moving all in.
Okay.
625 y 3 fold. 625. 4 pins.
Lindros with just fours. Not going to get involved. Makes sense. What's the purpose of this raise? Like, why not just move all in? What is Peluso doing?
El 6 fold y el 7 fold.
No idea. I have no idea. Yeah, because it's like you can understand a min raise. Half a stack. Don't know.
I was setting you up for what I thought was a softball question.
Oh, what is the purpose of it?
The purpose of it is if you see a lot of players now, they'll raise like 70% of their stack or something like that, or even 50% of their stack. And the purpose of it is if there's like 3 all-ins behind them, they could theoretically fold.
Well, that's not the case here, is it? He's never folding queens.
Probably not. But, I mean, I guess you could make the argument if there's like an all-in, an all-in, and an all-in, you go, well, somebody's got aces or kings. I can fold here, and I can just ladder up. But that's the purpose of it, essentially, where if you get multiple all-ins behind you, you realize your hand is no good anymore, and then you can ladder up.
Dumb.
I love it. And I'm the aggressive one. Garcia with ace kings all in. Panto's got jacks. We got to flip. I'm taking the ace. I don't want to bet against Panto ever.
You've taken the ace king. I'll take the jacks.
No.
No, what? No, you can choose what you want.
No, I'm going to lose more.
What do you want?
Well, what do I want?
Hurry! You got to hurry.
Well, hold on. It's still Vecchiano's hand. Vecchiano's tanking.
He should clearly shove.
Let's get it all in. Everybody all in right now. This seems like a non-decision to me.
Yeah, I don't quite know what his thought is.
I mean, it's not a big shove. It's only 6 big blinds. I think that's part of it, but...
Well, yeah, I mean, King Queen could definitely be the best hand.
Well...
Well, it could.
I mean, you're hoping it's live.
No, it could be the best hand. Panto could call with anything he fancies calling with on the button. Garcia shoves with King 10. Panto calls with Queen 9 suited just because he wants to, you know.
Okay.
I wouldn't do anything with King Queen regardless.
Oh
wow.
I like the jacks.
Panto could obliterate the final table more.
I like the jacks. I'm going with jacks.
Yeah,
you can have the ace king.
No thanks.
What? I've been doing this all weekend. What do you mean?
Wow, we could be four-handed.
By the way, and one of the king is dead.
Is it really?
King queen.
King queen.
There's 1 king left in the deck and 2 aces left in the deck. That's
Could
it.
be four-handed. Panto's playground.
Oh my gosh. Do the jokers hold? Panto looking to make the double elimination here. Can you knock out both Garcia and Peluso? If the jacks hold, by the way, it'll be Peluso finishes higher. Oh, and there's a set.
But outs.
Yes, Garcia running spades, a queen. There's 3 queens left in the deck.
I just want to be Panto. How do I make that happen in my life?
Here's the river at 3.6 million in the pot.
To be four-handed.
They need a queen. It's not the queen, it's the 8 of hearts and top set for Panto.
Amazing. What a run.
This is one of the most epic final tables you have ever seen. Performance from Panto here.
Panto's playground.
It truly is. Panto at the double elimination. We are down to 4.
So Peluso had more chips?
Yes.
Yes.
Peluso had more chips, so he will finish in 5th place. Garcia will finish in 6th place. So 13,000 for Garcia, 16,000 and change for Peluso. And we have Italian on Italian violence, by the way, there. And Panto now with 15 million chips. And yes, we are four-handed.
I've made dinner reservations.
There you have it. Fabio Peluso, 16,650 euros richer. Hector Garcia, 13,000 euros richer.
Hey, and what about McConaughey, who had... how much did he shove on the button with jacks? It was like 6 big blinds? That was like 3 hands ago. And he's just laddered up about 10 grand.
I mean, how about Lindros? He had
Lindros had
1.8 big blinds.
He's laddered up.
I mean, that's a dream.
Lo grande en el 2 ahora, ¿vale? Y quedan 4.
I mean, it was like the third hand of the final table. Lindros picks up kings and is thinking, yes. And he loses to jacks. And he's like, I can't believe this. And maybe I can luck into 8th or 7th. And now, Lindros could end up winning this. Payouts, as you can see them there. All of these players guaranteed 21,500. The pay jump's now enormous. 8,500 euro difference between 4th and 3rd. Okay? It is a 22,000 euro difference between 2nd and 4th. Which means, I'm going to put this in perspective. The difference between 4th and 2nd is like playing this entire tournament over again and finishing in 4th. That's the significance of it. Amazing. Nick, you mentioned that we would play Love and Thanks and give away a big boy when we got 4-handed.
Do you think it's an appropriate time? Because it has gone very fast.
I think it's appropriate time.
Okay, well, let's just think of a question, unless you have one.
I'll ask you. I'll have a question for you.
Okay,
We're
now
play Nick Thinks.
we're going to play Nick Thinks. This is huge, people, because, drum roll, this is for a $250 ticket. Not just any $250 ticket, entry into the Spring XL main event. As we see Lindros make an interesting defend here. Let's just see this hand, because we've already got 2 million in the middle.
Yeah, I mean, we're 4-handed now, so it's a little bit different.
So you're doing it again.
I am.
Do you believe in ICM or not? It feels like it's like a constantly fluid concept.
It is yes.
So-
Quote that.
But
It
he
is a
should-
constantly fluid
but
concept.
How is the defend justifiable in this situation based on...
It's not. It's not. You're
okay,
either
fine.
shoving or you're folding.
Okay, thank you.
If you think you think calling out of position and playing this hand out of position is not what you want to do. That's for sure.
Panto's bet.
Yeah, and this is
and
Lindros'
your queen jack defend has just
No.
cost
This
you a third of your stack.
It's a shove or it's a fold.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah, okay, good.
But I think there are times once you get 4, you can say, I think he's up to something here. I'm going to go all in. I'm going to try to win this tournament.
Yeah.
And look at Panto just showing.
Ha subido 1,500,000.
What can you do? Nothing you can do. Okay, so we're going to play Nick Thinks. Dave is going to ask me a question just in case we've got new players in the chat, and because it is for a big prize. You are trying to guess what I think the answer is. I will honestly give it my best guess. It might be something I know, it might be something I don't know, it might be something that's unknowable. But I will give it my best guess. The closest person, either on Twitch or YouTube, to that value gets the $250 ticket and will play in a $500,000 guaranteed tournament next weekend. Very, very exciting. Huge prize for you. You're only allowed 1 guess per player. Do not duplicate or spam the chat, or line will kick you out. If 2 people guess the same thing or the same distance away, whoever guesses first wins. Lots of luck. David, what is the question they need to think about what Nick thinks?
I mean, it's a pretty easy one, honestly. I mean, the story is Panto. Panto's playground. Panto's the boss, according to Marfield. It's all Panto these days, right?
Sure.
Well, obviously, you've done your research. We know how prepared you are. You're a professional.
Yeah.
According to Hendon Mob,
Yep.
what is Panto's tournament earnings?
Very, very easy. Very, very easy one.
According to Hendon Mob, what is Panto's total lifetime earnings?
Can you give me the
Get him in the chat, everybody. Keep them in round numbers. I don't need to know to the dollar.
Yeah, round numbers.
and blind?
Meaning the last number should be a 0.
The blind.
Yes.
for a $250 ticket. Huge prize here, David
This is
Tupman.
just such an opportunity. You are going to win a ticket into the XL Spring Series main event. This is a $500,000 guaranteed main event. We're streaming the final table, and we are just giving you entry. It is Cinderella going to the ball.
Really is.
It's you get to play a big boy tournament, and it's just
Fantastic
It
tournament.
really is.
Las puedes poner bien.
Pash Royal says, just to clarify, I said 180K, which meant 1.8 million.
180,000K.
Okay.
Quite
a weird way to say it.
amazing way to say it. Pash Royal has his own vibe.
All these players guaranteed to add 21,500 to their Hendon mob, by the way. Who's going to add 70,000? Who's going to take home the hardware? Stick with us and find out. If you're McConaughey, you have to be thrilled. McConaughey came in as one of the shorter stacks. And I think there are definitely universes where McConaughey is out in 9th place. This is the alternate universe where he really enjoys it, where he's still in there with 4 players left.
Dos fold. Y 4 lean.
Lindros on the button, all in. Panto says, all you. Vecchiano says, very much, thank you. I know, with ace-queen suited, I'm going to call. And we have another player's tournament life on the line. This time it is Lindros. Lindros all in with ace-4 of diamonds. Vecchiano's got him covered and gets the best hand. Maybe we should have stopped play last night at 18.
Let's see if it holds.
It's a good start for the ace-queen. Lindros needs running cards.
Why did Lindros ever widen his opening range?
That is it. The Finnish superstar, Lindros, the MVP, has been eliminated in 4th. Takes home 21,500 euros. A great performance. And considering Lindros was down to 1.8 big blinds, lost with kings against jacks
Oh, he'll
right at
take
the start.
it. He'll take it.
Yeah, I mean, really a phenomenal final table performance. He got a lot of cards, but you got to realize he had so many playable hands, and he ended up losing with a lot of those playable hands, which makes it hard.
Quite the final table so far, David Tupman. Does it ever slow down? Now, the one thing I would say is that there's a lot of chips in play.
Oh,
So,
we could have a 9-hour heads up.
yeah, you could have a very long heads up here because there's a lot of chips in play because it's gone so fast. I mean, I don't think if Panto's in the heads up, I don't think it's likely, but it could happen.
He does use, yeah, he does use large sizing.
He makes big bets, which makes it way.
Right, so like a 4x could go to a 12x, could go to a 48x, and suddenly the chips are in. That said,
Sí, el 2 ha preguntado antes. En plan,
we'll see how it plays out. I mean, Vecchiano. Again, Lime, can we find the clip where I said that Vecchiano was going to win this? I am going to look like a master prognosticator if he ends up winning this.
Well, his name's not Panto, so I don't know how you think he's winning it.
7 foldea.
But I said Vecchiano was going to win this, I think, on day 1.
Okay.
Or maybe it was early on in day 2.
Okay, but he hasn't won it, so chill.
He's 3 players left. I think it's still a pretty impressive prediction.
If you'd said he'd come top 3, it would be amazing.
I said it when he
You'd
had
be
like
a
12.
winner.
I said it when he had like 12 big blinds.
I don't obviously listen to you when you're commentating next to me, so I
Lime,
don't
can
know if you said
can
it or
somebody
not.
find that for me?
The contest is closed. Good luck winning a $250 ticket.
Ace high flop, McConaughey, Panto on the button.
So this is all about McConaughey now, isn't it?
Yeah.
When he puts his chips in, does he double, and do we keep playing, or are we heads up in what would be pretty close to record time for an 888 Live
Yeah,
main
and
event.
this was actually a spot where McConaughey probably should have just moved all in pre. I mean, you got king queen. It's three-handed. You've got nothing to lose at this point because you are the short stack by a large, large margin.
Yeah, it's actually a pretty sizable error, not to be too harsh, but it's quite a
Unless you call
sizable
now,
error.
then it's brilliant. Yeah, you just can't play careful. It's again, we go back to the you're not in control.
No,
we
that's
want to be in
exactly
control, but you're not in control.
That's exactly right. You're not in control because you're in Panto's playground, but
Yeah, and look, he's forced to fold.
yeah, you got to jam.
Because at this point, you really don't have anything to lose if you're Dave. If you're McConaughey,
If this is Panto versus Vecchiana and the heads up, you couldn't get a bigger contrast.
oh,
It's the perfect heads up match.
perfect. Lime is explaining to me that, sorry, Tuck, there's no way to find the random comment in 40. It wasn't random. There's nothing random about me saying
You
Vecchiano's
tell
going
him,
to win
Lime.
this.
You tell him.
It's brilliance, not random. It's brilliance, I say. Okay, let's award a ticket
Ah, sorry.
because we have lots of giveaways, and this tournament could be over in 9 minutes. We have a break in 3 minutes, so we're gonna award this ticket and then in all likelihood go on break. Vecchiano's got king queen, Panto's got ace 5. By the way, the difference between second and third, 13,000 euros. If you're Vecchiano, you really do not want to get into a spot where your chips are in the middle against Panto, with McConaughey having like 9 big blinds.
I mean, you'd think, wouldn't you? But this kid's just played pot
No.
normally. He's just like,
He doesn't care.
I wouldn't be interested, but he's going to play.
Of course, we know he's going to play.
I mean, this is legit dangerous. There's 2 million in the pot. He's only got 4 million behind. This is
Right.
this is legitimately dangerous.
And there's a $13,000 euro difference
What-
between third and second.
one cooler flop.
Right. What happens if the flop comes out
Right.
5-5 king?
Right.
Right. You're just going broke.
Exactly.
Panto all in.
I love it. All in and walk away. That's the move.
Hey, you got me beat. You got me beat. Go for it, kid.
What is this dwell up?
Just saving face, I assume. And maybe he realizes that there's a chance Panto has queen 6 here.
I
don't
love
know.
Panto. It's going to be, if Panto wins it, it's going to be mental. He might destroy the set.
Well, and I think he has like 15 friends here.
Yeah, yeah.
Last night I
He's
was
got-
watching.
He's got so much energy.
I love this guy.
What was happening here?
I don't know.
I don't understand. I can understand a saving face, but not using a time card because they're,
Right.
they're finite.
Yeah. And they have value. They actually have value. Well, when he folds, we will award this ticket.
Huge ticket, huge price. What is he thinking about?
I don't know. I asked you a question. I asked you what Panto's Hendon mob was.
Kappa, kappa.
What was your answer and how'd you come up with it?
I hadn't looked. Pre final table. He is clearly not a professional poker player. He's clearly somebody who has businesses. He enters tournaments for recreational purposes, for fun. His style must have received some encouragement along the way. So he's won some things, but I don't think he's won a major thing. So my answer is whatever I put.
43,000.
43,000.
No, 42,000. Pardon me. You said
42.
42,000. So if you answered 42,000
42,000.
or near 42,000, you might have won. But in actuality,
Can I just pause here?
yeah, in actuality, you were drawing dead.
This is ridiculous.
It is ridiculous.
This is actually ridiculous.
It's as ridiculous
as Panto's
Yeah.
run. Who's the winner, David? This is ridiculous.
No, I'd like you to say it.
The winner, who said 43,000 and was 1,000 off, is
Everybody knows.
Gedemonis.
Yes, exactly. Gedemonis, congratulations.
Gedemonis, imagine this being your talent. You know, you talk about you've got to find your superpower in life. Imagine it's guessing things or getting picked randomly on a particular poker stream. What a weird superpower to have.
Yep, if you type his name three times in chat, he will show up and win a contest.
Here's the good news.
Congratulations, Gedemonis.
Here's the good news. He can't win the second $250 ticket.
Right. And he can't win it. He
can't
also
win
can't
it.
win any of the $33 satellites either. He's done. He
shot-
is done.
He shot his shot.
Yep. Good luck, hey, Gedemonis. Good luck in the main event. You are playing in the XL Spring Series $500,000 main event. Players are going on break. It'll be a 15-minute break.
The levels will be 40 minutes each level. Okay.
Okay, levels are going to go to be 40 minutes when we come back. That's what happens when we get three-handed or heads up. More action three-handed. You don't want to miss a second of Panto's Playground. Stick with us.
Vale, bajando la joya a los ahora van a mover ellos, van a mover los spots, creo que este no. Vale.
Todo lo que pincha ese. Este tenía jotas, a rey, a rey. Y ha echado dos. Ha echado dos a la vez. Pero va a durar poco el...
¿Le podéis echar una contadita rápida
Claro,
a
sí, sí.
los stacks?
Claro.
Algo no funciona bien. Sí, sí, se falló.
Yo no, porque no te he visto yo.
Preguntarle antes de nada. No, tranquilo, no pasa nada. Podría ser divertida. pueda, lo recordaré.
Está bendecido el señor este.
Ya, burradas.
No se puede evitar.
¿Cuánto es la blanca? De 25. ¿Listo? O sea, aquí no da por culo, si yo no bebo, yo estoy no, si yo traigan uno y se lo pongan, si yo no bebo, yo ¿Tiene un gusto? Seguro que no lo dejaría ahí. No. Es que como venga el camarero y le ponga ahí, no tengo ganas de entrar y decir, entro para quitar la mesa. Me quitaba todo.
Hombre, es igual. Quita el vaso. Cambiamos el vaso para...
¿Esto solo?
Sí, ya está.
Muchas gracias. Vamos a probarlo.
¿Qué? Ya está, he contado los stocks y ya está. Qué rápido, ¿no?
¿Qué?
Qué rápido, ¿no?
¿Qué mer?
No, la mesa, cabrón.
Sí, sí. Bueno, sí, pero no es cosa tuya, lo has operado el maestro. A ver cuándo se las
No,
favor.
yo quería que durara, tío.
¿Por qué? ¿Por qué quieres tirar?
Seguimos 9, ¿no?
No, tío, porque como es un partido tenéis de una media hora, tío, la gente ha pagado para ver un buen espectáculo. ¿sabes?
¿Y lo están viendo?
Sí, dime.
El espectáculo lo dan ellos, no tú. Nosotros estamos
pero si
en
verán,
un
sí.
que deberías saber.
No, es que la foto del break de cena no vamos a llegar.
Ah, que tiene que haber foto del break de cena.
Bueno, al Pela se lo dije hacer en el break de cena y me dijo que no.
¿Y qué foto?
Una foto.
¿Todos?
No, tú y yo. Cantero a ver si quiere puede salir, pero...
Hombre, yo creo que el de detrás de la cámara debería salir de vez en cuando.
Es verdad, ¿quién te hace fotos a ti, Iván?
Lo bueno que tiene el Mora es que
El Mora.
hace las fotos y las recibe, además.
Tú, el Mora la que has subido, tío.
No, pero escúchame,
Joder,
que yo
este
llego a
chaval.
trabajar un día random y me encuentro en el móvil en la galería como 8 fotos del Mora. Y digo, ¿pero qué?
¿En serio? ¿El Salafai mateix?
No, a lo mejor le he ido
Le llaman algo para que...
Tío.
Eso sí que me parece dramático.
No os preocupéis que cuando empiece a hacer entrevistas ya se
Ha pillado todas tus cosas malas, tío.
¿El Mora? Sí. Pero alguna buena
No sé,
habrá
¿qué
pillado.
hiciste en Tarragona? ¿Qué le hiciste?
Bueno, pregúntale qué hacíamos en la habitación.
Tío, nos vamos a ver celoso, tío.
No, eres tú el que se acaba de poner celoso.
Tú eres
Son
tonto.
tréboles, diamantes o picas.
Creo que nos va a girar una cara.
A ver.
Tira alguna de estas.
¿Quieres ver cómo? Sí, alguna. Mira cómo hago el de este,
Pues llama a Copaz que te hagan un vídeo, tío.
Escúchame,
A mí sí.
te tengo mucha confianza, pero ¿cuánto más va a durar lo del vídeo de Copa?
No, es que hasta que pare el pela.
Ah, vale.
Cuando para el pela, paro yo.
Está malísimo.
Tío, es una burrada lo del italiano, eso, tío.
Ya, es que...
Esto yo quiero uno,
Ya. Y yo tengo uno.
y le voy a pedir uno aquí, ¿no?
Tú se me está cayendo el nuevo.
Bueno, t'anava a preguntar tu, però ja m'han dit, perquè no pot ser que pugi 20 minuts a falta de 7 persones i ara quedin 3. No sé qué ha pasado.
Hostia.
Quedaban 7
Buena
cuando
suerte
yo
has
subí.
tenido, ¿no?
Es de locos.
És que la mà ha sigut... Bueno, és que aquest
Es rey contra Jotas, he vist una pel Twitch, però...
Aquesta és la important, que heu tot
Yo
alhora.
quería quedar a la Guerrero, tío.
Yo. Pero claro, si es que ha jugado blind, tío, contra Guerrero.
No va a pactar ese.
Bueno, es muy majo, a ver, si... Depende de cómo, si él pone las reglas lo tienen que aceptar, porque tiene toda... ¿Has visto cuánto tiene?
Sí, 17 millones 790 o algo así.
Ahora hay 23 millones en juego.
9, 10,
Es una burrada.
12, 13, 14, 15, 16... ¿Cuánto has dicho?
Como 17 millones, no lo sé.
¿Cuánto más?
18.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11,
Así a ojo.
13, 15, 16...
The winners get a $30,000 package. It falls to the small blind who rips in on me for 30 big blinds, and I look down at ace queen suited. So ICM stands for the independent chip model. It only applies to tournaments, not cash games. Let's say you have 20 big blinds, there's 100 players left in the tournament, 50 of them are gonna get paid. If you double up, if you double your stack exactly, the dollar value of your stack doesn't double. And part of the reason why is because if you get one chip over the line, you get that min cash. It's very, very complex, and it makes for some wild plays, especially on bubbles and final table bubbles. And sometimes you just have to get put in the blender and fold lots of hands, and that's just the way it is. When you have a short stack and you're getting closer and closer to the money, you've kind of got to try and assess how likely you are to get into the money based on how tight you can play. So surviving is really, really important. That doesn't mean you don't play any hands, you just have to be more selective with the hands that you do play. So can you just fold ace-jack here and still get into the money? Or are you in a situation where actually, I'm gonna need more chips to be able to survive into the money and I have to play this hand? We've all seen tiny stacks multiply into huge stacks. It happens in tournaments all the time. So if you can get into the money with just a few chips and then you've got the opportunity to spin that up as well. If someone makes a silly play on the other tables, the short stack can just keep doubling and your stack can keep getting more and more precarious, and then you find you've got to constantly reassess the situation you're in. ICM for the chip leader is so different than for the short stacks. It's so much more fun because you get to play lots of hands. You've still got to be a little cautious because if you clash with like the second biggest stack, then you can find yourself as a mid stack or even a short stack. But your opponents have to be really wary of confrontations with you because you can knock them out before the money. And like we were saying earlier, if you just get one chip over the line, you get into the money and you can spin that chip up. So it's so valuable to get into the money. As the big stack, you get to apply lots of pressure. Now I see mistakes from lots of players, even really good players. They'll start adding in hands like 4-5 suited, 3-5 suited. If your opponents are at least somewhat competent, they will fight back. King deuce suited actually becomes a much more valuable hand. You've got the suitedness, so there's a bit of utility to fight post-flop with the suitedness of the hand, but the real value comes from the king. It blocks them having king-queen, it blocks them having king-jack, ace-king, pocket kings, all that kind of thing. You block their continues. Those are the hands that are really profitable for the chip leader on the bubbles. Middling stacks are probably the trickiest stacks to navigate on bubbles. If you end up in a confrontation with a short stack, you become a short stack. You're not out of the tournament, but then you've got to reassess where you are. However, you're also covered by the bigger stacks and they can knock you out. And it really depends where you're sat in relation to all the other players at the table. So if you've got the big stacks on your right, it's a lot easier because you get to see what they do first and you can opt into the confrontation or not. If the big stacks are on your left, your marginal hands all of a sudden become unplayable because they can 3-bet mercilessly and you are stuck with having to fold all your marginal hands. So mid stacks are probably the trickiest to play because they're so easy to fold their way into the money. It's a little frustrating because you end up having to play so few hands when there are players who cover you behind, but that's just the nature of the beast. ICM situations are rare.
What a beautiful hoodie Ian Simpson is wearing there. Hello and welcome back to Barcelona 888 Live. We are three-handed. 459 players started this journey. Came back today with 9. And it has been Moro Panto's playground. That's right, Panto's playground, as he has eliminated the vast majority of these players. Vecchiano on his left has done a very good job wearing the Patriots hat on the right side of your screen. Currently solidly in second, and the player on the left, Dave McConaughey from the UK, who is our short stack, but still in. And McConaughey, by the way, came into this final table as one of the shorter stacks and has been able to navigate his way into a top 3 spot, guaranteeing themselves at least 30,000 euros. 30,000 for third, 43,000 and change for second, and 70,000 for first. It has been all Panto at this final table. Will he finish the job? He's got a lot of work to do, and you know his opponents will not go down easily. I'm David Tuckman, joining me, Nick Welthall. Nick, this went exactly as you expected, right?
I mean, it was definitely one version of how it could happen,
right?
Which is the big stack. You know, the short stacks don't win the all-ins. Kane still trying to play small ball, even though he's got no chips.
Well, he'll get the opportunity. I mean, this is a cooler.
This is a cooler. He gets to double here, probably.
Yeah, I still think that McConaughey is trying to be in control. Because, yes, this is going to work out perfectly for him. But what happens when the flop is Jack 4 deuce or whatever? You just fold, right? Yeah. McConaughey in great shape here for a full double.
Ace.
Full double, which gets him to
1.6.
I've got to do 120 times table now. I'm not as good at that. 13 big blinds.
Yeah, no, he's still obviously pretty
14
short.
Big blinds.
Some chop outs there. But as you can see in the bottom left corner, McConaughey a huge favorite. And the check mark indicates he will win the hand. He's up to 1.65 million. Still
13,
just in third.
75 big blinds. Yeah, but sort of getting better.
We have a free roll starting in 24 minutes.
If you don't say what the password is, people are just going to start crying.
I know.
They're going to start. They're bitching in the chat already.
I'll get it out there. Listen, you've got plenty of time. The free roll doesn't even start for 24 minutes. And then late registration is another 40 minutes after that. We have plenty of time. Relax, everybody. Have a good time. Password is BCN888FT, standing for Barcelona 888 final table. Once again, BCN888FT gets you into that free roll. $500 in cold hard cash. Go get it. Now,
can we have a new champion? That's the big question.
Yeah, I was going to say, the pressure is on. If you decide to play this free roll, and you all should, it's free. There's money, and it's fun. I mean, there's really no reason to play. But I'm going to say the pressure is on. Because 2 days ago, Andre Pinta, somebody in one of our chatters, won it and became a free roll folk hero for a day. And one day.
It's amazing.
And then the next day, Max won the free roll. And in fact, third place finisher was also in the chat. We had 2 of the top 3.
It was Stinky.
Stinky, exactly. Max ended up winning, and Max is now our free roll folk hero.
I think we've only had 4 winners of the free roll, and we've had 2 in the last 3 days.
Yeah, Andre, the shortest free roll folk hero in the history of...
Brutal.
Can Andre win it again today, though?
And reclaim the title.
That would be amazing.
It would be freaky.
Play the free roll. Try to become a free roll folk hero. Go win it. $500 in cash being given away. Vecchiano hits the ace.
Yeah, this is No Limit Hold'em so crazy that if McConaughey wins one more double up, he's basically tied with Vecchiano, despite being down to almost nothing.
Yeah, Vecchiano, a little bit of pot control, and at the same time, kind of giving his opponent enough rope to hang himself. Vecchiano realizing that he's probably got a 1 street, maybe a 2 street hand. Can't go for a ton of value with the hand this week. But, yeah. Vecchiano just touches his chips, and Panto says fold.
I like that. I like Panto. Doesn't mess around. Puts his money in.
Now listen,
entertaining.
I want to watch him play poker, and I also want to go get dinner with him.
Yeah, it's gonna, tonight if he wins, it's going to be amazing.
I definitely want to go to dinner with him tonight. That was one of the coolest things. I was covering a World Series of Poker event many years ago, and Brian Rast won the 50K Players Championship. And I'm friends with Brian, and he sent me a text, and we were on a delay, a little bit of a delay, so they were done and already out. But he sent me a text and says, Tuck, I really appreciate all the work you've done over the years. He's like, you want to join us? And I'm like, yes, I do. So it was a really nice meal when it's the host makes a $1.2 million payday.
That's nice. Did you make up the first sentence when he said, I really appreciate all the work you've done?
No, he said, something. He's like, it was like, Tuck, I appreciate you.
You sure he didn't say, Tuck, I remember who you are?
Yeah, Rusty and I are good friends.
Oh, absolutely sure.
Panto raising out of the small blind. Vecchiano. Blinds are 61-20. Levels are 40 minutes long. So that will quicken up things a little bit. I've done the math.
You've done the maths?
I've done the math.
On what?
On how long this tournament could theoretically go.
Okay.
And based on my calculations, even with breaks, it is guaranteed to be over by 11:07 p.m.
Guaranteed?
Guaranteed to be over by 11:07 p.m. with a significant chance it's done well before that.
Well, yes. It's three-handed.
Right,
so
but it's guaranteed to be over by 11:07 p.m.
I don't think the word guarantee.
Guaranteed.
Well, I'm not sure you can guarantee that.
Guaranteed.
Okay. Oh, how he looks at his cards is the only thing I don't like about him. I don't like card benders.
That's how he thought the 4 was an ace.
Like some of the vloggers, like bend the cards to show them to their phone. I can't stand it. Terrible.
You don't like the squeeze, huh?
Panto. No, squeezing's fine. It's the bending that's like, stop bending the cards, dude. Bring your own cards if you want to bend them.
There's over 200 big blinds in play, everybody. And there's about 23 million in chips. And you can see just how many chips Panto has. Again, this is a play from McConaughey. It's just a shove. You're the short stack.
Yeah, an ace versus the button. This is auto shove.
Like, you're loving it.
Yep. No, you don't need time card. Relax. We got you covered. Shove. Push. All in. All the betting discs. Let's go. He's opening 80% of his hands on the button, maybe 90%.
As he should, by the way.
It's all in.
Just somebody shove him. Somebody give him a little shove. I get it. It's hard. It's the final table. You don't want to get knocked out, but you've got an ace. You're in the big blind against a player who's opening 95% of his hands on the button.
And you're the short stack.
Right.
Do it. Do it. Go all in. No, it's terrible. No offense. Don't call.
Again, the problem with just calling here, like, what does he do when he misses?
Loses the pot.
Right. Yeah, there's a lot of reasons why you don't want to call the hand like ace-6 offsuit out of big blind. Number one, your opponent's raising the big on the button 90% of his hands, right?
That's the best bet of the tournament.
Yeah,
that many.
That many, right? How many? What are you betting? That many.
That many. Chapleau.
There's just a lot of reasons why, unless you're trapping and you're going to go with it no matter what, but why would you do that? The hand doesn't flop well. You're so far ahead of your opponent's range, it's ridiculous. And to your point, Nick, he's the short stack.
He's the short stack.
At this point, you've got nothing to lose.
Nope. You're not preserving anything. I love Panto.
Yeah.
Can we have Panto at all our final tables in the future?
I'm all for that. I'm actually going to petition. I've already sent the powers that be over at 88. I'd like to make Panto our Italian ambassador.
Perfect. Just perfect.
The XL Spring Series, by the way, also started here in Spain. That was yesterday. That'll run through May 26th.
Yes.
Free roll, by the way, beginning in 17 minutes. You have 17 minutes to register and check out Instagram, our 888 Instagram account. Instagram for instant fun. Vecchiano on the button. I mean, if I'm Vecchiano and I'm watching McConaughey play this hands, I'm going to let McConaughey kind of like make some moves here. Ace-queen in the small blinds. You've got to limp this, right? You've got to limp instead of trap. No, he's going to move all in.
Panto might call. Yeah.
Panto called.
I also loved how he called.
Hey, I called.
I called.
I thought McConaughey was going to limp instead of trap, but he doesn't need to.
Right. Well, in fairness to Panto, like, he's trying to get to heads up. He's got a high card. I think it's fine.
I mean, listen, I'm not going to question anything Panto does. I'm here. Panto's there. It's Panto's world. We just live in it.
Very nice spot for McConaughey. And he's going to have, if this holds, he's going to have 2.4, which is 20 big blinds. And there's a different kettle of onions, David.
Yeah, Vecchiano hates this.
Yeah,
You know, he really does not want to see McConaughey. It's, again, it's a 13,000 euro difference between second and third. You want to get heads up, get yourself a locked up 43,000, so you're playing for that final 27. River's a 7.
Palo.
And the ace-queen does hold. Dave McConaughey. I love the international flair of this final table. A lot of times at our final tables, whether it's in Barcelona or Madrid, they are dominated by the locals, understandably so.
Yeah, of course.
But it's kind of nice to see different countries represented here.
Yeah, kind of odds against we'd have only one Spaniard in the final three. The over-under is 1.5.
1,335.
What a dream for McConaughey. He comes into this final table when it's one of the short stacks, able to kind of dodge the minefields. And this is all you can hope for. I mean, you come in as one of the short stacks. You are hoping to be in this situation. Cool. I've locked up 30K. Now I'm going to get lucky. Take a look at our chip counts. McConaughey on 2.4 million or 20 big blinds. Vecchiano on 4.1 million, 35 big blinds. Panto has 1 million big blinds. No, 17.1 million chips, 143 big blinds. So all in, you can do the math and realize we've got just under 200 big blinds in play.
Yeah,
which is how I came up with my calculations.
If we go to heads up now, it's a crazy deep heads up.
It is. So the next time that we think a player should move all in and they decide not to, as in they just call,
yeah,
that will activate our next keyword giveaway.
That's extremely random.
Yep.
I don't know why have you started being in charge of when we do the giveaways?
Because it didn't seem like you were doing anything. I figured I would just jump in there and do it.
It never seems like I'm doing anything.
Yeah.
Partly because I don't do very much, and
No, I
partly
just-
because I'm effortless.
You're the mayor, and I just felt like, maybe the mayor was getting a massage. I just jump in. I also did notice. I was like,
massage.
well, I just noticed. I did notice that we have 7 giveaways. We have
Is that an
7.
option?
No, yeah, well, it is. It's always an option. We have 8 giveaways, and we are 3-handed.
Yeah.
And while
We should do a giveaway. Let's do 2 tickets. Let's do it right now.
no,
Why?
gotta wait until my you get the next one.
What are we waiting for? We're 3-handed. We could be heads up any minute.
That's my point. It activates when we believe something should happen.
You've guaranteed it's over by whatever time you said.
11:07 p.m. Guaranteed.
Guaranteed.
That's still 4 hours from now. Yeah, we're going to give away 2 tickets, by the way, on this next giveaway. Jack high flop, pair of 3s for Panto, pair of jacks for Vecchiano. Vecchiano, by the way, has really kind of like hit the flop well. Remember the king-queen hand where he made a straight? Couple of spots there. Obviously, the aces hand he was able to win early on. He's played very well, and obviously the deck has cooperated. I still feel bad for Guerrero.
Do you?
Ace queen suited against the chip leader. You're hating life.
Dude, stop using your time. This is tilting me. Stop using your time bank cards when you don't need to.
They're going to be gone soon.
Exactly. It's a finite resource.
You wanted to save them, huh? Good news is you won't have them for later.
I have this problem in video games. I hoard my resources. I never want to spend my resources.
You're a saver.
Yeah. I like my health potions. I need to keep them just in case.
May I suggest a book?
Nope.
By Bill Perkins.
Oh.
It's called Die with Zero.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely written by a rich guy.
Right. Die with Zero.
Whoa, what?
Vecchiano raising. Panto calls. Look at this.
I don't understand why he's called. Is it like
He might have a 3 or a 7.
No, I know, but he must know that he's not being messed about with here.
Well, Vecchiano most definitely did not want to see a club. But I think Panto might shove a flush draw.
Yeah, maybe. That's
If you're
Dire Strange is absolutely right. One of those time bank cards could be the one that gives you another year. You don't want to just be reckless with those things.
Right. And all he asked for, he used it to waste time on a jack. Vecchiano all in. Panto going to let it go. Vecchiano now to 5.4 million. Panto on 15.8.
Dowdoni, no, we're not hosting Magic Monday tomorrow. Magic Monday will happen. It'll be 89% as magical. It's going to be hosted by 2 other people. Who is it?
It'll be Komodo Dragon.
Leo Jacora.
Komodo Dragon and
Josh Manley.
Josh Manley, there we go. So, not as much eye candy.
No.
Probably more poker analysis.
Yeah, so
less sirens.
Pick your poison. Less sirens and less hotness. More poker talk.
Right. But it'll be there. Nick and I will be back on next Tuesday for the final table of the XL Spring Series main event. I will be in air. I'll be flying. All in here. Panto just says all of it.
No, he doesn't. Does he?
No.
No.
Just said that much. It looks like every time he bets, he's betting all of it.
Sir, can I, at this time, sir, can I ask you to use your big chips? Please, sir. Your high-value chips.
Vecchiano out of the way. Action on McConaughey. Ooh. This is a shove. 100% shove.
I can confirm this is a shove.
Shove.
This, I think he will shove.
Shove. He might get a full double up here again. And by the way, I mean, after the last hand and then the previous hand, if McConaughey does get a full double up here, suddenly we've got a whole new final table.
Let's see. Lots of things have to happen. He does shove.
There you go. And there's a call. This will activate the next keyword giveaway with this shove. after this hand. Ace-10 versus Queen-10. McConaughey, a 3-1 favorite. Panto needs a queen or a lot of spades. Exciting news.
You've guaranteed 11:30.
I said 11:07.
Because
Guaranteed.
I've made dinner reservations.
Oh dear. We've got a sweat. Any jack, any 10. Any jack, any 10.
No, any queen, any jack.
Right, sorry. Any queen, any jack, right? 10 does nothing for us.
For us.
Or him.
Does a lot for McConaughey if it doesn't come.
It does. Board pairs. They chop it on a 9 or an 8, by the way.
They do.
It is a king, and the ace-10 holds. And McConaughey doubles up to 4.7 million. Panto now down to the mere mortal 13.5 million. Still has about 60% of the chips in play, but we've got a whole new final table. New dynamic, and we want to see how these players adjust. Now, with that, I would like to do a giveaway. Lime, is the keyword ready? I'm waiting for word. Lime, powered by Limes. Yes, it is ready. Who would like to win $33 satellite tickets? These are satellite tickets to win your way
Me.
into the XL Spring main event. Well, get yourself typing. That shove brought to you by this keyword, and the keyword is shove. The keyword is shove. Get your shove in the chat. We're going to give away 2 tickets here, which leaves us with 5 more. Plus, of course, the $250 big boy.
Not going to be enough.
You can always ask for more.
This is going for 4+ hours now.
Over, like I told you, guaranteed 11:07 p.m. or earlier.
Including the dinner break.
Yep.
It's going later than 11.
11:07.
It's going later than Definitely.
So pessimistic.
No, what do you mean pessimistic? I'm not trying to get an early finish. I'm just telling you what I think.
There's another event I'd like to play. There's actually an event tonight that I would like to play.
Well,
It's
you're
the only
not going to
reason
get to play it. You got to do your job.
Yeah, if I've got to do my job, I've got to do my job. I'm okay with that.
Get your shoves in.
By the way,
Win a ticket.
If you're on YouTube, Jason Rock, awesome. I'm glad you joined us. But you have to go to Twitch chat. So go very quickly, go to Twitch chat, open that up, because we use a software algorithm. We use software generated by Twitch to randomly pick a winner. So you have to be on Twitch to win. YouTube, you are eligible for the London Thinks game. Vecchiana has to be disappointed with that. You really want to lock up that 13,000, get it heads up. Small hiccup for Panto. See how he reacts. This is going to be a really interesting time. He still has 4 million more than he started the final table with. So if you step back and look at it, it's a good situation for him.
Yeah, get this. If McConaughey doubles through him one more time, McConaughey's the chip leader.
Yeah, exactly. Same thing for Vecchiana. This is the very
happy days are over for
Panto. Very
Panto.
precarious moment here for Panto. How does he react now and over the next, say, 10 minutes, 15 minutes? Does he go back up to 16, 17 million? McConaughey's got a gut shot. I think you can call here. With a gut shot, you hit the 8, you know you're going to get paid. Maybe you can turn a heart into a bluff. You've got the 10 of hearts in your hands. Bink. Look at that. What a dream turn card for McConaughey. Panto hits top pair. McConaughey turns the set. I'm sorry, turns the nuts. Better than a set. Yes, Lime Ricky. Oh, Nelly. And look at this. Panto not slowing down.
New chip leader.
We very well might. Now, what's the play if you're McConaughey? Do you raise here, or
Yes.
do you keep the bluffs in and check it one? Just call and then check shove the river.
No, raise.
My co-conspirator here does like the raise right now.
Panto showed a massive tendency to not fold on the first aggression. Like, he folds on the second aggression. So if he doesn't have anything, then fine. But a lot of times he has a pair, doesn't have to be a jack, and he doesn't fold for the first check raise. He's playing like he's got infinite chips, Panto.
So are you min raising here?
Yeah.
Okay, so go to like 1.6 and then get it all in on the river.
1.7 or something, and like he won't be able to fold the river, I think.
800, yes.
I do love how McConaughey is covering his face and his neck, as if his opponents are staring at the tells. He just called. Oh, what a cooler! I mean, this actually turned out to be just a major cooler.
New chip leader.
Panto's hiding.
He should
McConaughey
hide.
has the check mark.
What card is that? Chat.
McConaughey is all in. Panto makes the call. We do have a new chip leader. 9.6 million in there.
Bravo.
And Dave McConaughey,
One.
our new chip leader on 9.6 million. What a turn of events here in Barcelona.
It is a Fugazi card.
Yeah.
No Limit Hold'em continues to be a sick business. McConaughey had, I think, 6 big blinds when he shoved jacks on the button, and Garcia pretty inexplicably called with King 5 offsuit. And from that double up, he's now gone to the chip lead in about half an hour of actual play.
Of all the plays tonight, the King 5 call from the big blind might be one of the weirdest ones.
I mean, it's changed the destiny of the tournament, potentially.
Well, for this player, yeah, for sure. And yes, for the tournament.
Maybe he thought the graphics were right when he made that call. Maybe he thought he only had 500,000.
Right. He goes, oh, I only have 5 big blinds. I've got to get it in.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, shit, I've got 11. Oh.
Darn, now I have 5. Blinds are 61.20. Again, levels are 40 minutes long.
David.
Yes,
I've
sir.
cancelled our dinner reservations that we made when we were excited. No longer relevant.
Yeah, we've got about 200 big blinds in play. But now they are more evenly distributed, although Vecchiana is now our short stack.
3, 5. And then what? Yeah. 2, 3, 2, 3, 5.
They're going to count this out.
3, 6, 3, 6.
Let's give out, while they count chips, because nobody likes watching that, let's give away a ticket. 2 tickets.
Yeah.
Are we ready, Lime?
Let's do it.
2 tickets here. Martin, haha, wants to know if we have a ticket that we can give him. Well, we're not going to give it to you. You have to earn it, my friend. Okay, Lime has said it's ready. Here we go. Congratulations, Boxwaxer. You have won the giveaway. Yay, Boxwaxer. Well done. You, my friend, are playing in a satellite. $33 ticket. Headed your way. And Nargiza, 8188. You have won the giveaway. Boxwaxer and Nargiza. Make sure you pay attention to your whispers so Lime Ricky, the amazing Lime Ricky, can get you your ticket. There's a new sheriff in town, and his name is Dave McConaughey.
Absolutely.
How does Panto react to that? And by the way, he actually didn't do anything wrong there. He bet top pair.
No.
He bet top pair, then he made trips and called off.
Yeah, totally.
I mean,
it's no limit hold'em. It's no limit hold'em.
And by the way, that's why you call for the gut shot. Bink. And now McConaughey has picked up aces. Let me put my glasses on. I would like to play the sands.
There was an old Mike Caro tell about if a player interrupts stacking chips to play a hand, it's always super strong.
Panto's got ace deuce.
All right, I'll come back to that.
Yeah, no, I agree with that, actually. I think that's actually a good tell.
Yes.
Like if somebody's ordering food or stacking chips or doing anything and they're like, oh, wait a second, I've got to play this.
Yeah.
It's not a marginal spot. It's a hand they have to play.
Almost always.
Yeah. Panto, by the way, I thought he might raise this.
Case ace bust Panto.
No.
Okay, no.
I actually thought Panto might 3-bet this, though.
Yeah.
Oh, cagey check back by McConaughey.
I don't understand the check back, though. Tell me about it. It's cagey. Tell me about it. Cagey.
Cagey.
Deceptive.
Deceptive.
Levels.
Suspicious.
Yes. All those things suspicious.
Now, this is a really interesting moment for Panto, and I think poker players can learn from this. If you're going to win a poker tournament, it's generally going to be a roller coaster ride. It's not going to all be up, although it did look like for a moment it might just be all ups for Panto. It is going to be a roller coaster ride.
But he looks so sad. I really like...
I like happy Panto, too.
I know. Sad Panto is really bad. Oh, my God.
But I think it's how you deal with that adversity. And I think if you can step back from the table.
Badly. He's dealing with it badly. Look, he needs a hug.
I think if you can step back from the table and kind of look at it and go, okay, well, I came to this final table. There were 9 players left. And I had 9 million chips. Now there's 3 players left, and I have 8.5 million chips.
Yes.
It's not, you know what I mean? Like, he came to this final table with 9 players and 9 million. Now there's 3 players, and he has 8.5 million. He still has more than 1/3 of the chips in play.
You're the dude on the deck of the Titanic going, look, guys, we had several days of really good cruising. Yes, today hasn't been as good. There's been some sinking, but let's look back on all the good times. Panto is sad and nobody wants to see it.
Yeah, but in this case, Panto's ship has not sunk. That's what I'm pointing out. The ship has not sunk just yet. I mean, it's just perspective. If you're Vecchiana, you're pretty happy. I'm in 3rd place. I've got good chips. Okay. If you're McConaughey, you're thrilled. Well, Panto, obviously, not thrilled.
Got to give your cards back, dude.
He wants the rest of those chips, though.
A lot of things haven't happened that's supposed to happen. Dude, you got to give your cards back. Hello.
There's a look at Dave McConaughey.
Can we change up some of these chips, by the way? We've got a lot of chips in play for 3-handed poker.
Listen, Matt Savage is all about getting rid of the chips. I like the chip porn.
It's just so slow. Like, he's still stacking from the handy one 3 hands ago.
Okay. I like the chip porn, but I also like the players using their big. Like, if you're going to do the chip porn, cool. But can we use the dark blue ones at least?
Sir.
Vecchiana on the button. And suddenly everybody's deep, by the way. We can play some poker. Who's here for post-flop poker?
No one. We want violence. We're here for violence.
Vecchiana, quick raise. Nobody's going to play back at him. Take it down. So we have 5 $33 tickets left to give away. We have 1 $250 ticket to give away. We're going to be here for the next 6 hours.
Yeah, 5-6 hours.
No, I already
it's
told
harder.
you. It's over in 4 hours, guaranteed.
15% chance.
15, okay.
Yeah.
You're going to give me 6 to 1.
I'm not giving you anything.
Okay, how about 4 to 1?
You still haven't paid your debt from the
It's not over yet.
I mean, when is it over then? When do I get my money?
When the tournament's over, we might
Okay.
still have more wagers.
Okay. That's true. You might
How
need more.
about 3 to 1? I get 3 to 1 and it ends at 11:07.
Oh.
You just said it's 15% chance.
Yeah, but you said guaranteed.
Yes.
Well, guaranteed. You should be giving me odds.
Panto's got 7s out of the small blinds. He can play this in a variety of ways.
Don't say Panto's tilting, Malfield. He's just sad. He's not tilting.
In all fairness, I have not seen any evidence that he's tilting.
I don't want him to tilt. He's my guy.
When the Jack Deuce hand was not tilt, it was.
Oh yeah,
he flopped top pair. He river trips.
Yeah.
How many of you are not losing chips on that hand?
Yep.
The Ace Deuce of Diamonds hand, you could have easily 3-bet and lost a lot of chips. You didn't. Just fold.
Yep. Yep.
Oh, dire straits. He's got his Pantos in a twist. It's a good dad joke. Strong dad joke.
Yeah.
That's right, May 18th to 27th. What day is today? That's right. It's May 18th, folks.
Oh, let's
today.
go.
The XL Spring Series. It's the opening event today, which is a $109 buy-in. Get in on it. The main event is a $500,000 guarantee, $250 buy-in.
Event.
But Satellite's running around the clock to get into it. In fairness, I don't think Panto has many big chips anymore. Panto's open raise sizes are just so random. Sometimes they're 450, sometimes they're 325. Oh my.
Three bet comes in. What has he made it?
More than 325.
More than 325, you say. What's he doing?
Look at this kind of.
Is that a tip?
This is good play-by-play. He has put more chips in. No, he's just called.
Oh, he's called. Oh, jeez. Why?
I don't know.
Oh.
Because that's why. That's why. You want to get this flop. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding
And
me?
we are heads up here in Barcelona. Panto's playground turns into Panto's hell.
What could be a word for P that's hell?
The only way we don't heads up is if McConaughey sort of tricks himself into slow playing this.
Yeah, well, if he slow plays it and like a jack or a 10 comes off. If he slow plays it, a jack or 10 comes off.
Well done for Vestiana there, criticising Panto for splashing the pot continually. And he did apologise. It isn't fair on the dealer.
Panto bets 500,000 into 830. Action on McConaughey, and this is just an absolute cooler.
Panto's playground turns into Pant's playground. Panto's playground turns into Panto's pits.
Panto's purgatory.
Panto's purgatory.
That's nice, Daradani, with that. That's pretty strong.
Okay, I'll pass that off on my own.
No, I don't like Panto's pile of poo. No, that doesn't work. That's just I mean, especially considering this is not a 3-bet pot. Did McConaughey just call?
Oh, look
my
out.
gosh.
Panto's playground is back. We're back in the game, kids.
What is McConaughey doing with Ace-King?
We're back in the game.
How is that just go check? How did that just go check bet call?
Because he's playing deceptive until he's behind. Do not splash the pot. Everyone will hate you, Panto, and we want to love you. Panto's playground is back, mate. Don't do it.
The purgatory is turned into a playground. How does this happen?
This is really weird. This is such a weird hand.
Like everything about this hand.
Ace-King is really weird here now.
Well, yeah, because now it's. I mean, I don't want to say it's a bluff catcher.
It's not a bluff catcher because, like, he can have.
He can have another
an ace.
Yeah.
But it's weird because now you're like, what am I trying to get paid? Is he?
I mean, now I'm just calling.
Is he ever bluffing me?
Well, yeah. I mean, I think there are bluffs, absolutely. But I think you're calling here. I'm not raising. And the pot is 4.2 million, and now I've got to like kind of evaluate the river depending on the sizing of the bet on the river. I may call, I may fold.
Yeah, Panto can't get it all in. which is a little bit of a mistake here.
Not for Panto. All Panto's done is bet, and bet. I mean, and I think here you go 2.4 million. Remember, you don't.
Wait, he's going to bet. Is he going to bet, or is he just sticking around?
I don't think he's betting, is he? I mean, keep in mind, Panto has no idea that his opponent is ace king.
What's that?
Did he just go like 200,000? And Panto
Shoves.
no time.
Let's go, Panto.
McConaughey just tried to bet 120,000.
Now what do you do if?
No, just tell it. Just say it. Just say it. There you go.
What do you do if you're McConaughey?
No, you have a queen. I thought.
Mamma mia, minchia aveva sto K, bravissimo.
Easy for me. Let's go. Reads are real. Reads are real.
Bravissimo.
Lucky time card. You got broke if it's another queen. Cambio de nivel 30, llegas 80.000.
Nice lay down by McConaughey.
Nice fold.
But really,
Almost fold the turn.
really not too much to. Not too much to be done there. He couldn't stack off with ace king there, could he?
I think Panto might have given off a little bit of a timing tell. Like,
I was the big blind.
McConaughey bet 120,000, which was fairly ridiculous and would probably induce a lot of bluffs. But Panto's instant raise, probably a bit of a live tell.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, and I think also just like the board and the action in the hand is like you are bluff catching at that point. It's still good lay down, still disciplined.
No, yeah. I mean,
also leader.
There are many generations. There are many alternate universes where the chips are in there.
Yes,
I mean,
many. Like pre-flop, I don't know.
It might have gone 3-bet call, and then once
3-bet call the flop, and then it's in.
And then it's in. That's what I mean.
And then we get the queen on the turn for ultimate sickness.
Right.
That would have been amazing.
I mean,
from an entertainment point of view,
Panto,
not amazing for McConaughey.
Right. Panto probably should have 18.5 million chips right now. McConaughey. I mean, that's how I would say it.
500,060.
Well, McConaughey's pumped though. I mean, obviously disgusted that the queen came, but thrilled that he actually was able to get away from it.
For the sake of the dealer, Panto's got to stop splashing the pot. It's like a bit unfair now.
In fairness, I don't think he's being malicious about it. I think it's just that's his personality.
Yeah, but he's got to realise that the poor dealer's got to reach across the table and stack every time.
Oh, Panto back up to over 11 million. It is once again playground time for Panto. He's feeling good.
It's back.
Huh? What did I have? Ace king. Ace king queen flop. He has king queen. Turn queen. I almost fold the turn. Almost fold the turn. King on the river. You got broke.
McConaughey is definitely one of those players who likes to really be in control, and I think that's one of the reasons why he just flatted with ace king, not just for deception purposes, just because he's like, I think I can outplay my opponents post flop, and I want to see what happens, so I can kind of control the narrative. I don't want to get into this massive flip, ace king versus nines. I don't want to get a ton of chips in there with ace king against queen 10, and then be out flopped. I want to control the narrative, and sometimes that can be really, really difficult in No Limit Hold'em because you are trying to control the uncontrollable. Blinds are 80,000, 160,000. So you do the math and you realize we have less blinds in play. Again, there's about 23 million chips in play, so about 150 big blinds in play, which is not as much anymore. It's not a crazy amount anymore, 150. You might think that Vecchiana has just gone to dinner.
Yeah, he just hasn't been part of this.
Which, by the way, if you're Vecchiana, you're kind of loving it.
He's going to be part of it now.
He's probably going to be part of this one. But if you're Vecchiana, he's playing the short stack perfectly. Let you two get involved in every single pot. Maybe something happens and I can just squirt my way into second and then get lucky.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
He's picking his spots.
He's got plenty of chips, though.
That's what I'm saying. He's fine. He's got 30 big blinds,
More.
and he's watching those two battle. Panto quickly calls. He does use his big chips when he has them.
He's still splashing his chips. It's tilting me now.
No. It does bother you. I don't know.
On behalf of the dealer.
I know. Does make her life a lot more difficult.
It's
This pot,
awful.
by the way, this pot's 3.1 million.
Yeah. And Panto hasn't put tons of thought into it yet. See, he must have. Panto has something here. He doesn't have
he
garbage.
He doesn't do this with nothing. But he's very unlikely to have the best hand right now. I think it's very safe to see that Vecchiano's got the best hand. What's the bet size? You want to keep him around. What are you going, 950?
I guess.
950 and then get the rest in on the turn?
I mean, if he's got a pair, he's not folding. So
That's the whole point, right?
If he doesn't have a pair.
Well, I'm saying if he has king queen here, he might call like 900.
No, he's gone my route. Okay,
All
that's
in.
okay. That's tilt.
Yeah.
Okay, that's tilt.
I don't. I don't know if it's tilt for him. Oh well, maybe. I don't know.
It's pretty tilty. He got
Yeah.
3-bet with 5-3.
I just think he likes to gamble.
Yeah,
Yeah.
maybe he just likes to gamble.
Probably how he has all the chips in the first place. He's looking for running hearts, a 5 or a 3. Vecchiana trying to survive here, and he will. Ace on the turn, and that is it. Vecchiana, our new chip leader.
No, is he?
Vecchiana, our new chip leader.
Mica il 5 arriva e prende il culo. Il 5 arriva.
I think Panto just had a read. He's still smiling.
Abbiamo finito.
You think he had a read?
5 arriva e prende
The bloody terrible read.
Yeah, I don't even know if it's tilt. I just think it's
il 5 arriva.
it's who he is. By definition, tilt is like when you play differently than you normally would play, right?
Yeah, so you could.
I think that's him.
Who's this guy?
Well, we've got the tournament director there, and then just
A dude.
but he has a
Oh, staff. He's staff dude. Okay.
he has a staff
okay.
sticker.
Okay. Very good.
He might be the reporter.
He might be a reporter.
Yeah. Maybe a Poker News or Poker Org reporter.
He might own the casino for all I know. I'm just
Um,
just don't know who he is.
Panto is a short stack now, by the way.
Yeah.
But everybody's got chips.
When you stack off for 40 big blinds with 3-5 in a 3-bet pot, you can arrange to be the short stack.
Yeah. He said he had a read. His read was wrong. And listen,
did he say that?
I have respect for that.
Did he say that?
Yeah, he said he had a read.
That's fantastic.
I love that. Listen, how many players have reads and then don't have the courage to go with their read? He had the courage to go with it. It was wrong. Hey, listen, Aaron Baroni is out because he had a read.
Right.
It happens.
Yeah.
To the greats.
I'm not saying it doesn't. I'm just saying probably.
I'm going to petition, though. Panta is so entertaining that if he loses his chips, they give him more.
Yeah, but in bigger denominations.
Yeah.
Because what are we doing here, kids? This is a very long process.
Yeah, well, maybe, look, they're going to give him all the small chips, which is good, because you know Vecchiano won't use them. Again, can somebody find the clip where I say Vecchiano's going to win this tournament?
You keep saying this, but...
Can I give a $33 ticket if somebody finds it?
No. Because this is just like your ego. That's the only thing we're trying to satisfy.
Absolutely.
David, you were very clever to say the man who hasn't won the tournament will win the tournament.
I said it 2 days ago.
Yeah. I said you're very clever.
Lime Ricky says if that ace hadn't come on the turn, we'd be heads up right now. Or chase.
She's going back
Okay.
to something. Is
I
she?
assume.
I don't know what she's going back to.
Oh, there was a 5 on the river, which we wouldn't pay attention to. There you go. Yeah, Pantos did actually make 2 pair on the river.
Oh. I see.
We stopped paying attention to the
Once the result of the pot was in.
Well, once the ace came on the turn, I stopped looking. That makes sense.
So Panto is now the short stack.
On over 40 big blinds, though.
I don't think that's going to stop him getting it in. Just
Are you suggesting that his range does not change, whether he has 60 big blinds, 40 big blinds, or 10?
I'm saying he's not going to be afraid to put his money in.
I think that's a fair assessment. Vecchiana, who was just kind of like waiting in the bushes for a good spots, is now our chip leader. I am very curious to see how Vecchiana plays as the chip leader.
The last hour, Vecchiana's hands all played themselves.
Oh, yeah.
He had ace-jack suited. Raised,
He just didn't do
won
any-
it. Nothing, 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 nothing. Aces double up.
Right, he just didn't push it. I like the way that he just kind of was like, okay.
I don't think he had any decisions. I know
Maybe
you
not.
love him. I know you love him.
I do love him. He's flop top. He's flop two pair. Top two.
You watch how he expertly.
Look at this. It's brilliant. Why did he
The
check
man's a
that?
genius.
Why did he check?
Oh, he's not a genius.
I understand. King on the turn. I am still a big fan of simply just betting when you have a hand. I know I'm a simpleton, but it's always my fallback. You have to give me a really, really strong reason to slow play. Otherwise, I'm just going to bet my hand.
Yeah, my brain's been dumb. Even so, McConaughey made a great laydown with his ace-king. So I was thinking, oh yeah, McConaughey's doing really well. But of course, he did actually lose the pot, so he had 6.7. In my head, he had more.
He just should have lost more.
Yeah, feels like a win, but you still have lost the pot.
Yeah. You can find us on Discord. Oh, by the way, the free roll has begun. It started 25 minutes ago.
Make sure you're playing.
Yeah, registration is open for another 10 minutes or so. Get in there. Password is BCN888FT. BCN888FT. We will likely be here to announce the cashing and even maybe the winner.
We're here till midnight.
11:07 p.m.
We're here till midnight because David Tuchman guaranteed it would finish before 11 o'clock.
11:07.
Yeah. Which means we're here till midnight. Hi, Tower. Hi, Fugs. Hi, Zildremo. Good to see so many of you joining us and chatting along. We've got lots of giveaways still, $33 tickets, and a big boy, a $250 ticket, which gets you into 500,000 guaranteed tournament on 888.
It's just, I mean, every time
you can just win it.
$500,000. I mean, when you think about the bounty that'll be in that tournament, you have an opportunity to win over 100,000.
Yeah, in one hand.
I was talking to Viv about her plans for Vegas. I know that Eastie is coming out and playing the main event. I know Viv is coming out in mid-June to play a handful of events, including the main event. I'll ask the chat, how many of you are coming to Vegas for the World Series of Poker? Nick Wealthall, are you coming?
No.
Come on, Nick.
Working.
You can work from Vegas, you know.
I suppose so.
I mean, you work from home, right?
Sometimes.
So, you can bring your computer
I have
with
to go
you.
and see my clients. They miss me. I have to go and
Have
see
you heard
them
of
and
Zoom?
remind them to give me more money.
Have you heard of Zoom?
No. Stop splashing the pot, dude. Jesus Christ, man. I love you, but stop splashing the bloody pot.
I don't think you're saying it's not going to help.
I'm going to go in there. It's only just over there.
That's okay.
I love you. I'm rooting for you. Stop splashing the pot.
Dowdani, you can go to Vegas for many, many reasons. You can go, there's great hiking there, shows, dinner, poker, whatever you want to do. Whatever your reason is, come on. Vegas is fun.
Cultural edification.
Yes. They even have sports
I
teams.
want cultural edification. I'm going to Vegas.
They even have sports teams now. They have a professional football team and hockey team. And apparently baseball's coming. Fox Force says, can we win tickets here for Vegas?
Yes, you can, with certain conditions. You have to win a ticket, and then you have to win money in the tournament, and then you have to take the money you won in the tournament and buy your ticket to Vegas.
Right. We can say that we are giving you a satellite to get into a tournament, which is a satellite to get into Vegas. That's not really true.
Why is McConaughey folding his button there?
What do they have?
8-7.
I think he probably realizes I don't know.
Oh.
I don't know.
So we're playing 8160, which is a very demanding times table, isn't it?
Yeah, there's about 150 to 160 big blinds in play, somewhere around there. We're not nearly as deep as we once were. Panto going to raise to 430. These raise sizes are enormous. And it does elicit a lot of folds. Like Vecchiana probably doesn't fold too often in the big blind, but he folds there. Daradani will never forgive the Raiders for moving to Vegas. Wow. Strong.
Any slight surprise there's been no twitchings of a deal? There's a lot of money. Surely.
Oh my gosh. There's two constants when you get me and Nick in the booth.
You're going to bang
I will
about
mention
ICM.
ICM suicide. I will use the phrase ICM
and
suicide.
you'll talk about pads.
And I will mention my friendship with pads at least a couple of times.
Yeah.
And Nick will say, why no deal?
Do a deal. I would do a deal.
Nick would make a deal.
So there's 40,000 euros, I think, right, between third and first. 40,000 euros between third and first. But these maniacs think they have control over whether they finish third or first, don't they?
Yeah.
They're all pretty even. I mean, they're all within. What are they, within 3 million of each other? Within 2.5 million?
This is anybody's tournament.
Yeah.
Who runs hot?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And for what it's worth, I know it's very easy to say Panto's on tilt because he called with Queen 6 and he made that play with 5-3. But at the end of the day, truth be told, I don't think he's on tilt at all. I think that's just his game.
No, I don't think. I said it was tilt, but maybe it's just a badly played hand rather than tilt.
Yeah. He just gambles. He went with the read.
Yeah.
Vecchiana raising with deuces. Tough hand to play out of position. Made it 3x for that reason. McConaughey with ace-jack.
I think it's just under 40 big blinds, so I think a call is good here. Obviously, 3-bet can't be wrong, but he does 3-bet.
Does Vecchiana want to put him to the test?
Yeah, I think Vecchiana just gives this up. There's not a lot of mileage in 2s out of position.
Go all in.
Oh, there is a lot of mileage in 2s out of position, says Vecchiana.
He's got a call. Okay. So
You're
McConaughey does
as I am.
3-bet with ace-jack. Earlier on, he did not 3-bet with ace-king against Panto. This time he does 3-bet with ace-jack against Vecchiana, who was the chip leader, by the way. And McConaughey gets a very favorable flop. There aren't many good flops for deuces. This is one of the worst ones. It's a pretty bad one.
They're all bad. Unless they've got a 2 on them, they're all bad.
Right. I mean, it's just... Might check this back if I'm McConaughey. It looks like he's going to bet a little bit, though. The hand is likely over. I think I like to bet. I like to check this once. Just disguise the strength of my holding. I'm just kind of way ahead, way behind.
Yeah, but you want to bluff, don't you?
Yep. Terrible flop for Vecchiana. He does eventually muck.
Look at this. 8.7, plays 7.7, plays 7?
Probably 6.7.
Yeah, 6.7?
Yeah, this is anybody's tournament. It is poker night, 888 poker, Noche de Poker El Festival. 3-handed here in Barcelona. Password for the free roll. Registration closing momentarily. Get in there. BCN888FT. Once again, it's BCN888FT. Blinds 80,000, 160,000. They'll pop up to 100,000, 200,000 in a moment or two. Vecchiano on the button with a premium. McConaughey gets out of the way. Panto. Panto's not going anywhere. Panto could raise this. And it looks like he is just going to call. And an interesting flop, Vecchiano with the overs and the gut shot. Panto with the best hand and a gut shot himself. Nearly $1 million in the pot. Vecchiano checks back. And gets there.
Checks back.
It's amazing.
What a shot.
How does he know? He's so good.
You love him so much.
I do.
You want to kiss Vecchiano on his Patriots hat.
Well, when Vecchiano and I get married, Gemma will be invited. Oh, I just think he's a good poker player. I appreciate talent at the table. Panto calling needs a 7 or an 8. Ooh, running kings. That's actually pretty bad run out here for Panto. He might think he's good. Really good news for Vecchiano. Very bad news for Panto. Maybe a pot size bet here. Make it look bluffy. Remember, Vecchiano did not bet the flop, so it's like, what story is he telling? That he's got exactly king, queen, or ace, king?
Well, that'd be stupid, because that's giving it all away. That is what he's got.
He's going to go a little smaller. I would have sized it up a little bit, but snap call here from Panto. Yeah, running kings, just a tough hand to get away from when you've got 7s here. Vecchiano.
So this is a spot we had on day 1. With Vivian a couple of times, and a lot of players are leading in this spot where you have either a bluff, maybe less so when you have the hand he had, but Vecchiano being able to take a free card there is very, very useful.
I love this guy.
I know, he's the best. Panto for automatic final table inclusion.
Yeah, we should just let him, when he buys in, we just put him at the final table.
Yeah,
with like
average stack at the final table.
I kind of like him being like this overwhelming chip leader, yeah.
Yeah.
I want to thank you all for being here. Got a big crowd. We've got a lot of giveaways still. 5 more $33 tickets to give away. We've got one big boy, the $250. That'll get you directly into the main event. $500,000 guaranteed in that main event. Free roll, by the way. Registration is now closing in 3 minutes. Get in there. BCN 888FT is the password. Hand 66, Panto raising. Vecchiano with the ace-5. We saw him 3-bet with ace-5 suited earlier. How does he play this one? Vecchiano going to call in position. Just under $1 million in the pot. Oh, and everything going Vecchiano's way right now.
I mean, I know you think he's a poker genius, but at the moment...
Fair enough.
At the moment, I could play his hands.
No, I mean, listen, the king-queen hand, everything. It's just... Panto can't beat the board. He's going to take a shot at it. It's unlikely to work. It's my analysis.
So he Vecchiano's done this, I think, 5 times against him, and Panto hasn't picked up on the fact that when he checks the flop, he's checking something of value.
Well, he checked King Queen last time.
Yeah.
Well, I'm saying that wasn't a pair at least last time.
How is that disagreeing with my point?
Well, I thought you said that every time
he's
he
checking
checks
something of value. He's got showdown value.
Right.
He's got King High in a 3-handed pot. Like he's not checking to fold the turn when he's the pre-flop raiser.
Right.
This is like
That's
literally
okay.
the 5th or 6th time this has happened.
Vecchiano just calling.
There's a non-zero chance Panto punts this river.
Fold.
Panda just folded. I'm going to go
He's
with.
gone the other way.
There's a 0% chance.
0% chance he punts the river. He's gone the other way.
Well, listen, he's taking it out of his. He's like, I don't even want to see a river. I fold. I'm drawing dead.
Se no poi mi viene la bolla.
And he is down to this epic slide is almost complete by Panto. Down to 23 big blinds or something.
This is exactly what we expected when we started this final table. Dave McConaughey and Vecchiano, a heads-up battle, right? Well, Pants is like, I am not out yet. Don't read my eulogy just yet. I am going to battle. How many of you do we believe in Panto? Can he do it? Can he come back? If Panto does come back and win this, it will be epic.
It would be amazing.
Yeah. Let's yell with the small blinds. Gonna pop it up a little bit. Yeah, Vecchiano's starting to really pick up some chips, and I think he wants to put a lot of pressure on McConaughey. McConaughey.
Is it just a call?
Just a call. He just wanted to use his small chips.
Just to tilt me. Specifically to tilt me. Jesus, this kid hitting flops is getting ridiculous now.
Yeah.
He's hit every flop.
The only thing about his game that I'm just not a huge. He checks every time he makes something.
Yeah, yeah, agree.
Like
yeah.
the Jack 8, he flopped top 2.
Yeah, he's checking
he checks.
every time. Yeah.
King, he checks. It's just like when he bets, I'm just gonna think he's always got a bluff.
Yeah.
You know. Now he does induce a lot, but it's like it's amazing how nobody's picked up on it.
No, it's working. Yeah.
Right.
The
like
players have not adjusted.
And my first adjustment to his play would be when he bets, I'm gonna raise because he's more likely got a bluff.
Well, the thing that makes poker fascinating is that, you know, people can change their
Of course.
tendency whenever they want, which is what makes it hard.
They can? No, he has to do it always. If I have a read on you, don't change your thing. How do I feel that? Mr. Chips Poker says, has David McConaughey come back from like 750? Yeah, he did.
Yeah, he had 6 big blinds on this final table. He shoved pocket jacks with 6 big blinds. Got a call that he probably shouldn't have got. And then, in terms of the guy probably should have folded the hand, and then ever since then, he's been back and made a very good laydown with Ace King.
Vecchiano going to check again, and now McConaughey's probably going to take the free card and see if he can spike a queen. Or he's going to
stop. They're all using their time banks, David.
Well,
they're using them like they're free candy.
I just assume it's like an easy check. I'm sorry. It's like. Yeah, these time games, it's like, I don't need them. They use them in the most bizarre spots, too.
That's what I'm saying.
He is going to bet, though. He is not going to realize his equity. He is going to bet. He does have a lot of outs. Catch any queen, any ace. I guess that's not a lot. That's 7.
I don't hate the bet because Vecchiano could be playing a lower pair in this way.
Absolutely.
He could be pot controlling with an 8, pot controlling with an ace-5 or something.
No, 100%. The game's easy when you can see the cards. I think we've established that.
Very true.
Like you're going, what are you doing? He's got a king. Just check it back. See if you can hit your queen. I mean, Vecchiano's never folding, right? Right now?
Oh, no. He's so he's at the top of his range, isn't he?
Okay. I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
This pot's now 3.99 million.
The river's a different matter.
Yes.
The river, it gets sticky. If you get shoved on or big bet on the river, it's a different matter.
I was going to say, I mean, if
hard.
the river's a diamond, I'd love to see McConaughey use the diamond. Like, let's say it's a 7 of diamonds or something along those lines. Does McConaughey shove all in? It is a 4. That is not a particularly great bluff card.
Yeah, amazing
6-7 got there.
Amazing card for Vecchiano.
Yeah, I mean, 6-7 got there, but the diamonds missed. Let's see if McConaughey fires one more. Obviously, at this point, he realizes ace-high is not good, has no showdown value whatsoever. And if he wants to win the pot, he's probably going to have to go at least pot size, if not more.
Yeah, he's got to shove if he wants to try and win the pot because nothing's changed here and he can't represent very much.
Yeah, and
so
he gives
just
up.
has to use raw aggression.
And now does Vecchiano start to put the pressure on? He's up to 14.2 million.
I think he's going to start to talk deal. That was just for you. That was just a joke for you.
He's going to look over at the table and go, I have formidable opponents. I am going to talk deal right now.
Talk deal.
Vecchiano had McConaughey had what I like to call bluff outs. He could have caught the queen. He could have caught an ace to win. And I guess in his head, I can catch any diamond and shove, and my opponent will fold. And maybe that was true. Who knows?
Yeah, maybe that was true.
I don't know if he does it or not, but that would have been pretty cool to see. And now suddenly...
Because Vecchiano just had a completely... I'm trying to think back over the final table. Has he had any kind of adversity? He's like...
He had aces early against the chip leader when everybody else was kind of like gambling. Then he had king-queen where we were like, how is he calling? And then he turned the nuts.
He turned the nuts.
Basically.
Yeah.
It was a paired board.
Yeah.
He flopped 2 pair.
Yeah.
He's had aces full of 9s.
He hasn't been drawn out on.
No.
He's just had a completely serene final table.
It's like a day at the spa for him.
And we know he's a good player, but when a good player also has no problems. Oh, dear. Well, how much is it? Hang on.
It's 20 big blinds.
Oh, it's 20 big
More
blinds.
than 20.
Okay.
Although I don't know is it all in or is it just that much?
He said raise.
Yeah, but I don't know how much.
No, but he's trying to put all his chips in. Oh, Jesus Christ.
That's what I mean. I don't know.
It's that much.
But it's, I don't know. I mean, queen 9.
Sir.
It's not as like, it's 22 big blinds. So I don't know if you want to get in with queen 9 with 22 big blinds.
What is that? 1.5 million, did he say? He announced, the dealer announced an amount. I think it was 1.5 million, but I'm not sure. Could be 1.05 million.
1.7. Okay.
7.
He's got 1.9 behind.
Oh.
I don't. I mean, do you want to get 22 big blinds in with queen 9 suited?
I have no idea.
I don't think so. But he's going to use his time banks to think about it. How many did they get?
He's only got 1 left.
Really? I feel like he's had 1 left for like. The guy behind him just keeps slipping them to him.
He doesn't need to take this spot, I don't think. Even
That's
if
what I mean.
He just doesn't like.
I mean, it turns out he's in amazing shape.
Right.
But Panto could have king jack
just
here.
Any king, like
queen jack here. There's so many hands that
any king, any ace.
Right.
Like,
it's just you can find a better spot if you're Vecchiano.
Yeah.
I agree.
What an idiot! He folded queen 9 when Panto had jack 9. Your boy's an idiot.
He's brilliant. Look, I mean, look. The fact that he's wearing a Patriots hat and I still like him.
He must be good.
Right?
No, he's a very good player. We've said this from when we first started watching. Mind you, in their different ways, they all are. Panto is obviously completely unconventional, but he knows how to make his style work for him.
No, and let's
he's been twatted by the deck over the last hour.
Like he's gotten really unlucky.
He got really unlucky.
And let's give Dave McConaughey a little bit of credit as well. I mean,
yeah,
how many players are out of the tournament with that ace-king hand?
Totally, they are. Yeah. And he's come back from a tiny stack, so well done to all of them.
Yeah, there's look at Dave McConaughey wearing his Air Jordan sweatshirt, looking like the stud he is.
His chip stack compared to Panto's step stack is like an exercise in like performance art.
I'm a big believer that if you watch somebody walk a dog, oftentimes the dog and the person kind of look the same. Like it's like, oh yeah, that dog and that person makes sense.
Yeah.
I think if you look at somebody's chip stack and the person,
definitely,
it often makes sense. And I think in that case, it like.
So he's made stacks of chips there, but they're not all the same amount of chips.
How many other? That's 18. That's
There's
19.
Like two
that's
missing
22.
off one of them.
No, that's what I said. That's this personality, 100%.
A legend.
Panto with Jack 7 suited. That much.
Veciano probably has ace jack here.
King Queen.
King Queen, same thing.
I think a fairly trivial all in. I suppose you could just call.
Yeah, I think he's going to want to call because I think he thinks.
No, I like the all in. I really like this.
Oh wow!
You get called by worse. And look at that. He gets snap called by worse.
25 big blinds.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not raising folding Jack 7. Come on.
Of course. No, of course.
You kidding me? No gamble, no future.
Open raise, 3 bet all in and call.
All in here. By the way, there's 8.6 million in this. We could be
we're heads up. Yeah.
We could be. Or we're right back to a kind of an even slate between these three players.
Andy Exxon says he gave up. I think, there's some frustration there. There's some real frustration there, which is...
Yeah. Panto. How about a 5 of clubs for a really nice sweaty card? 5 of clubs for a sweat. Come on. One time. It's the ace. That's not a sweaty card at all.
Do you have
Panto needs an out. Jack 7 of 4. It's the 9, and that's it. Panto has been eliminated. Panto's playground
decimated.
Yes, he is decimated. When we return, we're going to have giveaways. We've got a keyword giveaway already queued up for you.
Where are we going? Are we going off somewhere to be sad that Panto's gone?
Yeah, we are. You know what? Why don't we do a giveaway before we run off the air?
I don't mind. Whatever.
Okay, let's do a keyword giveaway. You had it in the chat. Lime, is it ready? The keyword? We're going to give away 2 here. Mauro Panto, by the way, finishes in 3rd place. Takes home 30,000 euros. Pretty amazing.
And takes home our love.
Yes, he definitely took home my love. He's also invited to my wedding. Add that to the 43,000 that he had earlier that you mentioned.
Yes.
So he's now got nearly 80,000.
I mean, I made that answer up, but yes.
We have no idea. They are heads up. It is Dave McConaughey against Veciano. And it is, it's not necessarily an even fight. McConaughey more than a 3-1 chip deficit. This could go any number of ways. We're going to do this keyword here. Alima said she needs a little bit of time. Okay, so Lime has to clip that hand.
Okay, so let's go.
So we're going to come back. When we come back, we have glorious giveaways, and a lot of them, because we want to make sure that they're gone before the tournament is over. So you don't want to go anywhere. When we come back, heads-up action. We will crown a champion here in Barcelona.
Sí, porfa, que quede bonito así para la foto del César. Esto lo vamos a quitar de aquí. No sé. Haréis foto, ¿no? Gracias ya. Sí. Can I take one photo together, please?
Yeah. Take it a little bit. Yeah, it's early for dinner. It's 8 o'clock.
Not for me, it's okay.
Get something soon.
I'm hungry.
Okay, he's hungry. All right. What are we doing here?
The hands. Thank you.
Thank you. Good luck. I have no idea. To be honest, this whole final table, I've got no concept of how many chips are in play. I know you've got a lot, but I have no idea what that is. Thankfully, we get rid of some of these smaller ones.
Gana 250.
Do we know what chip stack is? Count is?
5.4.
Huh?
5.4, more or less.
5.5, yeah. And you've got... oh, if the average is 11, that means there's 23 million in play, so you've got 18 or something. 17, 18.
17.
Cool. All right. Seems fair fight. Right, blind, what we got? Might be. Am I small blind or big blind?
Era, el botó s'ha quedat abans d'aquí. Hauria d'haver mogut al que ha quedat.
Sí, ahí le tocaba ese botón.
Sí.
Eso vol dir que ella paga la gran.
Ella ha pagat la gran.
Sí.
Small and big blind, okay?
I'm big, yeah? Okay. 160, right?
Yep.
Vale. Espera.
No, there's no ante. Stays
Ah,
there.
yeah.
What's your name, bud?
Pau.
Pau? Good luck,
You?
Pau. David.
Okay.
Good luck.
És veritat que ara no hi ha...
Good luck to you.
M'ha dit que m'esperi.
Y sense ante. Tienen ya con eso.
Hello, and we are back. That's right. Hello. In Barcelona at Heads Up Play. Panto's playground. No longer. Pandemonium. Pants down. Call it what you will, but he is out in third
I feel
place.
sad. I really feel sad.
I miss him already. He'll take home 30,000 euros. He actually wants you to come to dinner. So
I'll see you later.
Nick Walthall's gone. No. We're heads up battle here. We've got Pal Vecchiana versus Dave McConaughey. And more than a 3-1 chip advantage for Vecchiana. It'll be interesting to see how these players navigate this. I suspect it will be a very different heads-up battle between these two players than it would have been had Panto still been here. Fair to say?
Definitely fair to say.
Yep.
Smaller pots, longer thinking times, less musical tunes hummed to themselves, less excited body language, and just sort of sadder.
Everything's sadder without Panto.
Exactly.
No slight against these guys, of course. But Panto makes everything better.
Who have we got on the rail? We've got Jordan and Chris shouting on Dave.
Yeah, look at that. Chris Antigua cheering him on. I love it. I love it. They love Dave McConaughey. Can he win it? He's got a lot of work to do. Although, we always point this out. I mean, he is one double up away from basically drawing even.
Right, exactly.
It's probably not going to happen in this hand, but who knows? We've got a keyword giveaway. Lime, is the keyword ready? We're going to give away 2 tickets here. Free roll, by the way, going on right now. Good luck to those of you. You've got a lot of pressure on you. Andre Pinta and Max, back-to-back winners of the free roll. Can you do it too? Double barrel here from Vecchiana. Both these players, by the way, have guaranteed themselves $43,000. The keyword is ready. Lime, let's run it.
What is it? You're supposed to say what it is. It's pants down.
I was waiting for you. I wanted to give you some work.
Oh, thanks. Pants down.
Get your pants down, everybody.
Pants down.
You do not have to have your pants down to actually win this. You
Yeah,
can
you
keep
do.
your pants
Yeah,
on.
you do. You
No,
have to be down.
no, you do not.
Yeah, they have to be down.
Beautiful trophy. 888 poker. These 888 live events always giving out amazing trophies.
If you want to increase your chances of winning, take your pants down and shout, "I love Panto."
That will not help you.
I'm pretty sure it'll help you. Let's find out who wins and then ask them if they did it, all right?
Okay.
Science.
Nick Ralthall single-handedly taking science back decades.
How's that? Wow. That's not. It's a proper test.
Blinds 8160. They'll pop up to 100, 200. I still feel really good about guaranteeing that this tournament is over at 11:07 p.m. or earlier.
It should be okay. But you never know.
I'm definitely
I count
okay.
no chickens at any point. So something very important has happened that is a bit poker technical and nerdy. I'm being told, I haven't been able to see the table, but I'm being told that we've taken out the ante heads up.
Yes.
Now, this is a very important improvement that we've made to the structure because in the last few heads up we've had, there's been a lot of incentive for players to limp the button, which has made for a lot of smaller pots and very long, boring heads up battles. And so hopefully by removing it, we should get more action. And we've got a bit of an action board here, potentially.
Yeah, it's really funny. Daniel Negreanu talked about this, and I know you brought that up once.
He did.
Your initial reaction to, oh, there's ante. Well, I should be more aggressive because there's more in the pot to go get. But in actuality, and what Daniel Negreanu pointed out, it was really smart, obviously, he's Daniel Negreanu, was that because I don't want to fold any of my hands.
Can't fold anything on the
because
button.
I can't fold anything on the button. I have to limp almost everything.
Because
And I can
otherwise,
only raise,
I'm just limping my bad hands.
Right. I can only raise basically with my really bad hands and my absolute premiums. And I'm limping a whole bunch of other hands because I don't want to ever fold because there's so much in there.
And so what we were seeing in our heads-up matches was lots of limp pots with substandard hands for both players, so they didn't connect with the board, so the pots never got big, and the heads-up matches were not great. So I think we've taken out the ante. If we have, I think that's good.
Yeah. So it's kind of weird. You take out the ante, and the game actually goes a little bit faster because of that, but also because the players are a little bit deeper with no ante, the levels are now 30 minutes long.
Cool. Vecchiana raising here with the straight draw.
Yeah, I really like it. And put a lot of pressure on McConaughey, and McConaughey's going to call with a gut shot. And the over.
He hit one before.
Yeah, he loves the gutters. Who doesn't love a belly buster? I was about to say, what does Vecchiana do when he misses?
We don't know. We don't know. We haven't had a chance to find out this final table.
Yeah, like chapter 4 of Vecchiana's book, which is what to do when you miss. What? Get your pants downs in the chat. We're going to be giving away 2 tickets, like, now. So get them in.
Still got a $250 ticket to award as well. That's coming.
It is. We've got to give it away. I'm not allowed to leave the casino with it.
I don't see a lot of future for McConaughey here. There's 2.5 million in the middle, sure, but he only has a gut shot, and he doesn't have. I can't think of a. Like what bluffs can he make that have a chance of success here? That get a better hand to fold. It's tough.
But he made the gut shot earlier, so he wants to use it again. How many does he have?
I think they get more time cards heads up. Yeah.
We got rid of the ante. I'm going to petition them also. We need less time cards.
We've got winners, David Tutman.
We got winners. I love winners. Who won? It is
Daz Blues.
Daz Blues and Kushunik, 78.
Well done, winners.
Yeah, you've each won a $33 ticket. I mean, I feel like the players have mostly used these time cards in pointless situations. And the fact that they still have more screams they have too many. More than a 4-to-1 chip advantage, by the way, for Vecchiana.
Time to talk deal. Yes, it is, and
they're negotiating a dinner break.
Oh, I don't understand.
Did they just start?
Why would you have a dinner break?
Also, don't you eat dinner in Spain at like 10 o'clock? It's only 8 o'clock.
Why not play it out?
Well, at least play it out. I would play it out until it was like, let's say McConaughey doubled up, and they're a little bit deeper, and then it's like 10 p.m. I might want dinner then. Clear my head a little bit. But if they want dinner, it's their tournament. They want dinner, they get dinner.
Wait, it's their tournament?
It's their tournament.
Oh.
Their money, their tournament. Blinds are 100,000, 200,000. So we're going to play out this level, and then I believe from what they just said, they're going to go on a 45-minute dinner break. But that's only if they get there. We don't know if they get there.
Yeah, anything could happen.
I mean, keep in mind, McConaughey only has like 25 bigs. No, 20 bigs, sorry.
20.
Yeah, I mean. If you're missing Panto, if you're missing Panto and you want instant fun, go to us on Instagram.
If you're missing Panto.
Yeah.
Who isn't?
Just inject him directly into my veins.
I think what would be really interesting here is if McConaughey changed style. So he's been playing like real kind of small ball, control the pot size poker. And I think it's kind of hard to have an edge on Vecchiana doing that. I'm not saying it's impossible, but Vecchiana is a really good player, and he also likes to play that style. From what we've seen, I think with 20 big blinds, you can, start shoving.
Yeah, the hardest thing for many poker players, I think, is the ability to be honest with yourself and the ability to honestly assess one's ability. The whole like, well, I should be I should be upping my variance because my opponent might be better than me or more experienced than me. That's really difficult and frankly, also hard to figure out. You don't even know based on what you've seen or based on what we've seen. We still have 3 $33 tickets and one $250 ticket left. It could end at any moment. So should we give away tickets? What do you think, Nick? Or are you fairly certain we're going to be here for a little
I'm
while?
absolutely certain this is not going to end at any moment.
The flop comes out 6, 7, 10.
Still doesn't end. Well, we can always get rid of the tickets.
We can always get rid of them.
Yeah, people want them.
Yeah, good point. In the
Also,
chat,
we just gave away 2. I mean,
we did. I
come
know.
on, they can't be that desperate, surely.
Fair enough. Vecchiana checking the 9. McConaughey now hits a 7. Both players the pair. How's everybody getting on in the free roll? Registration is closed for that. If you forgot to register, that's on you. Don't get mad at us.
Just a word on Dave McConaughey.
Yes.
He's a very experienced player, very experienced live player. That's pretty obvious. 900K in tournament earnings, including a couple of results in 888 tournaments. Significant cash in Coventry in October last year.
Oh, so he's on a hot run.
And also a 4th in the UKPL in Reading last year.
Look at that.
Yeah.
Okay. Like I said, the guy's a stud.
You did say he's a stud. Studliness confirmed.
Nope. Betting a call, by the way. Hard to imagine either player going for value here. Both players probably hoping that their one pair is good. We can see that Vecchiana's 9s are best. Does go to showdown. And Vecchiana's going to show McConaughey the bad news. And McConaughey now dips below to about 18 big blinds.
Yeah, he's a good player, experienced player. I'm sure he'll know that at some point he's going to have to start ripping it. 18, definitely not essential to rip it. You can play different ways, but let's see.
No, yeah, I mean, both players might actually make the adjustment to start limping on the button. You make that adjustment always with the antes, but even without the ante, when you're this short, it's not the worst idea in the world to start developing a limping strategy. We'll see if these players do it or not. Vecchiana on the big blind with ace-5. Ooh, McConaughey with ace-queen. The chips could go in. They don't have to, but they certainly could. McConaughey raising. Do the chips go in here? They do. What a dream scenario for McConaughey. It looks like he is going to get the full double up. Well, 27% of the time, this tournament's over.
Yep.
Is it over here?
It's got to hold.
McConaughey raising, inducing the bluff, ace versus ace, under 20 bigs. 7.5 million in there. This is a very significant pot for obvious reasons. There's an ace. So even if you see the flop, there's no way you're getting away from it here.
No, not with this stack.
5 ends it. There are some chop outs. Nothing now, though. Now there are some chop outs. King would chop it. 10 would chop it. An ace would chop it. A 5 Does nothing. And it's the 6 of spades. Full double up there for McConaughey. He's up to $7.5 million. Vecchiana on $16.2 million.
Lot of Let's Go Daves. I mean, they're all from Nobody Chris, but he'll still take it.
Yeah. McConaughey on a run. I didn't realize. So very impressive to have done so well in the UK. Not a surprise. I mean, it's obviously he plays poker. He's obviously quite good. And he's got a formidable opponent across the table in Vecchiana. And as Argentum points out, this is starting to look like a battle. Yeah, absolutely. There aren't as many chips in play as you might think, as the blinds have escalated. We've only got about 115 bigs in play. Most heads-up matches end when there's about 80 big blinds in play, 70, somewhere in that neighborhood. Obviously, there's outliers. I'm going to defer to the mayor of Tickettown.
What's up?
We're in an interesting conundrum. It's heads up. So this
What's
tournament
the conundrum?
this tournament could theoretically end at any moment.
Yeah, and then we'll just give away the tickets. What's the problem?
Well, that would mean that the tournament ends.
Yeah.
The climactic ending.
Yes.
Bye from Barcelona. Oh, wait, we've got tickets to give away. That's.
But you're mistaking what our viewers think the climax is. The climax is the last ticket, not the
Right, but that also
not the
means
trophy.
that right when the tournament is over, and we're ready to say goodbye.
Yeah.
You, Nick Wealth, will have to work longer.
Keyword champion. Let's go. Run it. Boom. We're out.
Well, in that light, though, then should we play a game of Dave Thinks? Because that one takes a little longer.
You being Dave.
I am Dave. Or Tuck. Either way. You call me whatever you want.
I'm going to call you David like your mama did.
There you go. Because that game might take longer than the keyword game.
Yes, but that game's for the big ticket.
It is, but
when this gets to dinner break, as it inevitably will, how are we getting them to come back?
Ooh.
There's no way this finishes before dinner. No chance.
You keep saying that.
0 chance. 0%. There's a 0% chance.
It's
this
less
finishes
likely
before
now,
dinner.
of course. It is
never likely.
far more likely, far less likely.
Oh, sorry.
Nick is very calm about all this. Lime is not.
Lime's, has that positive innocence.
I mean, you realize
of a woman who thinks a tournament can just end really quickly.
If this flop was King 7-3 instead of Ace 7-3,
but it isn't.
A lot of chips are going in.
But it isn't, and it won't be.
Instead, it's just 3 hearts and no chips are going in.
Now that they've decided to have a dinner break, we're screwed for finishing it before dinner break. That's just the way it works.
Right. Okay.
Trust me.
45-minute dinner break. What can you do in 45 minutes?
Go to the casino restaurant, order some food, get sleepy.
Vecchiana.
Why is Lime surnaming me? She's surnaming me.
Oh.
Wealthall, she's calling me.
Game Changer asking if the players have a choice. They most certainly do. Did McConaughey call the turn?
Yeah.
King High will sometimes be the best hand here, but
King
there's
High seems fine.
no heart, no nothing. Okay. Maybe a little sticky.
Heads up, man.
Now, this is a pretty easy bet here from Vecchiana. I mean, 2 pairs, very, very strong hands. And now McConaughey's hit a king and might actually lose some chips. Vecchiano very deliberate. I do maintain, I think that the time extensions are meaningless if they have limitless ones.
That is true. I'm going to take the difficult decision to use one of my 800 time cards.
I'm surprised. So it went check on the flop. It went bet call, and now McConaughey's actually betting for value. Right? Yeah, he's betting for value with a king and gets snap called by 2 pair. Look at this. Vecchiano gets value from his opponent when his opponent bets second pair.
Yeah, and it all seems fair enough, really.
Yeah.
Probably quite a good bet on the ends.
He bet pot. The second pair, no kicker.
Yeah. Maybe trying to make it look a bit bluffy. I mean, it's a very hidden 2 pair and very unlikely. You know, you can't play results, can you? Very unlikely that he had 2 pair there.
Right, or an ace, I guess.
The only thing is, as we've discussed, it is a little bit worrying when he was aggressive, then he checks this Guyana, because he always does it when he makes a hand. So far at this final table.
Well, I think he won the maximum by checking the river. Well done check there from Vecchiano, who's back to, I think we're back to where we started our heads-up battle. A little bit more than a 3-1 chip advantage for the gentleman on the right side of your screen. So apparently the players are going to play this level and then another 30-minute level before the dinner. So they are going to give it a little chance.
Oh, they changed it.
They changed it. So we're going to play a little bit more poker.
Sanity prevails.
In light of that, should we do a giveaway, Mr. Mayor?
In light of that, we can do the big boy giveaway as soon as I've thought of a question, which I'm just doing right now.
So this one is going to be, first of all, he thinks of a question. I will just throw out the rules out there. It's very simple, but it means a lot. So I want to make sure that you get it right. You can answer the question in YouTube or over on Twitch. You can only answer once. One answer. That's it. You can't answer once in each chat. You can answer once. And Lime Ricky rules the chat and rules these contests when on Iron Fist. So don't mess it up. We're giving away a $250 XL Spring Series main event. This is a $500,000 guaranteed tournament. We are giving you a ticket to play in that tournament. $250. Again, you can only answer once. Google will not help you unless you think that Google and I agree.
It won't help you on this one.
Well, there you go. So it's just a matter of trying to climb inside my brain and guess what I know, right? Whatever I think the answer is the answer. Whether it's the most ridiculous answer in the world, it doesn't matter. It's whatever I think. Hence the game being called Dave Thinks. So we're going to hand out that we're going to do this $250 contest, and we'll hold on to these $33 bad boys.
So it's time to make this all about you, David Tuckman.
It's so uncomfortable when you do that.
I know you hate it.
Ooh.
You will soon be flying to America.
Yes. 13 hours from now.
Chat, your answer must end in a 0, or I give Lime the right to disqualify you. Your answer must end in a 0. Probably 00, actually. David, how many miles will you fly this year? How many miles will you fly in 2025?
Okay.
Chat, how many miles will David Tuckman fly in 2025?
Okay, you cover
Nearest wins a $250 ticket for playing a $500,000 Shut the Front Door tournament. Lots of luck. I hope you win it. Remember, Jedamona has already won one, so he can't take your fun away. Dow Donny, however, has not won a ticket today or tomorrow, so he's a big threat. But maybe it'll be a new winner. Answers in round numbers to make Lime's life at least tolerable. How many miles will David Tuckman? Well, how many miles does David Tuckman think he will fly this year? As we see, Vecchiano cool here with a queen overcard, backdoor spades, backdoor straight draw, and the queen might be good. We're playing heads up poker after all. Happy Racers doesn't understand miles. You can figure it out in miles, can't you, David?
I can.
We're in Europe, so
I can do this.
actually, Europe's gone. But I'm British, that's why it's miles. I'm sorry, but that's what we're doing. So McConaughey's betting here, presumably not to get a pair to fold, because that doesn't happen very often. Presumably to get value from king high, and maybe queen high, and maybe draws. Jack pairing the board does make it more likely that the ace is the best hand. We can see that that is the case.
My answer's in.
David Tupman's answer is in. Wish you luck, players.
Skeet Skeet says it's a trick question. David walks everywhere. That's
David
right.
walks
I took the
everywhere.
boat here. I hate flying. No, not true.
Is your answer what you think?
Yes.
It is. Okay, fine.
That is what I think. I'm obviously anticipating where I might go this year, adding into where I've already been.
That's it. That's the equation.
5 months into the year with 7 months left. Where have I been? Where will I go? Oh, the places you'll go.
If you could talk, the stories you could tell. You know what I mean?
Yes, of course. Lime. It's official. Nick and Tuck both hate Lime today. No.
Oh.
We love you.
All the answers are between 0 and 200,000. What's wrong? It's fine.
It's really not that hard.
Not that hard.
No.
Just guess what David's written down here and you win.
Right. Riveting heads up battle between our British and Spanish pros. Clearly very talented poker players. There's a 10. There's a... Vecchiano's going to win this because he doesn't miss. It's unreal.
He's definitely had a nice final table. He has had a nice final
10-5
table.
offsuit. Yeah, I'll call the raise because I'm going to flop top and bottom pair. Like, what is this? And I know that sounds like I'm like...
He's had a very good final table.
Right, I'm somehow saying he's not a good player. No, he's a great player, and
two things can be true.
he's running really well.
Okay, more equity for McConaughey.
Yeah. I like betting quite large here if I'm Vecchiana. It's a pretty wet board. I mean, you've got straight draws out there. You've got flush draws out there. I want to get value from ace high. I want to make it look like I'm kind of trying to buy it. And I'm basing my bet size based on the texture of the board. I also want to build a pot because I happen to have it. He's going to go 300,000, so he goes 75% pot. And McConaughey's actually picked up a huge draw. Can win this with an 8 or spade. And he might think that he can win it with a jack or a 9. He doesn't know that his opponent has 2 pair.
Yeah, absolutely.
Vecchiana makes the call. 1 million in there. 8 or spade for McConaughey. It's a 4. Not really much going on there. I would imagine this is just value bet and a fold, but we'll see. Vecchiana has surprised me many times before. Yeah, these players are very deliberate. So we're playing 30-minute levels. So heads up, you'd think you'd get a lot of hands in per level.
Not at this pace of play.
But we might only get like 4 hands in a level.
Yeah. It's pretty slow, unfortunately.
Stark contrast to the way Panto plays.
I miss him. He was everyone's favorite.
Oh. Yep. 1.2 million chip bet. McConaughey lets it go. Back to about a 3-1 chip lead for the Spaniard. Vecchiano trying to keep this trophy home. UK and Spain have had many battles over the years. This is just another one. Hey, how many of you guys are playing the XL Spring Series? Or planning on playing it? How many of you playing the opening event? $109 for that opening event.
Yeah. Going on right now, I think. Last chance to enter the big boy, huge giveaway, $250 ticket. You need to guess how many miles David Topman thinks he's going to fly this year in round numbers. How many miles does David Topman think he will fly this year? If you're closest, you're going to be playing the XL Spring Series main event. Wit Woo.
Pair of deuces here for Powell. Dave with a gut shot, backdoor hearts. Who is still in the free roll, everybody? Crown Pilgrim still in there. Not quite in the money yet. We're getting there, though.
Good luck. You're still in.
Get your answers in. The contest has been closed. That's it. Contest is closed. The last $250 ticket to be given away. Who will win it? We'll announce that shortly. Once again, McConaughey picking up a draw on the turn. Can win this with a 4 or a heart, or just getting Vecchiano to fold, which certainly could happen. Vecchiano with just a pair of deuces.
I mean, it does feel like they're taking almost all of the time, every decision. I don't quite understand why they're acting so slowly.
Because they hate you.
Well, the viewers is who I care about.
Vecchiano betting 500,000, and look at this, McConaughey dialing up the raise. I do like it. I think if you're going to continue with this hand, play it as a strong raise and really put the test to Vecchiano. Vecchiano probably wishing he had checked it back. He's getting 3-1 on the call. He's, obviously realizes his opponent's going to have some draws, but he does have the jack of hearts. You don't really want to have that heart in your hand. You'd rather it be in your opponent's hand. You also realize that even if you are ahead, your opponent's got a ton of equity no matter what they have.
Well, ton of equity and then also a ton of bluffing equity on the river. Like, there's so many cards that can come that you just have no clue whether your pair is good or not.
Big hand there.
Which is what makes heads up very difficult. The ranges are wider, makes it really tricky.
Translate.
So for dinner, we have a refreshing chicken Caesar salad. Good for the springtime. I also have monkfish curried. It's a very meaty fish. Absorbs the spice really, really well. You can see over there that they're just preparing it. I have one portion of that. So first come, first served on the monkfish. And then we also have charcuterie, you can see over there. I have one charcuterie board again. First come, first served. Up to you. Completely up to you which you go for. Dave is saying, I'm intolerant to cheese. Dairy's fine. I just have a weird thing with cheese. Can I get the monkfish? So Dave's getting the monkfish. Okay, we play on.
Huh? I see a pair of aces. There were two very small cards with very few dots on them, but they were not two aces, strangely enough. Hopefully you had aces.
Powell still with a more than a 2-1 chip lead, but this is
You beat 4 high?
one of the high points of David McConaughey. Was on 37 big blinds, 7.5 million.
This just in.
Yes.
How to pronounce Dave's surname? McConaughey.
McConaughey.
And that's come from Emma Mack. C, no relation.
Are we sure there's no relation?
That was a joke.
Oh.
I think it's near certain that it's a relation.
Believe it or not, I've actually been told by some people how to pronounce some people's name, and I'll be like, oh, that's weird because they told me to pronounce it this way. And they'll be like, oh, well, they're wrong. Like, oh, you're telling me that they're wrong. They don't know how to pronounce their own name. But if Emma is related to Dave, then I'm certain Emma probably knows. So thank you, Emma. Appreciate that. If not related, then, well, you never know.
Could be wrong.
You could be wrong.
Could have the same surname but pronounce it differently.
Right. Either way, thank you for your contribution. We do appreciate it. We closed the contest. We're gonna be announcing a winner fairly shortly. Blinds 100,000, 200,000. I believe they're gonna pop up to 120, 240, maybe 153. I'm not sure exactly what the next level is. We'll find out. Get a raise. Get a quick fold. Again, no antes in this heads-up battle, but levels are just 30 minutes long. How did we get here? Well, we got here very quickly. Came back today for the final table at 4:15 p.m. local time. That's just 4 hours ago, 4 hours and 21 minutes ago, to be exact. And Panto did most of the work. Panto eliminated most of the players, but a couple of hands, a gut shot later, and Panto found himself out in third. He took home 30,000 and our love.
Very much so.
And we are here heads up between these two beasts. Blinds are 125, 250. I was wrong on both counts. Blinds are up. We now have less than 100 big blinds in play. McConaughey, by the way, or McConaughey. McConaughey is now, despite the fact that he chipped up, is actually once again really not that deep, just over 20 big blinds. 27 to be exact. Vecchiano, by the way, does not have a folding range in the button, despite the ante.
Ah, yes. Oh, he did fold. You're wrong.
Right, but he limped in.
Oh, there was a raise.
Yeah, he limped and then there's a raise. I'm having this hilarious conversation with my wife, by the way.
Oh, yeah, what's going down? Bears?
No, so there's just like a spring hockey game, and my kid's hockey coach, apparently his wife had a baby. So they've reached out to me to ask me if I could coach today, because they know I'm a hockey coach. I said, fortunately, I'm in Barcelona. Can't coach. Fortunately, I'm in Barcelona. Can't coach.
Shut up about hockey, David Tuckman. We've got 2 real hands. Okay. Things are about to happen. Hold your story.
There's going to be a bet. 90-second tank.
Check fold.
Check fold. So they've reached out to me to ask me if I could coach. I said I was in Barcelona.
Yeah.
And I suggested, why don't you ask my wife? My wife was going, what are you talking about? I don't even know how to open the door.
Well, for hockey?
Yes. You'll figure it out.
There's a puck. Chase it around.
Back over to McConaughey. I hope I'm getting it right, Emma.
McConaughey. But we're going off one person's word. And then she said she wasn't even related, so God knows. I know.
I'm going to stick it with McConaughey.
Are you?
I feel like I'm close enough. Wow, what a play here from Dave, though.
Well, he has an ace heads up.
Yeah. And he's saying, but he's like 27 big blinds deep. Look at this. I thought these players were going to play a little bit more small ball, but no. I think maybe they want to see. Exciting moment in this. And I think it's...
Well, the 3-betting King 10 suited is actually a slightly odd choice of hand to 3-bet for this reason. Oh, he didn't 3-bet. It was a limp. Okay, that makes much more sense. So the button was limped. Is that right?
I believe so.
Yeah, okay, that makes more sense. Because I was going to say 3-betting after a raise with King 10 suited is slightly unusual.
You can certainly do it, but I get your point.
Dominica cashed the free roll. Oh, he's all in. Here we go.
All in. Oh, wow. Look at this. This is
suddenly
a game of chicken.
Suddenly we get action.
I kind of love this. This is the game of chicken. Both players, neither player really loves their hand. But it's just, I don't believe you. You don't believe me. I don't believe you. Don't believe me. And now Dave's got to decide, does he want to stick in his last $5.6 million with just ace high? This pot's 18 million chips. Not really, because Vecchiano's all in for another 5.6.
Does this fall under your category of if you're going to 3-bet and open the betting here, you've got to know what you're going to do if you get shoved on? Does it fall into that category?
Yeah.
I think it does.
Nah. It doesn't mean you can't think about it for a second or two, but I just go back to it's like, you understand that if you do A, B might happen. Well, then if you do A, it's like making a chess move and being like, wow, I never thought you'd move your horse there. Well, that was clearly a chance. Like, you didn't see it, maybe it might happen. You 3-bet, he 4-bet. Okay. The fact that he folds, and what a play here from Vecchiano. He picked up 1.7 million with no flop, and now back to pretty much exactly where we started, heads up. This is where we started. The only difference, though, the blinds are up. The blinds are up. Should we award our ticket? You asked me a question.
I asked you a question, David Tuckman.
Yes.
My question was, how many miles are you going to fly in 2025?
Well, I had to, I figured, I flew here. Round trip, it's probably about, 11,000 miles. I'm hoping to go to London in September. Another 10,000 miles round trip. We have apparently a surprise 888 possibility for later this year. I'm an optimist. I'm going to add 10,000 miles to that as well.
Mm-hmm.
And then I added 10 round trip flights to Vegas
Okay. 10.
10.
You're like commuting, basically.
I go back and
Series
forth a
time.
lot to
Yeah,
Vegas.
Yeah.
Between 888 rides and between the World Series of Poker.
He's keeping you hanging on, viewers here.
I
He's
travel.
going to tell you what
I will get
in-flight meal he's getting on each flight.
Right. I try to get the kosher meal always. I travel a few times a year to visit family, and I also travel a bunch with my kids' hockey. Just mentioning the hockey coaching thing. And when you add it all up, it comes to the astounding number of 48,750, which is really crazy when you think about it.
48,750, or 15 times around the world. That is the exact right answer, David Tuckman. Well done to you. If you guess something like 48,750, you might be playing in the Spring Series main event. The person who is playing in the Spring Series 500k guarantee main event is DF906. DF906.
Oh, DF906. Congratulations.
48,000 guests, just 750 miles out. You are the winner. Well done.
That's amazing.
Well done.
And they put 3 zeros at the end of their answer because they love lime. That's fantastic. Well done, DF906. You are playing in the $500,000 XL Spring Series main event. Good luck to you. Skeet says, subtle brag. Just say it's 0. Can't be 0. I'm in Barcelona. I live in L.A. I mean, how did you think I got here?
Say it's 0.
It can't be 0.
Well, there was the coach ride to Barcelona. That was a bitch.
Right, but how did you think I got here? I mean, it's like 11,000 miles round trip to here.
Yes, good luck with the ticket, DF906. And all of our ticket winners. I hope you spin them up into magnificent things, a.k.a. cash.
Vecchiano's really doing a good job of winning kind of the small ones. We saw McConaughey double up with ace-queen earlier on when they were down to about 18 big blinds. But as I mentioned 3 days ago, it is Vecchiano's tournament to lose.
As I mentioned 3 days ago. Vecchiano has the best sneakers we've seen at this tournament.
Strong sneaker game.
Very good sneaker. Don't know what they are, but they're kind of cool.
By the way, you're British. You call them sneakers, not trainers.
I'm very Americanized.
You are.
Trainers is like a rubbish word. Sneakers is a cool word.
Do you call it sweater or?
I don't like sweaters or jumpers. I don't really own them.
Hoodies?
Hoodies, yeah.
Hoodies, okay. Not sweatshirts?
Yeah, I'd call that a hoodie, yeah.
Right.
That's English, right?
The sneaker is very American, though. Trainers is like...
I like the word sneakers.
No. But he has strong trainer game. Or sneaker game. What's up, everybody? It's all good, Skeet. We love you. Formici, hello. Hello, Doc Matouche.
Yeah, thanks for being with us on this Sunday. Hope you're playing some poker while you watch.
Good news, by the way. Yeah, the XL Spring Series starting today. We also do have satellites. 3 $33 satellite ticket giveaways. Those can be used to get into the XL main event if you win. It's a $33 satellite to get into the main event. So don't want to go anywhere just yet. We've got this exciting heads-up match, and, of course, those. More than a 3-to-1 chip advantage for that man right there. It's Tom Brady's cousin.
What if it is? Do they look like him? It's quite hard to tell what he looks like because he's constantly got his mouth covered and cap down.
Probably. Dave. Am I pronouncing that right? Dave open-ended here.
It's the air.
Dave. Pau. Vecchiana with the queen high. Wonder if Dave is setting up a check raise in the turn like he did earlier when he picked up the draw. These players are very deliberate. Pau reached for chips and then checked. And queen high is good. $1 million up for grabs in the middle. Who wants it? Queen high is good. We've seen some crazy calls. Is there a world where Dave bets this for as a bluff and Pau calls? I might call with queen high. You know the
saucy bugger.
Well, I mean, you just got to kind of look through a paired board. My opponent never bet. I don't think they're betting an ace for value here. I think an ace would be showdown. Right? King as well. It's like, what are they betting here?
Potentially
any pair.
Potentially would bet an ace for value. Potentially. We are heads up.
A really good player, I think, would probably bet an ace for value, but it's close. Many players don't bet aces or kings here.
This is kind of one of those superstar plays, but you can also see the logic to get there.
Yeah.
We know that Vecchiana has it in him.
I mean, Dave checked the flop and checked the turn. What hand is he doing? Well, he does let it go. It's a nice bluff from Dave, but when you think it through,
nice bluff.
There is certainly a chance. I don't think, I'll put it this way, I don't think Dave is bluffing with an ace or a king. Right? Ace is a value bet. King is showdown. So queen is a bluff catcher there.
Yeah. Maybe that will encourage Dave to take a few more risks.
I assume we're getting a dealer change here? Okay. Take a look at the leaderboard here. David.
3-1. Time to talk deal. Make a saving.
It never gets old.
Make a saving. Look up some money.
It just never gets old. What are they playing for, you ask?
Oodles and oodles of cash.
26,500 euros.
That's quite a punchy heads-up battle.
Right? Have you ever played heads-up for $26,500?
I have not. I like how we keep the graphic up as to how many players there are left out of 459. I like that. Commitment. 2.
I like that we still have the red chips on the table. It's good. Kind of random.
So basically, if we get through the next 15 minutes of poker and we get to the dinner break, when we come back from dinner break, it'll be 10 o'clock. And you guaranteed an 11 o'clock finish
11:07.
11:07 time. You're going to be nervous, surely.
Not nervous at all.
You're going to be nervous.
Not even slightly nervous. I told you, guaranteed. It's over by 11:07 p.m. or your money back.
I don't know what you base that on.
Logic and math, my friend. Logic, math, and science.
Logic, math, and science.
Despite the fact that you deny science time and time again, I'm here to demand that it exists. Hand 88. Blinds are 125,250. We'll spike up to 153, by the way, next. And, by the way, the chips could go in here. David McConaughey is not that deep at this point.
No,
this could absolutely go in.
22 big blinds. He probably should be shoving. Vecchiana is limp to take the shove away.
Just don't have him taking it away. Still shove. You can still do it.
It becomes a much less tempting play, though.
Yeah, there's less in there.
You're shoving 5.6 to win 500,000, and when you get called, you're probably in trouble.
Right. He's going to raise. I mean, but Vecchiano might 3-bet all in.
Yeah. No, now Vecchiano can decide.
Yeah. I mean, Vecchiano's not limping to fold King 10 suited.
No.
It's his favorite hand.
He's definitely not folding.
I mean, this could be it. Don't worry, everybody. We know we have 3 tickets left. We're not going to hold on to them. We're giving them away no matter what happens. All in. That's why you just move all in with the 6s. I mean, there's okay. I will say the ace. He made the call. He makes the call, and it's King 10 versus 6s. We could be done. This could be it. 49-51. Who do you want? Which side?
Unfortunately, we're on a delay, so I can't.
I will take the King 10.
I can't play the game with any honesty.
I'll take the King 10. I think it ends here.
All right. I'll take the 6s.
49-51. Once again, I'm taking the worst of it.
You always take the worst of it. I don't really understand why.
I like you. Pow, looking for running 5s, running spades, or a king or a 10. 11.8 million in the pot. Oh!
Backdoor nothing.
Right, but it looked scary.
Oh.
I think his heart skipped a beat on that one there.
King or 10 ends it.
Yes.
Ends it.
Here it is, the river. It's the 8 of clubs, and we continue on. And look at this. Now we've got a game. Now we've got a match. This is the second time that we have had David McConaughey all in. First time he was way ahead. This time it was a flip. Both times he wins and survives. And look at this match. Vecchiana on 11.93 million. McConaughey on 11.79 million. What's up for grabs? Over 23,000 euros and that beautiful 888 trophy. All I can say is wow.
That's all you can say, because we've got about 2 more hours to fill, dude. I'm going to need you to expand your vocabulary.
Wow.
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 All I can say is we need more tickets. Unfortunately, we were going off your...
We have 3 more tickets.
Optimistic end time schedule.
That's not optimistic. Keep in mind, I do want to point out, there's less than 100 big blinds in play right now. It's not like these guys are deep now, suddenly.
Is that less than 100 big blinds? Only
less than 100.
Only just, right?
Huh? No. Less than 100 big blinds in play. Total. That's what happens. The blinds keep escalating. They don't add more chips.
They don't take chips away either. They're keeping all the low-value chips. If we have a dinner break, can we please chip up? Please. Please. Please.
No.
Please. Just for the bonhomie, for the dealer's sake, for the speed of everything.
David Chip Taker 15 pointing out, David has survived so many all-ins at the table. He really has.
Yeah, he has.
He's had the best of it more often than not, but still, as we pointed out, even when you're 70%, winning multiple 70% all-ins is not likely.
Yeah, the more you're all in, tougher it gets.
Yeah. I mean, listen, you play well, you've got to get lucky. Nobody wins a tournament without getting lucky.
Correct.
Including this man. I mean, we saw him all in with Queen 9.
I mean, they're pretty deep. They got 46 big blinds each.
Yeah, but that's
pretty deep.
It is, but that's going to change. Like, I mean, 2 hands from now, somebody's going to have 29. Right? My point is, like, the effective stack is not that deep.
I see.
It's like it's deep for this one hand. But what are the odds that we're staying at this level? And also, levels are only 30 minutes long. Keep in mind. Then we pop up even more. We got poker. This is exciting. Lime Ricky says, if there's a dinner break, I can run out and get some chocolate. She's in Costa Rica. Does that mean, like, do you climb a tree and get your own chocolate?
Yeah, she has to get cocoa, actually.
I was going to say.
And then there's a whole process.
I don't know if this final table will last that long. Maybe.
Just a few more minutes until the players will take a well-earned dinner break. I say well-earned. I don't really agree with it. They should be made to play. No refreshments until you've ended this. That's my policy.
Well, also, they've only been playing. It's not like, I mean.
No, they started at 4 o'clock. I mean, Jesus, it's nothing.
And again, this is early for dinner in Spain, right?
It's about par, isn't it? 9 o'clock. That's about dinner time, I think. Mark, what time does the average person eat dinner? 9? 9 or 10 o'clock?
We probably should have made that a lot of things question. Mark could have been the brain.
What's the average time?
Yeah. Type in a time.
9 or 10. How's that a lot of things?
No, but he could have put in, like, what time does he think?
Oh.
And he would have said 9:27 p.m.
I see.
And you could have seen who got closest.
Okay.
Missed
Well,
opportunity.
unfortunately, we've spunked all of our big tickets now.
We have. Now, but we do have keyword giveaways, folks.
Still got giveaways. Don't leave us.
Look at this.
Don't leave us alone.
Noodaloo. You asked if anybody's playing. I managed to Sadie into the opening event for $1 times 6 rebuys and added on.
Amazing.
Collect a bounty so far, so that's good. So Noodaloo's playing the opening event of the XL Spring Series for like $6.
Fantastic. So is
That's
Crown.
awesome.
Crown Pilgrim is playing it. Anyone else playing the opening event of the
Go
Spring
get
Series?
it. Can we put that on a split screen? We can commentate on that one too.
Oh yeah, let's do that. Multi-table, because this is quite slow. So I reckon we can get in a couple more tables.
We can get in 9. Literally, we can get in 9
How
hands
many
for
could
every
me and
hand.
you commentate? Like quite a lot.
I mean, if Sean Deeb can play 24 tables at one time,
we can commentate 4.
Easy.
Easy.
Boxwaxer is playing the Spring 22 Rumble. Red Boy's playing the 880. Love it. Go get it, guys. Good luck to all of you. Let us know about your amazing scores. We're not interested in your bad beats. Nobody is.
True story.
Yeah, nobody is. Like literally nobody. Go get a dog.
Not even like your significant other.
No,
or
they're
your
definitely
parent.
not.
They're just no one cares.
Genuinely, if you need to talk about your bad beats, go get a pet, and not a cat.
AI. Use AI. Like AI is endlessly sympathetic.
There you go. I mean, get a fembot or a boy bot.
That doesn't exist. I've looked everywhere.
I'll get you one when they do exist. I will buy you one for birthday.
I'll take either.
Oh, Noodaloo says 10K up top. Go get it. I love it.
I hope anyone.
Imagine
in our
Noodaloo
chat
turns.
wins.
Yeah, imagine Noodaloo turns $6 into 10K.
Live on the air.
That's so sick. Fuckers is like, all I have is bad beats. Well, then go get a dog.
They have 2 dogs. Tell the dogs.
Tell the dogs.
Dogs will listen to
Your
anything.
dogs will love it.
They listen to anything.
Just pet your dog and tell your dog
Just
stories.
go, I can't believe you're actually talking to me for an extended period. This is the best thing we've done together.
Can you just scratch my ear? Scratch my ear and my belly, and you can tell me anything you want.
I mean, I'm not far off that.
Limerick wants to know if we can name your fembot Suzanne Hoffs.
As long as she can't take any legal action on that basis, then I'm definitely doing that.
Yeah. PLO5, PLO6 now available on 888poker. If you like action, then PLO5 and PLO6 is like action on steroids. Starting to think we might make dinner.
I've never thought we wouldn't. At no point have I thought we wouldn't.
That's because you're a natural pessimist.
It's not. Well, how do you know it's pessimistic? I'm not saying it to be negative. I'm just saying my prediction has always been we would make dinner.
I met Nick Wellthall over 17 years ago. No, probably 15 years ago, though.
Okay.
Somewhere in that range.
Okay.
Pretty sure. King high flop, pair 10s. Vecchiana. Absolutely nothing for Dave McConaughey. A lot of people watching the stream. Welcome, guys. If you're new to our stream, when you just stumbled upon us, we've got giveaways all the time. Nick and I host a show called Magic Monday.
The best show on a Monday ever.
Yeah, it is same time each and every week. GMT, what is it? Is it 8 p.m. GMT?
Yes.
8 p.m. GMT each and every Monday.
No.
Except when it's on a Tuesday.
Yes. Is it 8? I don't know GMT.
That doesn't help.
Oh.
It's the whole point.
I think this is the last hand
7 p.m. GMT.
That's right.
It's on 7 p.m. GMT.
I know it's 8 o'clock in the UK.
There you go. So 7 p.m. GMT, we do that show. Oh, are you kidding me, Lime? Lime's now saying it's 8 p.m.
It's 8 p.m. in the UK.
You know what?
Oh, my God. An argument has broken out. Apparently, someone not in the tournament has had the last monkfish. Just translating. Oh, Jesus. Oh God.
Well, we're going to find out exactly when our shows go.
They've been offered a chicken burger. This doesn't look like it's going to end well.
Don't eat a chicken burger. Players are going to go on a dinner break. When we return, heads-up battle. The blinds will be up. And by the way, when we come back, there's going to be, yeah, there you go. Only under 80 big blinds in play. When we come back, the blinds are 150,000, 300,000. Pau Vecchiana against David McConaughey. Heads up for the title and 70,000 euros up top.
You know it's never easy.
Just a little deuce.
You know it's
Just a
never
little deuce
easy.
in the window.
And we're going to have a quick move over to see what is occurring there on the outer table, guys, because we do have
look at this.
our first
What's happening here?
all-in and call on the bubble. So it's Tom Hall and Wilco. Wilco has Tom covered. This is our first all-in and call on the bubble.
Not much to do, man. Nothing ace king against ace king.
Boring.
Off we go. No dramas, please. A dealer.
Wilco's suited.
No dramas, that'll do nicely.
4% free roll goes Wilco's way.
No dramas, dealer. No dramas, dealer.
It's never easy.
Oh, man, no dramas, we said.
Oh,
no way, man.
Did that just happen?
Oh, Tom Hall. Feeling for you, buddy.
That is an absolute filthy one for Tom Hall to bust on the bubble. Ace King versus Ace King.
Look at Wilco.
Sorry, I just rock up to Jack.
Oh, wow.
3-betting the aces. All right, Jack.
Wilco with a nut low.
Suited nut low.
That is true.
And he's thinking about something here.
No way.
All right.
Oh my word.
Let's just give Jack a
What
thumbs up,
is
shall
Jack?
we?
Look at Jack's face. What's happening here?
All right, yeah. Was that the limp jam with 3 deuce
Game
suited?
Blockers is saying I'm not expecting them 2 cards.
Wow, okay.
80% of the time is up to 1.2 million at 30 big blinds.
40 big blinds in the middle.
You know it's never easy.
Just a little deuce.
You know it's
Just a
never
little deuce
easy.
in the window.
You just know it's never easy.
Hold your breath, Jack. Oh, the dealer just puts the triangle over Jack's cards there, yeah.
The dealer must have thought they must have thought the 3 deuce was in. Oh no way! Are you serious?
Oh my! 6-8 or ace for Jack. 6-8 or ace.
Oh!
Final table of a high roller.
3-2
for 40 big blinds.
Oh, Cammy. And 13 could just be in.
Yep.
Probably should be.
Couldn't agree more, Tower. With the outright short stack, want to be playing closer to chips, and Cammy.
Is that risk again, and he's going to get the bad news.
Don't get me wrong. Yeah. I believe Cammy has taken every reshove spot correctly and shoved the hands he's supposed to, but can you recall one when he's not been drawing to 3 outs or needing
when
to hit?
In front.
I actually can't recall one where he's been in front, but take nothing away from the shoves. They're good shoves. They're winning shoves in the long run. He just keeps getting cold decked. But he seems to have an art of coming from behind this final table so far. Any jacks about?
No.
There may just be 1 3 outer too far for Cammy.
Is it one too many? David sitting, looking like he could be commanding chip leader.
Well, how about a chop?
We're gonna chop it up in for 4 or a queen.
Oh my word!
The jack and sit back down again.
Why have a chop when you can have it all?
Wow!
Cammy Williamson is on some heat this FT. Queen 9 suited for Margin. There's the triangle into the 2 short stacks. A lot of time for this. Effective stack is Cammy, who has 15 bigs, and here we go. David Doherty with the 10s.
Yeah, loving this. He is loving this. 4 players left. If we get outdrawn, it's 9,000. No, 9 ace jack.
There's some runners, queens and 9s fading at the moment for David. Well,
whoa, that's just made it 10 outs.
All the sweats, a diamond, 10, a 9.
Oh, and it's a diamond. Oh no, runner. When will it end for the Doherty?
This will qualify.
Jack Queen for Cammy and 11.
Have I moaned it in for him?
Indigo. Oh no.
Yeah. Of course.
Of course he's got ace.
Of course he has. Why wouldn't he have aces again?
Just the 7 times it's turned round, I've got aces, boy.
Do you know what?
All like, and?
Of course, he could win the tournament with aces. Why wouldn't he win the tournament with aces? 6th time on the final table to be dealt the boot. 7th according to Tower.
Of course he is.
Basically,
drawing dead.
Flops Cammy to runners.
Runners, and that is it. Aces, live poker, ladies and gentlemen, full on ring.
4
and that's it. We've got a champion. We've got a champ, and it had to be. It just had to be aces as the winning hand. Look at this. That's what it means. That's what it means. Maugen, fantastic. Whether it's aces or whether it's not, that was just absolutely super. Oh!
With the King Queen, bad timing, and this is going to be really interesting for Dale here, because Bernie has been one of the few that has been active. We saw a squeeze a couple of times as a bluff. We saw a cold 4, and there you go. Dale shoves the ace queen here for what is 70 effective, but once we're this under rep with ace queen and we just call Bernie's open from low jack, don't mind it from now. Just because we run into top end doesn't necessarily mean it's a bad play. Bernie can ISO so much wider than top end. So here we go. What a spot for Bernie. 3-way all in. I was just saying out, you don't usually get much carnage these first sessions.
Here we go. King high flop as well. So Bernie. He's going to be taking Alberto's out, but that's a stack not to be worried about.
Well, Alberto can still draw live. It's Dale that is drawing dead.
He is indeed. Dale will be down to less than 10k.
Just another king for good measure. Bernie up to 43.4. Sarah
When I wake up
with the king queen opens to 700. What is Bogdan up to here with the 9-5 of diamonds? Like at this stack depth, yes, we get to like 9-7 suited would actually be fine here. Like 9-5 suited is a bit overdoing it. 100 deep, we can free bet middling, gapped, middling, connected, suited. But the 9-5 diamonds does seem slightly too wide. Well, don't think it's ever going to be in there for Bogdan. But like 9-7 suited, I'm pretty confident we'll be in the free bet range here. Low jack versus cut off.
Jack 9-5, 2 clubs, bottom 2 for Bogdan. Got shot overs for Sarah.
Yeah, it's pure check here for Sarah Tower. Shouldn't have any leads. Jack 9-5 as the caller of the free bet, meant to play 100% check, and that is just to do with our opponent still having the bigger over pairs, still has jacks and 9s. Yes, we have 5s and our opponent does not, but they still have a huge advantage in terms of range on this board. So that just means we don't get to lead as Sarah. She has gone for lead for 2.5k, 40%, and now Bogdan with his 2 pair. Is he going to spring it straight away? And looks like he's going to do exactly that. Makes it 80k, and now it's kind of annoying for Sarah to have. We check, probably met by a small bet. We just get to call and realise our equity are 2 overs and a gut shot. But now
and then we get to see a turn.
We're in a pretty rough spot here. Bogdan makes it 8k, and Sarah sticking around with the overs and the gutty.
Oh! Ping, ping, ping.
What a ridiculous turn card this is. So Bogdan now turns a flush draw. Oh my word, that is the most ridiculous run out you are going to see today.
Wow.
Sarah turns the nut straight.
All in and a snap call to see the 9-5 of the bad news.
Bogdan rivers the boat. That is some sick run out for Sarah.
Whoa.
Well, here we go. How are we going to flip here with the ladies? Because now, as Eastie, we're going to be in a big flip situation for a lot of big blinds here.
He's going to put in the cold 4, is he?
Has to, yeah. No cold calling going on here.
There he goes.
Size is pretty nice as well. Like,
yeah.
And then just going to be a jam from Roderick. There's the fold. And now, as Roderick knows, no fold equity, but we got ace king, sir, and we start the hand at 35 effective. There's the jam, there's the call.
You
The
still expected
classic.
to see aces here, I think, but...
Same thing, aces, kings. We lose the flips anyway, according to Eastie, so might as well be aces or kings we're up against. Look, he's already
yeah,
like
he's
beaten.
He's already lost, yeah.
He's just a beaten man already.
It's a good flop, though.
The 4-5 would have had some fun.
Oh, there it is.
Well, just seal it on the turn, Eastie. Never wins a flip. Yeah, all right, mate. All right.
Just top boat. There we go.
Up to 96k, 3 stacks for Eastie.
Wow, 96k already, okay.
And he's actually having a good session on the feature table for once.
Table chip leader too.
This one raising to 3.2. And now the triangle is in for David with pocket jacks. Dave Camera with the jacks. Szechuan says call with the ace 10 of diamonds. David Camera, pocket jacks. King 9-6, no good at the minute. Two on the turn. Needing to fade an ace. Oh, one of the 2 aces in the deck. Oh, that is grim. The fist pump.
Queen Jack of Spades on the bottom for James. Love to see Jam here, Tower. Would really love to see Jam. Zexwan's got about 20. Mel's what got. Yeah, it's a really nice one to just say the words, I'm all in. What is it, 20 effective, I think. I could be wrong. I might have just said the words, I'm all in here as James at 20 effective, 2 to get through.
Yeah, the one gappers are definitely seeing a flop. Man in race.
Nah, just cool. With the 8-6 of clubs, pretty standard. Yeah, when the effective stack's 20 bigs behind us in the button, I feel like this is one that does like to do some jamming.
Oh, what is that for the flop? How does this not go in?
2 against the flop flush with the redraw to the straight flush here. And there's a continue for 2K for James. X1 with the fake club check. Have I got a club? You got 2, sir.
What a flop.
I'm going to raise straight off the bat.
Oh. Now I think we're going to be the bear 8 of clubs, the bear king of clubs.
It's just a call from James, like it. Glad he didn't just rifle this in here, just recognising our opponent repping straights and flushes.
Ace of spades, no difference.
Oh, now. Imagine a check here now, Tower, from Zexuan, because you think about James' calling range on the flop, like he's going to continue his King X, right? So we're not going to get to jam for 120% pot, so I guess maybe there's some checking going on here. Just the times James has a king, he's going to be firing it. 9,500 he goes for, trying to get it over 2 streets. And now James with the Queen Jack suited, awful turn card, even some bluffs getting there now. The perhaps
King
X.
The call, and he's like, cool, any Queen of Hearts about, he's thinking, oh, the Queen of Diamonds. Oh, how has he pulled that out?
Oh, he loves it as well. He sits up in his chair. As X1 less than half pot back and wants the value from the King X, so I guess he just jams, but he's going to have some bad news. James going to be beating him into the pot here. There's the jam, and there James says call straight away.
Shows in the flush, and before he's even showed in the flush, he's flooding the house. Oh, oh.
What a river card.
We still need a 9. Vivi looks down as she's got the boots. The aces, the best 2 cards in the deck, together.
Oh my word! Wow, this isn't fair. Getting closer and closer to the money, and you find the Cowboys, and you are crushed by the boots here. And this always has to get in. 21 effective. Can't really see a world where this doesn't get in pre. Assume Vivi just always jams here. Like, haven't really got the room to click. Like, click to 37 is essentially saying that we're committed against the effective stack size. So I guess we just play jam.
In they go, straight call, over go the aces, over go the kings. 7, 8, 4. Told him. 9 on the river on the turn. We need a king, or we will be losing the belt. And it's a 2. So Vivi up to 326,000.
And we got some out of table action, guys.
Here we go. Let's have a quick look at this with Steve Barnes in the hand.
Yeah, so big old pot here, guys. The board reads A7 210 with 3 clubs out there, and Paul McCauley is all in for his last 180k, and Steve Barnes is in the tank.
Like a tough spot. $360,000 starting day 2.
What is Paul McCauley working with here? So it looks like Steve's in the big blind, so he's obviously defended. Paul's the opener, so we're going to have some of this ace-king, ace-queen type stuff. Maybe like a king-queen with a club as a bluff tower.
Barnes has just said he's got ace-4.
Ace-4?
That's what he's just told him.
Tough spot with ace-4. Can't let it go.
Yeah, it shows him. And it shows him jacks. Wow. Oh, Paul McCauley.
Jacks, no clubs. Turns it into a bluff and gets the ace-x to fold. Paul McCauley with the move. Nod of approval from his table mate as well.
Oh my God. What do? We fold, don't we? Jay?
I'm thinking.
Jay is here, guys. He just doesn't know what to do.
I am thinking.
Are we going to use the time bank here? Yeah, we are.
What a ridiculous.
What on earth do we do here? We just mark, don't we? God, this is like...
Well, now 2 off the money. It's actually grim. It's actually filthy here for Josh. I may still send here.
Oh my goodness me, don't send.
I may send here, I'll be honest with you, Nick.
I mean, to be fair, he's not one to shy away from a spot. He is all in. Oh God, good luck, my son. Do not wake up with something, guys. I'm sorry, I can't watch these cards get peeled. Vivi, snap fold, thank you.
Looking good.
Ace 3 off, that's fine. Just need. Oh, he's grabbed chips. No! Oh no! I can't believe it.
So sick. It's actually so sick. I think jam is the only option we have.
Oh, he's gutted and I'm gutted.
Like we definitely jam 10, so like not. It's grim. How's he get this spot? Any 9s, please, dealer?
We don't have hearts covered either. Oh my God, that is so. That is the most Matt Davenport thing I've ever seen in my life. Josh, we need a 9, man. It has to be a 9 or Josh Manley's 52nd. The river. It's a deuce.
Oh, good run from Josh. And Maljen, the man that had aces 7 times on the final table in the high roller. Oh, would you look at that? Aces against queens.
I mean, this guy must be like the best he's ever run in his life.
He had aces 7 times on the final table of the high roller, and he won with aces heads up.
Anytime there's a winner pick with aces in it, you know what's happening.
So, is he fading? Oh, okay. Backdoor spades?
I mean, he can't hang on again. They could have got this done half an hour ago, these two. But there was a river. Oh
my word. Could you imagine? Could you just imagine it?
Timer. Queen. 7 of spades. And that is it. And that's the bubble bursting. And he's not happy about it. Twice hit bad. It's the same player. Not really that much. Steve Barnes in the money, which means he's in the money.
Right with the jack 8 in the cut-off. 18 bigs.
Fold, final table bubble.
Oh, all of it with jack 8.
Jack 8 all in for 18? Wow. How often do we see it though, Tower? Back end of the day, it's always like the last session. People just get tired and like you just see these crazy moves. It's probably going to be working because we've just got to get through the big plan now, but what a mad moment.
Wow.
Jack 8 suited for 18 bigs, rifled in from the cut-off. I'm not sure what Martin's dwelling up for here, but... Oh no.
Oh, ace king for Harry.
Ace king suited for Harry. And Brian, once he gets snapped, is going to be happy with what he sees. We've got 2 live cards. That's still 38% here for a huge pot.
Ace king for Harry. Brian. Well, we need a 9.
And he got shots about.
We need a 9. We still need a 9.
So is it going to be done for the day, or will we continue Brian needs a 9.
It is not, and Brian has been eliminated, and that is it.
Yeah.
The FT.
Brian
tomorrow.
Saylor.
Here at 888 Ride, we go above and beyond. Today, we're headed to Los Angeles to pick up poker superstar Maria Ho. She is the first 3-time guest in 888 Ride. She is an absolute superstar, Hall of Famer, WPT. She's done it all. Let's go get her. You were, by the way, you were the first 3-time guest in 888 Ride.
Yeah, I just found that out earlier, and I'm like, that's pretty cool, because I still remember, like, I very vividly remember doing it with you, and it was so much fun.
I mean, we've done Canes.
Yeah.
Check it. You did karaoke.
Yeah.
And you like were all in, which is, by the way, just so awesome. Like, I ask other people, I'm like, hey, we do like karaoke, and they're like, no, they're too embarrassed. And you just jumped right into Baby Got Back.
Yeah. Again, you know, that's me. Just saying yes.
Saying yes.
Being open.
Apparently, you were the all-time winningest woman in World Series poker history until Liv stole this from you. And I know you and Liv are bitter enemies, right?
I'm super happy for her, but it just gives me like a good benchmark to go for now, you know?
Right. And I know you're in the Hall of Fame, Women's Hall of Fame.
Mm-hmm.
What about the Poker Hall of Fame?
So you have to be 40 to be eligible, I believe. I'm not actually quite sure.
It is, yes,
so
40.
I just, you know, I'm 41. And are you asking like my thoughts on
Your
do I
thoughts
want to
on,
be,
is this something
or-
that's important to you? Is this something from a legacy standpoint? You've done so much, you've achieved so much from not only on the felt, but off the felt. You're such a huge part of what poker is. And I'm wondering, to me, it almost feels like a disservice to even say, oh, you're in the Women's Hall of Fame. It's like, why aren't you in just the Hall of Fame?
Yeah, I mean, I think that, you know, I would be very honored to be in the regular Hall of Fame, of course, but I also look at it as, you know, I understand that there's a huge backlog of like very deserving people. And so, you know, I never want to say my accomplishments are better or more worthy than someone else's. I think, you know, all of the people that are in the conversation are all incredibly worthy to be inducted. And so, yeah, of course, I hope one day I will have my turn, but it's not something that I think I'm necessarily
You're so nice.
gunning for.
Look at you're like just so politically correct and nice. No, I mean, and I don't say it as a, hey, it's not you over somebody. And that's actually, it's one of the reasons I have a problem with the Hall of Fame, because it has become a this person over that
Is more
person
deserving,
thing.
right.
As opposed to just, no, is this person deserving on their own merit? This is not a comparison game now.
Right. But that's what happens when you're only, you know, inducting one a year. And especially, you know, in the last 15, 20 years, there's been a plethora of new poker talent that cropped up after, you know, the moneymaker effect, right? So,
Right.
So what do you do about that?
I mean, you think of the crop of players that are going to be eligible this year and next year.
Mm-hmm.
And you have to wonder, at what point does the Hall of Fame decide one entry is not enough a year?
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely an interesting debate that I feel like, you know, there's arguments for both sides, but, you know, to me, I think that it's nice to have something that kind of, you know, to etch your name alongside some of, you know, poker's greats. But I also feel like if that never happened for me, it doesn't diminish what I've done either. So
I agree. Okay. So you look back at your poker career, and, you know, we're talking, you know, you've been playing for a while, obviously. I mean,
I appreciate you not just like calling out how long I've been playing. So
well,
that
I've been
people can figure
commentating.
out
I'll be
my-
like, I have been commentating on you for a ridiculous amount of time.
Yep.
Whether with you or on, or when you're on the felt.
True.
So, when you look back at your career now, and obviously it's not over. It's just, you know, it's just a body of work that's continuing. But when you look back and you see all the World Series of Poker cashes, over 80, you look at the plethora of times where you were the last woman standing. I think your best finish was 37th in the main event. And you look back at that, you look at the WPT title. Is there a moment in your poker career that you're most proud of, whether it be on the felt or off the felt?
You know, I think the thing that I'm most proud of is honestly that I have, in a game where I think it's a revolving door, sometimes I feel like I'm proud of staying the test of time. So it's not really like one thing. It's just the fact that I'm still here after all this time doing it, and I feel like I'm still improving and getting better with each year. I haven't allowed myself to get complacent. So, you know, my barometer is really just like measuring myself up against, you know, how good I was the year before, instead of looking at it as like a scoreboard of how much money I've won, or, you know, what my best, you know, finish and my biggest title is. But, you know, if I did have to pick one thing, I would say it was being inducted into the Women in Poker Hall of Fame, just because, again, I think having that, having your peers validate the things that you've done in the industry that you've spent my whole adult's life, right? I've never really had a career outside of poker. And so it really validates the time that I've put into this. So I would say that that would be maybe my one thing. But I think overall it really is just, you know, staying the test of time.
Are you better today than you were 10 years ago?
Oh, absolutely. And it's almost embarrassing when I think of, you know, 10 years ago, I had already been playing professionally for, you know, 6 or 7 years. And when I look back at how I was 10 years ago, I'm like, I feel like I was terrible compared to, you know, how much better I feel like I am now. And even though the competition has gotten a lot tougher and exponentially tougher, I would say, I still feel like I have tried to stay ahead of the curve, right? And I think, again, it's because I don't like to be complacent. I'm never the type of person to, you know, say like, well, I know what I know and that seems to be good enough, because I'm always kind of wanting to level up and make sure that I'm working hard and feeling like I deserve to kind of be in the position that I am. And so, you know, I have a good work ethic. I feel like a very strong work ethic. And so I feel like I've tried really hard to stay with the times and work on my game.
Was there an epiphany over the last several years that kind of upped your game? Was there a moment where you were like, I don't know much? I'll give you an example. So many years ago, I was covering a tournament in Italy, and I was doing commentary with Jason Mercier. And I remember doing commentary, and we had no hole cards at the time, so it's a while ago. And Jason, somebody made a bet or raise, whatever it was, and Jason goes, I don't like that bet. And I was like, what do you mean you don't like that? You don't know what he has. How do you know if you don't like that bet? And then he went through an entire explanation of, well, if he has this, I don't like it. If he does this, I don't like it. And he went through this entire explanation, no matter what hand he has, based on the range of hands he has and the range of hands his opponents has, why this player should not be making this play at this particular moment. And that was the moment in my eyes I went, I need to get to work. I know nothing about this game. And whether I'm commentating or playing, I need to do some work.
Yeah, I mean, I think probably similar to you, I've had a few moments where I've heard other people talk about poker, whether it's just in a casual discussion of a hand history or, you know, maybe on a live stream, where I'm like, wow, the way that they are speaking about poker, it's, you know, almost feels like a foreign language to someone who feels like they already know so much.
You're probably listening to my commentary, aren't you?
No, it's always you. It always goes back to you.
Thank you. I mean, as long as we realize that this is all about me.
It is all
okay,
about you.
And don't worry, I have plenty more questions that are centered about me.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a little bit of that. I think it's also a little bit of just being at the table and playing against people where you just watch how they maneuver in a hand and you can just see that they have unlocked something that you haven't unlocked yourself. And so, you know, just being able to play against so many great players has really made me have that realization of, you know, I need to step up my game if these are the people that I'm competing against on a regular basis. And I've definitely been inspired by people like Seidel and Negreanu, who, you know, despite having accomplished so much already in their career, they have still been able to reinvent themselves in the game and still been able to compete at the highest levels and in the highest stakes against the best in the world and still be able to hold their own, whereas a lot of their counterparts, people who played and grew up in the same era of poker as they did, you know, they've really fallen off.
You're talking about Phil Hellmuth.
I mean, you know, Hellmuth, white magic is not really something you can teach, right? So, you know, he's got his own brand of what he's working with.
However you want to define it, it seems to work. I mean, there's just often like, hey, scoreboard.
Yeah.
Right?
For sure.
Do you ever miss kind of the innocent old days where you grinded a limit hold'em?
I think I miss the old days in general just because I feel like the love for poker was so much more pure when it wasn't about the money, right? When I used to play limit hold'em, that was like very early on before I turned pro, you know, and I also played limit hold'em when I was a professional for the first few years before I found tournaments. And there was just this feeling where there was nothing I would rather do in the whole wide world than go play poker. You know, if there was a free moment in my day, the first thing I would go do is play poker. And I could stay at the card room for 12, 14, 18, 24-hour sessions just to grind back like $100 loss.
Did you just
right?
love the gamble?
I love the game so much. And it's not that I don't love the game still, but I love it in a different way, right? It's just, again, when you weren't doing it for the money or when you weren't doing it for your own ego, right? To like try to top the last thing you did or whatever the reason might be, that, you know, sometimes that competition that fuels us and that we thrive off of, but it sometimes takes away from the enjoyment, right? Because now I'm also so much harder on myself when I don't do well. Whereas before, if I had a losing session, I still could say I had a lot of fun doing it. I can't really say the same now, right?
Right. I one of my favorite things was when I first came up in commentary, I would commentate on you playing limit hold'em against the likes of like Crazy Mike and these characters that just seemed bigger than life to me, but it was palpable and obvious to anybody who saw that how much you loved the game. Like, you loved it.
Yeah.
And that's awesome.
Yeah, it definitely was the first real competitive outlet I've ever found, because growing up culturally with my background, you know, my tiger mom and my Chinese, very strict education focused upbringing, there was no room for extracurricular activities. It was always about schoolwork. It was always about prioritizing our education. So I never got to participate in sports growing up or other things like that, where I feel like at a young age you start learning that level of, you know, how to unleash kind of your competitive side. But I always had it in me. I just didn't have an outlet for it. And when I found poker, that was the first time that it really tapped into that part of me that I wasn't able to explore when I was younger.
Okay, I want to get back to poker, obviously, but I do want to turn our attention to Tiger Mom and growing up. You know, you moved to Arcadia, right, when you were 4?
Yeah, I moved
5?
to the States when I was 4.5, and then we moved to kind of the LA area when I was maybe 7. We
Where
went
were
to New
you?
York first, to Syracuse.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You were in Syracuse? Okay, wow, okay, that's like my old stomping ground.
Yeah, I know.
That's pretty cool, okay. But do you remember much of Syracuse? Not really.
Not really, I was so young.
Yeah.
Just that it was cold.
And story checks out, it's still cold.
Yeah.
Nothing's changed. So you moved to Arcadia, and what was growing up with a Tiger Mom like in Arcadia?
I mean, it was a lot of just kind of imposing what she wanted for us, right? Like, there wasn't a lot of freedom, there wasn't a lot of flexibility. It wasn't like we really got to choose what we wanted to do. It was like everything in our life was planned out for us, not just in the moment, but until we were like 40, right? It's like, this is what you're gonna do, then you're gonna go to this college, then you're gonna major in this, and then you're gonna grow up to be a doctor or a lawyer, right? It was very regimented, but it all comes from a good place of the fact that obviously we are an immigrant family, and my parents, you know, uprooted their whole lives to try to give me and my sister a better life here in America. So of course they would want to see all of those sacrifices come to fruition for their daughters, because they feel like they were trying to set us up for success, and success looked a very specific way to them, right?
Right, what success looks like. So right now, obviously, you're older, and you can look back at this and reflect, and I guess understand that your mother's desires and wishes and demands of you and your sister were well intentioned.
Mm-hmm.
But growing up with that, how difficult was that?
I mean, it was incredibly difficult, which is why I grew up as a bit of a rebel, right? Because it was me trying to fight back against all of, you know, that.
By the way, I had so many Asian friends growing up that they all smoked. They were all like smokers and this, and they would basically come out and be like, and you found out it was basically because they were trying to be rebels against their parents.
Right. It's like you want to fight back against all of that structure. And also, I think a lot of why I wanted to be a rebel too was because my sister really conformed to all of the things, and so it just made me want to go to the extreme end of the spectrum and say, okay, well, if you have somehow gotten my sister to kind of comply to everything that you are expecting of us, you know, then it gives me less of a reason to want to do it. You know, she's already fulfilled a lot of their expectations. And also because I think deep down inside, it was probably just my way of, you know, I didn't think I could live up to their expectations. So it was easier to be a rebel. It was easier to say I didn't care and I'm not gonna get straight A's, not because I can't, but because I don't want to, when maybe it was me feeling like I couldn't fulfill it, right?
Right, so it's almost sabotage yourself.
Yeah, definitely.
Just
a little
to
bit
avoid
of
actually failing.
For sure.
That's interesting. When you started to kind of dive into poker and gambling and decided that maybe this was a career for you, how much backlash was there from your mom?
I mean, there was definitely a good amount of backlash because, again, I think your parents only want the best for you, and their idea of what's best for you might be very different from what your idea of what's best for you is, because especially when you're young, like my idea of what's best for me is kind of like letting me do whatever I want to do, right? But they can see like a bigger picture. And although, you know, she definitely didn't agree with my choices, and I think it felt like a disappointment to her because, again, they feel like they invested so much into our future and they gave up so much for our future that I think she couldn't really fathom that this is what I saw myself doing with my life. But again, because I did have that rebel attitude, it didn't deter me. I think some people, you know, once they get a certain level of backlash or they don't have a certain level of support from their loved ones, they might be like, all right, I'll change course, right? Because it feels really hard to continue on a path when you're not getting any support. But I think that actually fueled me to keep going and to kind of succeed, to prove them wrong. So in some ways I have them to thank, because I feel like there were times when I did think like, wow, playing poker for a living is hard. I don't know if I want to keep going. But just because I didn't want to have to go back to my parents and tell them they were right, I forced myself to play through the times when there were self-doubt or the times when I was going on a downswing and I mentally didn't want to keep going, right?
You put a tweet out there about uncomfortable conversations. I want to ask you something that might be uncomfortable. And anybody who knows you how much you absolutely love your sister. Yeah. I mean, your adoration for your sister is, first of all, I'm jealous of it. I literally reach out to my own sister and I'm like, can you love me as much as Maria loves her sister, please? But was there a moment growing up were you resented your sister and hated her for
for
being
sure.
perfect and conforming, and then you were the bad? Like
1,000%. Like I took it so personally where I would feel like she would almost, I was like, she's doing this to try to make me look bad, you know, instead of me feeling like, oh, she's just doing this because she's an overachiever or because she really cares about what my parents think or whatever. You know, I almost thought that she was like doing it to spite me. That's how resentful and upset with her I was. But our relationship has done a complete 180. Like, first of all, you know, we weren't very close growing up, not just because our personalities were so different, but because of our age gap. Like, she's 4 years older than me, so, you know, it's just kind of right at that age where we never went to school together. You know, she was always moving on to, like, you know, high school when I would go into middle school and this, that, and the other.
It's funny, by the way, because 4 years for boys is like 4 months, but 4 years for girls is like 20 years.
Right. And so, you know, we just weren't that close growing up for like the reasons that I've stated. But I think especially when I got older, I just realized how much I looked up to her, just because my sister is so incredibly self-motivated and she's so good at so many different things. And so like this idea of like maybe almost like jealousy turned into just like adoration, right? And so I kind of think, you know, you just get older and you realize that, you know, it's just us two. So it's just so nice to have a sibling, and you just appreciate that relationship so much more when you're older. And I just trust her with anything. And I also, again, I just really admire her, and I feel like the work that she's doing is also so important that all I want to do is support her.
Was there a moment, I want to go back to your parents for a second, was there a moment where your parents were proud of you?
You know, it's funny because I think, and this is probably not just, you know, my parents. I think other people can relate that they might have parents that do something similar. I think some parents are way more hesitant to tell you that they're proud of you, but they'll tell their friends, or they'll talk about you in, you know, in a very positive way and paint you in a very positive light to other people, but they almost don't want to say that to you because they're afraid that it might make you, you know, work less hard or be less ambitious or whatever it is. So it's like there are definitely moments in my life where my parents have like said the words, "I'm proud of you." It's not really ever related to like career stuff. It's really just like the person that I've grown to become, or it'll be, you know, like the way I handle a situation or a crisis, you know? Right.
Was there something, you know, I mean, obviously, you know, growing up as the non-conforming, rebellious child, and the way you and your parents might have, you know, butted heads growing up, was there a moment that you kind of remember where you connected and you just realized that, okay, they approve of my life, they are okay with the choices I've made?
I think approval is a really big word. I don't know if my...
Hello and welcome back to Barcelona. Players just making their way back from dinner. I believe Jade McConaughey, a slight chip leader over his Spanish opponent. Heads up here. What are they playing for? They're playing for 23,500 euros. That is the difference between, 26,500. The difference between second and first place. Both these players guaranteed 43.5. Winner is 70. And of course, bragging rights and that beautiful 888 poker trophy. Dave McConaughey, by the way, you know, Nick Wealthall had mentioned some success he has had here on 888 Live. 2023 888 Live London, he actually won. So I think kind of like, I mentioned stud, and I think I might have undersold it, I should say.
Absolutely. Serious player, knows what it takes to get up in these big live events.
Yeah.
And now is one pot away from winning it. So here's a question for you, David, while we wait for the action to begin. 37 big blinds average each, 41 plays 35, whatever. If one player is better than the other player, how much more of a percentage chance do they have to win?
70, 80%? 73% maybe? No, in actuality, I mean, if you took Phil Ivey and a player who was just competent,
solid,
Phil Ivey would probably win 2 out of 3 times.
You think it's that high? You think
Yeah.
66%?
Phil Ivey versus somebody who's just competent. I mean, doesn't know anything really.
Okay.
I'd say, but that's not that big an edge.
So these
I'm
two-
saying Phil Ivey versus
you're saying like
the
Tiger Woods of
right, exactly.
Yeah.
Versus just a dude.
So these two, it's sort of impossible to tell who's better. Really, you'd have to they'd have to play a lot of hours together.
Yeah, I mean, they probably have their own opinions, but I mean, if there's an edge, and even if you thought you had an edge,
it's going to be
4%,
5%. Yeah.
I mean, if you took 2 good players, even if you took a heads-up specialist, I mean, if you put me against Doug Polk,
Yeah.
with escalating blinds, and the blinds are going up every 30 minutes.
Yeah.
If I put in this match for Doug Polk maybe wins 53%. I win 47.
Yeah.
I mean, there's so much variance.
Yeah.
It's 30-minute levels.
But I don't think most poker players believe that.
No,
or they
of course
don't
not.
act like they believe that.
No, of course not.
It's an interesting thing.
They're actually talking deal right now.
They
by the
are talking deal.
This tournament could be over. No, some has to stay on the table no matter what. They're playing for the trophy, and they're going to play for something, no matter whether they make a deal or not. Question is, do they make a deal? I can tell you, I've done the calculations, and that the ICM chop would be 52,000 to about 50,000. That would be the ICM chop right now.
Okay.
Because each chip has value, right? We've established that. The ICM chop is 52,000 and 50,000.
If you look very carefully to your right there, it's gone. You'll see me.
By the way,
you'll see me and you having dinner.
Yeah. There's a Don and Q. That would leave 11,000 on the table, by the way. So the ICM chop would be 52.50 with 11,000 left for grabs.
Which is still quite a lot to play poker for. Still
Yeah.
10K.
Yeah, you're guaranteeing yourself, on the short end of that, you're guaranteeing yourself an extra 7,000. You know? On the big end of it, you're guaranteeing yourself an extra 9,000.
As opposed to the difference between first and second without the deal?
26 and a half.
Okay. So you're taking away 15 grand of variance.
Yeah. I mean, it's a little bit. Listen, it's for the vast majority of poker players out there, playing even a $1,000 heads-up match would be a ton of money.
Yeah, of course.
A $10,000 heads-up match is crazy.
It's a ton of money. A $26,000. Can we actually hear them?
I don't believe they're mic'd up right now. I mean, the table is, but I don't think they are.
No, sadly not. Lip read. Can anyone lip read?
I can.
The monkfish was fucking awful. Wow, that's strong, isn't it? After
Yeah.
all that.
The monkfish is awful.
Complaining about the monkfish.
The chicken burger was worse. I'm not taking your stupid deal.
Wow.
Yep, that's what I
That's
read.
punchy.
Punchy guy.
The normal ICM, it's this one, okay?
Yeah.
So it's 57, okay? And if you want
58 and 55.
yeah, 57, 9, 35, 55, 74. And if you want to continue, you have to take out the 10%. It would be 11.
I have something to tell you.
What?
That piece of paper that he's looking at now, with the deal and the details, I know what's on it.
How?
Because I have it.
What?
Yeah. I have it right here. Because we're on a delay, and I got the piece of paper.
They're in the future or we're in the past?
We're in the past. I got the
Wow.
piece of paper.
That's amazing. It's like a magic
The
trick.
ICM chop that was offered was 52,000 euros to David, who has slightly more chips. 50,000 euros to...
That's what I estimated it would be at, by the way.
Yeah, you're bang on. and that would leave us 11,000 euros. And David said no.
Me?
David is playing at the heads up.
Oh, I was like,
in this deal.
I was like, why did they ask me if I agree? I mean, I would have said yes.
David said no to a deal. That's the information we have.
No soup for you.
Powell, I don't know what he said, but it obviously takes two to tango. So if one person says no, that's it. So no deal.
No deal for you and no soup.
Chat, would you have made a deal? Would you make a deal, chat, in this situation? Would you make a deal or not?
Deals are for losers.
Deals are for people that like money. Me and David Tuckman have different opinions. Chat, talk to me. Chat. You're basically turning a 26,000 euro heads-up match into a 10,000 euro heads-up match, and you're banking 50k.
This is actually a really terrible flop for McConaughey. I mean, it's only one over. You know, you think sixes. You look at this flop and you're thinking, well, it's not a bad flop for sixes, right? What are the odds that my one opponent has a jack?
Every single person in chat is with me. They're all taking the deal. Don't blame them. Yeah, they all want the deal, all of them.
The crazy Scotsman has got to have the faith I'm going for the win.
No, they're all taking the deal as far as I can see. Oh, okay, Crazy Scotsman isn't. But he's crazy. It says it in his name. Andy Exxon,
Skeet Seek says he's up $2 million. That's a horrible deal.
He's not going to be up $2 million anymore, this pot, is he?
This could be even.
Things change fast.
I always do point out, I'm like, if I had a slight chip disadvantage and my opponent was like, well, I want the best of it, be like, well, then we're not making a deal. I was like, we can play one hand. And I was like, we're even again. And look at this. This pot's 2.6 million. Vecchiana raising with just the jack. McConaughey not a believer, thinking, well, would he raise with just one pair? What's he trying to tell me here?
Exactly, Chip Taker. 2 million is about 6 blinds. Exactly.
Cool.
That's the point. It is no lead, really, as we're seeing in this hand, by the way.
By the way, and speaking of blinds, there's less than 80 big blinds in play.
Violence guaranteed.
Oh, yeah, we've had it already. I mean, this is a big pot, 2.6 million. Vecchiana going to continue firing, and McConaughey's not got to decide. Does my opponent have a big draw, heart draw, straight draw, or does my opponent have what they're representing, which is Jack plus? The raise was to 1 million, called, and now McConaughey facing a 1.3 million chip bet. And this is one of the problems with sixes. There's no what we call visibility.
Right.
Like, okay, you called the raise. Now what? Because your hand's very unlikely to improve, right?
Yeah.
Like, unless a 6 comes off. And by the way, a 6 would complete the straight. 6 of hearts would complete the flush. So unless a 6 comes off, it's really, really hard to know where you're at. Are you just calling and hoping? And we have what I think is one of the biggest pots we've seen outside of the hands with Panto. With, what's his name now? Panto. Panto.
Ponta.
Ponta, Puta.
Ponta was a cartoon character from Japan in the 1980s.
What is
Ponta, the friendly moose, I think.
Does Vecchiana like his hand now?
Yeah.
Does Vecchiana, by the way, after this hand is over, does he go back to David and go, let's make the deal now?
Yeah.
You get 45.
How do you like that deal now, bitch?
Yeah. How you like my apples now?
He's used the exact words.
Vecchiana's, he has extracted enough.
Now, does Dave turn his hand into a bluff?
Not going to work. If he puts any more chips in the pot, he is giving them to his opponent.
Yeah, but he doesn't know.
He does not know that.
Up, does he?
But he's got 6s. Is he really trying to get a jack to fold? That would be very ambitious. It's heads up.
Yeah. Yeah.
No.
He's got to bomb the river to do it.
Don't think, yeah. I mean, I don't like the idea of getting somebody to fold what was top pair in a heads up putt. Maybe if a heart came out or something like that. But either way, big pot here, and look at that. The Spaniard now in the chip lead. That's how fluid the situation is.
Deal? Deal?
And I guess, I mean, that would be, by the way, that's worse than making a deal is stopping every 4 minutes to make a deal.
Yeah.
To talk deal.
True.
Either make the deal or don't. Just like that, it is Vecchiana back in the chip lead. Pretty fluid situation, but again, I mean, they're not that deep anymore. You know, one hand, and look at this. David McConaughey is down to 32 bigs. That's like a cooler.
Right.
I mean, that's it's
like
ace queen
anything.
versus nines,
Yeah,
and the hand, the
of
chips are in.
course. Yeah, absolutely.
So. They are going to limp, and let's see a flop.
So I'm not sure I understand limping the button. The ante isn't in.
No, yeah.
You got your opponent's got 32 big blinds. He's not going to shove. What's the point? What's the value of limping the button?
You want to flop top pair and be dominated. That's what you want.
Right.
No, I don't. I think
it's bad, if I'm honest.
My guess is that a lot of players are conditioned to be limping on the button because of the ante.
Right.
And then aren't quickly able to make the adjustment because they've studied a certain way. And then when they go, oh, there's no ante here, they don't quickly make that adjustment. And the adjustment should be, no, raise.
Yeah, first principles.
Play bigger hands in position.
Your opponent has 2 random cards. You have position. You just raise.
Yeah, you're playing a bigger hand in position. You're putting them to the test. You might just win it. And, yeah, to your point, David's stack at 32 big blinds is not really a great shoving stack.
Right, so you don't have to protect against that.
I mean, he might shove. Some good players do shove that, but...
Yeah, but only a few hands. They don't shove.
Right. And frankly, I've got 8-7 off. I don't really mind. If my opponent shoves, I'm very happy to fold.
Yeah. This is a cooler.
Yeah, this is, I mean, absolutely a cooler. I mean, if there was a flush draw out there, it could get pretty ugly because one of them might think they want on a flush, but this is just going to go... Look at here. Yeah, you can see... David already considering a raise, and he is going to raise 300,000. David pretty happy to escalate things. And that lead that Vecchiana had might just vanish. As McConaughey is now a 4-1 favorite. He raises to 1.1 million. Vecchiana can't really do anything but call this. We've got 8-7. What's the biggest pot you've ever played?
You can only call, but, you know, going to think about it for a tremendous amount of time.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. What's the biggest pot you've ever played? This should be a lot of things question, to be honest, but...
How do you mean?
The biggest cash game pot you've ever played?
Like, about 10K.
10K, okay.
It was only half my money. As in, I had half my action.
Oh, half your action. I was like, usually pots are half your money.
Yeah.
I was like, if you're the only one playing, I was like, it's not really
I've told you this before, I never played super high stakes. I was always a mid-stakes player.
Right.
I mean, 10K is like not a small pot, obviously.
No.
Like, it's a good night out.
It is. I was going to say, most people are not thinking like, oh, 10K, loser. Oh, that's a big pot.
I mean, 10-8 here is a monster. There's just no...
There's no reason why I'm slowing down.
It's a limp pot, right?
I am betting.
It's a limp pot. Vecchiana's never limping over pairs, I don't believe. You're absolutely trying to get 3 streets here.
Yeah, oh yeah. I mean, I'm certainly not check raising to then be like, uh-oh, what do I do now? I'm going to keep betting.
Sir, can I ask you to use your big denomination chips, please?
Oh, my gosh. Why did he bet so much, though? Why is he betting 3.5 million?
That I don't know.
I mean, what's he trying to get value from?
Trying to make it look bluffy, I guess.
Yeah, but I mean,
it just so happens Vaccarana has one of the few hands that may give him value.
I don't think he's going to. I think this is actually going to. I think this bet is going to achieve exactly what you don't want it to achieve, which is fold out one of the few hands you beat. Like, this is the hand you actually want to get value from. 8-7. I don't get this.
I mean, one of the possibilities is that McConaughey's decided to mix it up more. Like, just, he might have thought, he's had dinner break. Maybe he's thought, we're betting very small. I've been betting very small. Maybe if I change my style, it's going to be hard for him to make decisions. That's possible.
Okay. I just don't understand. This is 3.5 into 2.8.
I'm aware. I'm just saying.
I mean, I might do this with, like, deuce 4 because I don't block my opponent from having. I don't know. He's going to get action, though. I mean,
biggest pot we've played apart from the all-in.
It's a huge pot.
Apart from the all-in.
And now, how did the chips not go in the river? There's 9.8 million in the pot.
Your voice has gone funny.
This is, wow.
Yeah, so that's the slightly weird thing about that bet is McConaughey didn't need to bet that much in order to get all his money in on the river, right? He didn't need to make that bet.
Yeah, the bet on the river is almost trivial now. It's only a half pot size bet.
Yeah, neither player can fold because there's no. What are the cards that you're folding?
In all fairness, if I'm Vecchiana, if I would think the turn play would be either I'm all in or I fold, right? What am I going to do? Fold now? Like, am I folding on
but he wants
jack?
He wants to keep bluffs in. He wants to keep bluffs in.
Cool. Well, now your opponent, if he picked up spades, if he had deuce X of spades, he got there.
Yeah, but you can't worry about that shit. You can't, can you? You can't. Heads up, you can't worry about that.
This is, I mean,
it's probably going to go check, check.
Really?
Probably.
Okay. It's weird, though, because it's like, to me, it's like, if you check now, basically all the hands that beat you, bet for value and you're done. And the hands that don't beat you, just check it back. And maybe exactly Jack 8 checks it back too.
Yeah, but what are you getting value from at this stage? Though?
I don't. Well, because the pot's 9. Think about it. If he moves all in, the pot's 8 million, and your opponent's getting 84-1.
Oh wow, he does move.
Yeah,
in.
I think once he goes 3.5, he has to move all in on the river, and I don't know how Vecchiana folds. I also don't know how he's ever good.
Let's find bluffs. So obviously, there's a possibility he turns some hands into a bluff, like he started betting ace deuce, which has a draw on the turn.
Ace deuce of spades.
Ace deuce, but no. But like, let's say he has ace deuce of.
He does make the. He makes the call. Yeah.
Dave nods, but he's not good. That's so funny. Dave thought he'd lost. He thought he'd lost.
Dave thought he was bluffing?
Dave thought he was bluffing on the river. That was such a weird hand. That's one of the weirdest hands I think I've watched in a lot of days.
So was he bluffing the turn with top pair?
I think he thought Dave's reaction on the river there was so
like,
strange.
Nice tournament, well done, you win.
Well done, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, look at him. He's like, wow.
But I'm so confused. Chat.
Everybody's confused. We're all confused.
That is honestly one of the most interesting, confusing hands I've commentated on in a long, long time.
David McConaughey was bluffing with the best hand and got called by worse. Well done, him.
We think that's what it is from his reaction.
I don't think there's any.
But why did he misread his hand? I don't understand because he overbet the turn and then he only had 5 million left and then he bet it, and when he got called, he tapped the table, as you said, as if good call.
No, and then in his reaction afterwards, it's kind of been like he's bewildered that he was ahead. He was. It feels like, and again, it's impossible for us to climb inside somebody's head. We'd have to ask him, and hopefully somebody can. But the question would be, I assume he raised the flop because he has top pair and he's got the best hand.
Yeah.
Then when he got called, he was like, oh, maybe I don't have the best hand. I'm going to overbet and try to get some better eights to fold. But when he when that was called, I think he was convinced. Well,
So you
I
think
must be. Well, I don't.
You think he's bluffing with top pair on the turn?
Again, this is not me. I'm just
I'm
trying.
so
I'm
confused.
trying to climb inside his head. By the way, it's a 6-1 chip lead for David McConaughey. I feel like he raised the flop for value.
Yeah.
And then he was a little bit like, uh-oh. So then he overbet the turn, thinking, okay, well, maybe I can get some better eights to fold, right?
Right.
And then on the river, he's like, well, I've come this far. What am I going to do? I might as well stick it in and see what happens.
Hope there's a fold.
I hope there's a fold.
Clearly he was rooting for a fold at the end. Clearly.
Yeah.
From his reaction, clearly he was hoping for a fold.
And yet he got called by worse.
What a fascinating and weird hand.
Really weird hand. I think it's a bit of an overplay, but 10-8. But I mean, I think maybe because the hand didn't make so much sense. That's why our Spaniard called him and just said, well, you're not doing this with one pair, are you? So it's hard to have two pair. I've got top pair. And frankly, once
that pot's that big on the river.
Once he called, well, I think, to be honest with you, if I'm calling the turn, I'm probably just moving all in. If I decide that I'm going to go with this hand.
What do you mean? Who's moving all in?
Vecchiano. At that point.
Oh, you're moving in on turn because of the draws and yeah.
I'm like, listen, I'm not calling 3.5. I'm going to leave 4.9 behind.
I know, but he wants to keep the bluffs in.
Yeah. Okay.
Not that there were.
I'm assuming all the bluffs have some equity, so they're not going to fold.
Look,
and if they do fold, I'm okay with that too.
That's
Anyway,
such a
you cut it.
hand.
We have 77 bigs in play, and this man has 66 of them.
Yeah, I mean, like that hand has put him on the path of victory. I want to know post-event. I want to know about that hand from him. That's just totally fascinating.
We can probably find out. Dave McConaughey on the precipice of possibly winning his second 888 Live event in 3 years.
Yeah, incredible. Not done yet, but that hand has gone a long way to getting it done.
Apparently, trying to get some confirmation on this. Who won the free roll? I've heard rumors, and I don't believe the rumors. I just don't believe it. I don't think it's possible. Who won the free roll today, folks? Somebody in the chat let us know. Because I don't believe it's possible for Andre Pinto to win it, and then Max to win it, and then to have another chat fan to win it. Are we kidding?
We had another one.
What?
This is weird. What
Kiss
is
my
happening?
cat?
What is happening? Max was our hero for
24
hours.
Andre was our hero for 24 hours. And are we saying that Kiss My Aces has won? That's amazing.
That is amazing. Well done.
Only slightly more
my
amazing
cat.
than what we're seeing at our table here. I mean, top pair versus top pair is a cooler heads up. I did not expect that many chips to go in from that without the...
I think it's like more understandable if they just pile on the flop.
The turn was really bizarre.
The turn was a weird business.
And then the reaction after the river was really crazy.
I think certainly the last part of your analysis is right. Certainly when he got called on the turn, he was like, "Oh shit!"
Right. Like, I wasn't. I was kind of hoping to just end this hand right now.
Yeah. Oh well, I'm stuck now. I've got to put in the last 5 minutes. And
What
just
am I gonna
hope.
do?
Just hope. Just a weird situation.
Lime has confirmed. She saw proof that Kiss My Aces has won the free roll. So that is 3 new folk heroes, new free roll folk heroes in just 4 days. Unprecedented.
Unprecedented. Our chat has, by watching us, just become smarter and smarter. I can't understand. I don't know which is the bigger mystery, that or that last hand. Both huge mysteries.
We'll never know.
We'll never know. Very well done. Kiss My Ace. And you've now got a shot at being Free roll folk hero for some time. You are now a command. Max, it was great. Andre, it was great. You're both dead.
Wow.
It's over.
Yeah, good news. We don't have a stream until May 27th. Now, we do have a stream. We are streaming tomorrow, not us, but we have to do a Magic Monday show tomorrow.
Strangers are doing it.
Yeah.
Other people.
We're not making a new folk hero for tomorrow. We've got to be on the job for that, right? So good news. Kiss my ace. You will be folk hero for until at least May 27th. Congratulations, Kiss My Ace. And by the way, it's a pretty good, I like that. That's a good screen name.
Yeah, it is. Solid.
Oh, and there's no free roll tomorrow, so there you go. Oh, there is a free roll tomorrow. Yeah, but Lime, if we're not doing commentary, that the free roll winner tomorrow cannot become
No, absolutely
the folk
not.
hero.
No.
We've got to be on the job. One of us at least.
That would be wrong.
Putting our foot down.
Yeah.
Kiss My Ace is going to be our folk hero for at least 9 days.
I'm going to be thinking about that hand later tonight. Do you know that? It's such a confusing hand.
I mean, I've had moments where I have bluffed with like fourth pair, and my opponent correctly deduced that I was bluffing and called me with ace high, and I won. That's happened.
Right, yeah.
I have never turned top pair, and I know it wasn't top pair on the river, but I've never turned what was top pair into a bluff and then gotten called by a worse top pair.
By a worse top pair.
But I suppose it's a similar scenario, just odd.
I know very well the feeling of, I'm at the river.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I'm not winning this, and I'm pretty sure I don't have enough chips to make him fold, but what am I going to do? Just put them in and hope. I know that feeling.
Right. Maybe my opponent will just be like, well, he can't be bluffing now.
Yeah.
I guess I have to fold.
Yeah.
The interesting thing is that I think Vecchiana, I believe the thought process on that was like, I don't know how 8-7 is good here, but
what am I going to do?
Like, the pot is 15 million, and it's 4 million to call.
Yeah.
Blinds are 153, so as you can see, Vecchiana not with a lot of chips, just 13 big blinds behind. So we are at the shoving portion of this tournament.
We've reached the random number generator section of the adventure.
You feel comfortable doing a keyword giveaway, or should we wait till the end of the show now?
How much tickets do we have left?
3.
Oh, so we can do 1, but not for all of it.
So we'll do 2 right now? Or 1?
It's impossible, this, isn't it, with the heads up? I mean, it could be over in one hand. The dude's got 13 big blinds, or we could still be playing in 2 hours. I don't know how to budget.
I understand that. Listen, these are conversations that you'll have with friends, you'll have with your wife. How to budget. Life is hard.
Yeah.
I don't know what to tell you.
Let's do 2 tickets.
2 tickets.
We can always get more tickets.
Okay, we've got one ready here.
Good luck for everybody.
Yes. Lime, is the key word ready? Powered by Limes, never stops. The best in the business, and she has said yes in 2 separate chats. Take a look at this leaderboard. And as you can see, David McConaughey way ahead, more than a 4-1 chip lead over Pao Vecchiano. We're going to do the keyword. Let's run it. It is in honor of the new games offered on 888poker.
Oh, yes, fun game.
PLO5, PLO6. PLO5, PLO6. Get them in the chat. We are giving away 2 $33 tickets, folks. 2 $33 tickets. These are satellites to get into the $500,000 main event. Go get it. If you have won a ticket already today, you're not eligible. But if you have not won a ticket today, you are. Even if you've won 4 or 3 during the week, you can get one every single day. Get your PLO5, PLO6 in the chat. in honor of the new games now offered on 888 Poker. We're going to save one. Like I said, you always want to keep one bullet in the gun.
Don't walk around with an empty clip. Never.
You never know when you might need it.
I think there's a really strong argument here for Dave to just play big pots because Vekayana clearly doesn't want to. He's still limping buttons, and
boom!
Vekayana can't now, has no room for maneuver. Why not force him to make decisions?
The smartest thing you have ever said.
Oh, hot damn.
And it comes down to something very simple. No matter what game you're playing, sport, poker, whatever it might be, if your opponent is trying to do one thing,
disappoint them.
Exactly.
Totally agree. I don't agree with him limping buttons, but he's done it throughout the heads up, and that's clearly what he's comfortable doing. So he's now got 12, 13 big blinds. He's got no room for maneuver. Yeah, just keep piling on him. Make him gamble.
Yep, absolutely. One more
Because
minute.
if he doesn't gamble for 6 or 7 hands, he's stuffed.
Oh, he's down to like 8 big blinds.
Right.
Absolutely true. Listen, whether it's sport or poker, if your opponent wants to play a certain style, disappoint them. Don't let them. Take them out of their comfort zone. Luciano is now going to turn Queen 6 into a bluff. Oh, McConaughey. He is always so deliberate. But this one, he just snap folded it, like really quick. By the way, I feel like Vecchiata has won. I don't know how many hands we've had heads up. Let's say 70, 50. I feel like Vecchiano has won 75% of the hands, but every significant hand has gone to McConaughey.
I think that's pretty much what's happened, yeah.
Which also can tell you something. If you're McConaughey, you go, okay.
David, we're going to have winners.
Are we? I love winners. Here we go. LFG, Tinto Brasco. Congratulations, Maggio. Maggio 10, you have won the giveaway again. Well done. One more time. We got one more winner, and it is Xfevronia, you have won the giveaway. You are each playing in a satellite to get into that main event. $33 satellite tickets. Good luck. We have one more ticket left, everybody. And as guaranteed by me, less than 41 minutes left in this tournament.
Are you nervous?
Guaranteed.
Are you nervous?
Why doesn't anybody bet? Bet your 7. Just bet it. You have the best hand. It's hard to flop a pair.
Use the time card.
Well done, Fevronia.
Yes, well done.
You typed in the letters correctly.
He's going to bet it. That shut you up.
I just think sometimes people forget, like, it's hard to flop a pair. If you flop the pair, it's even less likely your opponent has one. You only flop a pair. If you don't start with a pair, you only flop a pair 1 in 3 times. That's it. 1 in 3. So if you have one, you probably have the best hand. Not always, but probably.
If you have one, enjoy it. Bet
Yeah. Savor it. Chew on it slowly. Two pair versus what is one pair. Would you rather have 2 pair or 1 pair right now?
I think in the spot 2 pair.
Okay. Well, you would be correct, sir.
Obviously, you got to slow play it.
Check, check.
Everyone slow plays everything. And now Vecchiana wins. Lime says could be a fiery one, but really McConaughey's not going to go broke in this hand. It's a 4-line straight. So
No, yeah. I mean, you lose to any 6, you lose to any jack. This is, I mean, at best it's a call, and then think about it. It's a small enough bet here. You're going to call one time.
Yeah.
David makes the call. 1.2 million in the pot in the river. Another 9. One of my favorite bets of the tournament, though, was when David McConaughey, the pot was like $1 billion chips, and David bet like 100,000 into it with Ace King on the Ace King Queen Queen run out, and then folded.
Yeah, that was a cool move.
It was really cool. I mean, I don't think that play works against a lot of players, but I think he was able to bet small and get the read that he wanted, so he could fold a hand as strong as Ace King. Well, maybe a little easier to fold 10-7 now, huh?
Yeah. Counterfeited. Sadness.
Sadness and for sure. Vecchiana back up to 4.6 million.
Yeah, he's chipping back up. Was down to 11 big blinds. Now he's up to slightly more than 11 big blinds. Up to 15.5 big blinds. But everything counts. I see that in the dinner break we did not take the opportunity to chip up, and so we still have 5 chip sets in play between 2 players. 46 big blinds plays 12 big blinds here in Barcelona. 35 minutes. 35 minutes before David Tupman is a liar.
Guaranteed.
David Tupman's guarantee.
Guaranteed.
Will it be worthless? We got a pair against King Queen. All the money's gone
It's
in.
all
David.
in.
This could be it.
This could be it. What do you want, King Queen or the 6s?
I'll take the 6s.
I'll take the King
I
Queen.
think this is it.
I have taken the underdog each and every time. I have lost
relentlessly
pretty much each and every time, which is unreal. Because, like, I mean, I feel like I've taken 44%, 46%, 49%. Let's go King Queen, baby, for 9.2 million. By the way, this is the 3rd or 4th time the tournament could have ended. So we'll see if this is it. Is a 3rd, 4th time a charm? 6s versus King Queen for 9.2 million. There's a king. There's a queen.
Oh, my God. David Tupman might win one. Also, the tournament's not over.
Oh, hold on. We can see a 6, though. Running diamonds will not help, as both players have a diamond. Four of hearts. And we're right back at it. I mean, it looks like unless a 6 comes on the river. Nope, Jack of spades, and we are right back at it.
We need more tickets. I said this 2 hours ago. Massive amounts of chips on the table, : keeping tournament staff in business since 1985.
In fairness, I do feel like my 1107 might be compromised simply because it's taken this. Actually, I'll give this guy credit. Most of the chip counts, like when they got to pay somebody out, feels like it's taken forever.
Yep.
This is actually pretty quick. So Vecchiana, who was severely short-stacked on just about 13, 14 big blinds, doubles up, and, well, game on. Game on for sure.
And the players are talking deal.
Are they again?
No. They're not. Let's run out of things to say, to be honest.
Wow.
Is that a problem?
Wow.
I can talk about other things. Who do you think Liverpool will sign this summer?
Not me.
They won't sign you, that's correct.
They were unlikely to sign me. I'd come cheap, too.
You do?
Yeah, I mean...
How much would you want to play professional football? What kind of salary would you be after? What you demand?
What's the min salary?
There isn't one in British sport, yeah.
Oh. I'll take...
you would take the minimum, though.
I'll take 1.2 million quid.
Per year.
That seems right?
To play football?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think we all would.
I mean, I'd be one of the lower paid ones, wouldn't I? In the Premiership? At 1.2 million quid?
Yeah.
Yeah. Listen, a bargain.
You would be one of the lower paid ones.
1.2 million. Not underpaid. I'd be overpaid still and be one of the cheaper ones.
Yes, Bodware, the chip count should be automated. This has not come to live poker. If you'd like to start a business that brings it to live poker, I will eternally thank you.
Yeah. The problem with that Bod Wet 99 is it costs money.
Oh.
So that's the issue.
I'll tell you what drives me crazy. Why can they not put chips in golf balls so that you can instantly find your golf ball? They can put chips in, like, card tables and cards.
They clearly can. In fact, they actually tried to put chips in hockey pucks. So they could see, rather than replay, they could see definitively whether it crossed the line for a goal or not.
Yeah.
Right? They didn't because the chip in the hockey puck slightly changed the makeup of it, and the players complained because the puck was slightly different. And I imagine that's the same thing with golf balls, but I mean, clearly they can do it.
I'm not
just a question of whether they want to.
Yeah.
I am not a good enough golfer to know the difference. You can put a chip in my golf ball, and it would not make a difference for me at all.
Yeah, totally.
It might even help my game.
Yeah.
The fact, if I could find my ball, that would help my game. I'll put it this way: even if I lost like 10 yards with the chip, the fact that I could find my ball, would save at least 3 or 4 strokes every hole.
Totally.
And an hour.
Do you ever play golf with an old guy who plays a lot of golf?
That's me.
And they just like a proper, like, he's been a member of a golf club for 30 years. Like, these dudes find their ball. Like, they'll walk into, like, it's right here. Like, it's like, how have you done? I have no clue.
The older gentlemen too. Also, sometimes you actually get better at golf when you shorten your swing and you don't hit the ball as far.
Oh, totally.
Because you don't lose your ball anymore.
100%. Everybody.
Right. You realize you can't drive at 270 anymore. So you just go, whatever. This par 4 is a par 5 for me, and I'm fine with that.
The reason I go to the golf course, David, is to hit the ball really hard.
Right.
And hope it goes a long way. That's what I'm doing. And that involves a lot of lost balls.
Right, and then I will tell you, so I play with Maury Escandani.
Yeah.
Poker Hall of Famer, great guy. And he no longer hits the ball very far. But the guy's short game is just unreal. And he is, I kid you not, 180 straight as an arrow. 170 straight as an arrow. 2-putt. Or he actually will often not get it on the green in regulation, but then chip it in.
Chip to within 8 feet.
Yeah, and then it's either a 1-putt or a 2-putt. And then at the end of the day, you're looking at it and going, he's got like an 83. He's never hit the ball more than 200 yards, and he shoots an 83. And he destroys me.
Poor David.
It's terrible. David McConaughey is going for it with 5-3. Look at this.
Change of pace.
Oh, hello. We've got a 2 million chip pot, and nobody's got more than 9 high.
Okay. I don't think this flop is going to please anyone.
I mean,
how did I know?
I think it really pleases David because as the pre-flop raiser, this is a flop that is unlikely to have helped your opponent, and you're the one who's got pairs.
You
So
do one of his cool tiny bets.
I would really like
250k.
I'd go like 450, but yeah, I think tiny is really good.
I wasn't serious about 250k, but
Look at this. It looks like it's like 650. I like it. I mean, he's just telling the story that he's got a big hands, whether it's an ace high or whether it's a pair. Really, really like this play from Dave. This might be the best play he's made all day.
So it's just a continuation bet, mate. So
it's amazing. It's the sexiest continuation bet I've ever seen.
It's a continuation bet. So Vecchiano will know he has nothing, but there's just not very much he can do about it. So
well, how does he know he has nothing?
Well, because he almost always has nothing.
Why can't Dave have nines there? Or sixes or whatever. Bodway says, my mate has a handicap in golf of 48. Gee, is that even possible? I thought like the max handicaps were 36.
36?
Isn't that the max handicap?
I thought it was 28. I thought 36 was just for kids.
36 is like a beginner.
Yeah.
48?
48, no.
48 is like, what is 48?
I think he's joking.
My grandma's been dead for years. She has a 48 handicap.
I think he's joking. I presume.
Now you can have 36. Oh, got a hand here. And again, I mean, the blinds are 200,000, 400,000. Vecchiano only has 19 big blinds. That's it. Is he all in?
No.
Or just raised?
Just relax.
Well, I mean, I got
I know
excited.
you're on a hair trigger. I know that.
Does he realize he only has 19 big blinds? Oh, he didn't know the blinds went up. That's why.
Oh, we're playing 200, 400.
He's got 19 bigs. I mean, I'm not going to lie. I think this is either a shove or a limp trap shove.
For who?
For Vecchiano. On the button.
No, he's just raised.
Okay.
He's not doing what you say.
I guess McConaughey can just call this then.
Yeah.
It's an interesting flop. McConaughey's got a double gutter. Jack or a 7 gives him the straight. Plus he's got the overs. Vecchiano's got the flush draw with the overs.
Vecchiano's got the world.
Yeah, I mean, the chips could go in here.
Not with these two.
Probably not.
They
but
don't play like that.
I mean, they went in with 8-7 and 10-8. So.
Yeah, but no one knows what happened in that hand. We slipped into an alternate dimension and weird stuff happened.
Yeah.
If Vecchiano checks this back, we're here till 2 a.m.
He can't check this back. Like this is I'm betting and I'm.
He loves checking back.
I'm checking and I'm betting and I'm hoping that I get jammed on, right?
Okay, here we go.
Bet 500,000. Let's see what McConaughey does here. He's got a double gutter.
Well, he's not folding.
Oh no, folding would
You
be
think
criminal.
he might raise?
He might. He's got the overs. Any 7, any Jack.
I haven't really seen him make that play really.
Well, he just calls.
I haven't really seen either of them be aggressive with like draws or overs and stuff like that.
Jack of clubs? No, it's a 10 of clubs. So McConaughey now hits top pair. Not exactly the card he wants to hit. The clubs got there. A 7 would have gotten there.
Loads of 2 pairs.
Yeah. I think if you're Vecchiano, you probably want to bet a little bit small. Just because you got the board crushed. Like absolutely crushed.
Well, if you bet $1 million.
Yeah, I like that size.
It's pretty easy to shove the river. You could bet like 1.2 if you wanted.
Yeah, something along those lines.
Oh, God, every time.
Well, or you check it and let your opponent hit a straight.
Well, that's the genius, I suppose.
That's brilliant.
Just if you can just guarantee that.
Check it. Your opponent hits the straight. And then they bet and you raise and they're like, wait, what? It's the long game they're playing here.
Well, This is obviously going to get the stacks back to pretty much even.
McConaughey has bet 1.9 million. Vecchiana does not have the nuts. Just want to be clear. 7-8 of clubs is the nuts. There is a straight flush out there. Is there a chance he just calls? Worried about the straight flush, Nick. There's the all-in.
Yeah, this is pretty sick.
I think you can fold.
Really?
Yeah, you can.
Really?
Yep.
Well,
if I had the queen of clubs, I would say no, but I don't have a club in my hand. I'm hoping for a chop at this point.
yeah, but you might be folding. Yeah, but a lot of the times it is a chop.
And some of the times it's not. It's
It's quite-
4.6.
It's quite hard for it not to be a chop.
No, this guy's got a flush.
I
Guy's
know.
got king queen.
Okay, so that's your analysis. That's your analysis. Your analysis is I can see the whole cards.
Well, yeah. Well, it's also you're calling 4.6 to just win half of that pot. Keep in mind. In all likelihood, you're calling 4.6 to win like 5.9.
I think he's going to call.
I mean, I'm not going to say it's not a difficult spot. I mean, is
It's
Vecchiana
just-
doing this? I
it's
don't even know if
just-
Vecchiana's doing this with the queen.
It's just so rare that he has a flush. I know he has a flush before you write in, before you send letters.
But he has a flush, Nick. Look, it
Oh,
might
yeah.
be rare, but he has one.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, right. Like, take away food, yeah, you can have the ace of clubs. It's pretty sick to run into the nut flush there.
Does make the call, and look at this.
Fugazi again. You're absolutely right, Tower. That is the Fugazi card.
That is well done.
How are we so slow on this when we invented it?
We're not gonna build this if we don't
I
jump
know,
on
I know. It's the Fugazi card. Yeah, he's calling to chop Nicodemus and calling to chop in the occasional time that, as someone pointed out, that he's getting bluffed with the ace of clubs or just random hands turned into a bluff. It's just really hard to lay that down.
Yeah, I mean, at the end
I
of the
don't
day.
even know if you should lay it down, really. I mean, you've got to be so sure.
So certain.
Sick run out.
The card you want, the card you wish for, but ultimately it just costs you chips. And look at that. The tables have once again turned. It is now the Spaniard ahead of the Brit 2-1 in chips. And keep in mind, with the blinds at 200,000, 400,000, the effective stack is under 20 big blinds. We are, theoretically, one hand away from ending this tournament.
I feel like that has been true for some time. Stack swap, 2-1 in favor of Vecchiana.
Yes, a little bit more. David McConaughey with just 18 bigs. But he's got ace-king. McConaughey calls, trying to set a trap. Vecchiana, too smart to fall for that. Doesn't take the bait.
Heads up, you can value bet this if you like with ace-king.
Yeah, limit hold'em pros. They will squeeze every ounce of juice out of the orange.
Right.
Ace king is oftentimes a value bet and getting called by worse. Tower says a Fugazi equals a lot of pain. It does.
It's the worst.
It is. The card you think you want, the card you wish for, and yet all that happens is you lose a lot more chips with it.
Something very painfully poetic about it as a concept.
So Vecchiana called, by the way, with Queen 9, had a gut shot, hit the 9. And I was wondering what their plan was if they had missed. They didn't, and it's going to go to showdown, and they're going to win this one. And more bad news for David McConaughey, the defending, well, I shouldn't say defending, the former champion of 888 Live London. Looking to win one of these events again, but now down to just 15.5 big blinds.
Night Shopper says Fugazi's my favourite band of all time.
It is a band also.
What kind of music do they perform?
I don't know. That I don't know, but I know it's a band.
Okay.
Because when I looked it up to find the movie that it was from, which was Donnie Brasco, it was also a music band.
Donnie Brasco. It's also in, people know it from Wolf of Wall Street as well.
Right.
And now they know it from poker, thanks to Magic Mondays.
Yep. There you go. Make it shine, everybody. Tell as many people you know about it. Tell them where you heard it. 16 big blinds for David McConaughey. But we have seen this story again and again. By the way, just 57 big blinds in play. By the way, this was my thesis of 1107. I knew that at this point of the night, we would be down to under 60 big blinds. And that is generally where tournaments heads-up matches end. Is it guaranteed? Yes.
You got 17 minutes. It's looking tight for you. I'm not gonna lie.
Nope, I'm absolutely 100% guarantee it.
He has made that pledge to everyone, and he stands by it.
I stand by it. All in.
For example,
Could be over right now.
Could be over right now. It isn't.
No, but another pot there.
Yeah.
McConaughey now below 15 big blinds.
He's probably, in fairness, he's probably going to be all in
soon
and called before 11:07. So you're probably going to get a shot at this. It's going to be tight.
Might even get 2 shots.
It's going to be tight.
There might be 2 all-ins before 11:07.
But it is guaranteed.
Guaranteed.
It's a David Tupman guarantee. You can take it to the bank.
Yep.
He hasn't been wrong this weekend, apart from the times he was. Let's not focus on that. The point is this. He's made a guarantee.
888 Live, next stop is September 4th, the 14th. Let's not banter on about silly things about being wrong and stuff. We're going to be in London, everybody, September 4th and the 14th.
I know London.
I am lobbying my bosses to take me there, send me there. I haven't been to London in a long time. I miss it. I'd like to go. It's right after Labor Day, too. It's perfect time to go. I love London. I want to go. Take me, Daddy. Sorry.
Just relax.
Limp in. I was going to say we are an 8-high flop away from getting it all in. Doesn't happen here, though. Vecchiana, though, with a gut shot. And Queen High, by the way. McConaughey with the very garbagey deuce. King on the turn. I was going to say a jack would have been really interesting because McConaughey would have had a straight draw and might have put some money in the pot. Vecchiano would have made it straight. Instead, it's just a king. See if Vecchiano wants to bet or just spin his chip a couple times. He's going to put a little sprinkle out there. Sprinkle, sprinkle. McConaughey folds.
Chipping away.
Down to under 14 big blinds. Tick-tock, tick-tock, 11:07 approaches.
Lime, to be clear, you own the copyright on anything you write. There is no process. So good news there.
Fug says, David, how many fans were waiting for you? Why are you capitalizing were? Waiting for you after yesterday's marathon stream. I don't understand why he's capitalizing were. That's weird, Fugs.
That's like a
At least a few. It was late. Keep in mind, we got out like at 4 in the morning last night. So
Yeah.
I'll put it like, if there were any fans waiting for me, my eyes were bleeding. I couldn't see them. But why are you capitalizing were? It's like when somebody puts things in quotes, and I'm like, I don't think you understand why we were doing that.
It is hard to get to deal with the fans live when you've given your rule to your watching audience, isn't it?
Vecchiana.
Part of the job, though.
Vecchiana limping, trying to set a trap. Trying to set the trap. Trying to induce the shove here. And I think David is at least considering it. It's either an all-in or just tap the table. Did he just raise? I don't like this play. I actually, I'm going to come out and say, I like David's game. I think he's a good poker player. This is terrible.
Wow.
It's terrible.
The terrible.
It is. This is terrible.
He's doing the terrible thing. What if it works?
Either move all in, because you're just going to go for it, right? You've got one of the worst hands you possibly could have here. You're going to go for it. You go all in. You get, oops, I got caught with my hand in the cookie jar. Or just tap the table and see a flop for free and see if you can outflop them. Raising, more often than not, your opponent's just going to call you. And then what do you do with 9? Now you're playing 9 deuce offsuit out of position.
Sounds bad.
Or your opponent's going to shove on you and you're not going to see a flop.
Also
I think
bad.
It's like Mr. Miyagi. Go all the way or don't go at all. You go in the middle, you get squashed like grape.
When did he say that?
Karate Kid.
When in the Karate Kid?
Huh?
I don't remember that in the Karate Kid.
Go watch Karate Kid again.
Are you sure it's not Karate Kid 2?
No, Karate Kid 2. Stop with that.
I know Karate Kid
That is
very well.
That is blasphemy.
That's not blasphemy.
Oh, you either go or you don't go. You go in the middle or you get squashed like grape. Do I sound like a man making this up?
Is that an outtake?
Yeah, I got the DVD extras.
Ah,
It was one of the bloopers.
Oh, I believe that.
It was a deleted scene.
Yeah. My philosophy of life: don't get squashed like grape. Yeah, we're gonna cut that. I think.
No. Can you imagine the writer? No, it was in the movie. Nobody knows this. Has anybody ever seen Karate Kid? The original?
I love that movie.
Great
Remember
movie.
my black and white artistic photograph on the stump at the beach from my Instagram, which you commented on?
Oh, yes.
Years ago. I love
Was
the
that-
Karate Kid.
Yeah, there you go. I do remember that now. The Karate Kid, I mean, it's been revived. I mean, my kids watch the show. There's a show. I think it was on Netflix or whatever, one of those. Yeah, wax on, wax off. Daniel-san.
Oh yeah, I remember the quote that Happy Ray's put up. That's slightly. I remember the walk on the side of the road.
Yeah, there you go. Walk on road, walk on right side safe, walk on left side safe,
that
walk
bit.
in the middle. Sooner or later, you get squished like grape.
Sure.
That's the middle. The middle is but that's the analogy that Miyagi was making was that. Go all in, don't go all in. Go in a little bit, no. It's like getting a little pregnant. Doesn't work.
Well, I'm going to keep trying.
David McConaughey, our Brit, he won a 888 Live event in London just a couple of years ago. He's going to have a lot of work to do if he wants to come back here. Just 12 big blinds for our friend. Thank you, David. Thank you, Fugs. I see you, man.
My favorite bit of Karate Kid is when he does like wax on, wax off, paint the floor, sand the fence, sand the floor, paint the fence, and then he masters those things, right? And then he goes to the karate tournament, and all those things have allowed him to do about 15 different moves that he didn't learn how to do at all. Kicks,
right.
punches, sweeps. It's quite incredible.
Yeah. Like, I do like after he did the, paint up and down the fence, Miyagi came over and he said, okay, let's go. And he went to punch him and he does the show me and he showed the wax and all that.
It's one of the best scenes in the history of film.
It's awesome. It's amazing. Right, exactly.
That scene is amazing.
But then
you don't, the first time you watch it, you don't know what's happening.
Right.
Do you? You are Daniel.
Yeah.
You
What
don't
is
know
he
what's happening.
doing?
What does he do?
Right. But then you do wonder, like, okay, so he's taught him defense.
Yeah.
How did he learn offense?
Yeah, we don't know.
Offense comes from defense. Piano Cat pointing out Fugazi was an American post-hardcore band formed in Washington, D.C. in 1986. They are noted for their style, transcending music.
Transcending music?
Yeah. DIY, the ethical stance. Manner of business practice. Do we have an all-in? No, all-in here. Vecchiano not going to call. Manner of business practice and contempt for the music industry.
Ooh.
Ooh. What do you think he's saying to her right now?
Saying seriously, these two, they're generating us so much overtime. It's amazing.
Just have him keep winning.
Yeah.
We're in golden time now.
Keep changing the lead. We're both in double time.
888 Live Barcelona. 459 entries. And it is down to these two. Pau Vecchiano, David McConaughey. One of them will take home that beautiful trophy and 70,000 euros. They discussed deal. The parameters of the deal were out there. And
they
yet
were deemed unacceptable.
They were. No deal. When they play it out, and they are playing for 26,500 euros, everybody. The all-in. David not going to call this. We are really just at the moment where both players find the hand that they feel suitable to go all in with. And then, does somebody get lucky or not lucky?
They have 7 minutes.
8.
Or everyone's going to find out the worth of a David Tuckman guarantee.
Yep.
Not worth the paper it's not written on.
It is. It's guaranteed.
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 No way it can go beyond 1107. It's maths, you said.
Math. Science.
Science has dictated.
Logic.
Can we get some more tickets?
We might.
Okay.
All in.
Fist pump, snap, call. David Tuckman was right.
Call. I got a feeling.
With 4 high.
I've got a feeling,
This is
David.
crazy. How did David know? Oh, no, he's folded.
David. David on the table, by the way. A wry smile across his face as he shows the 4-3.
And I think,
Mucks.
just reading, I think he said, let's show everyone that David Tuckman is a liar. Which is, I don't know why he said that. That's really rude.
11 big blinds here. The inevitable
double up.
Clash or double up or end is nigh. Check out the latest 888 Poker video on YouTube here. Click on it right there. It's in the chat, everybody. Just don't do it right now. That'd be weird. You don't want to miss this.
No, don't miss this.
We have another ticket giveaway still.
Oh, we do?
Yeah, one more $33 ticket.
I think we need about 5 more.
You can't go home with that.
10 seconds.
There's like 40 big blinds in play, and these guys actually are playing. It's another all in here. You got a pair. Does Vecchiano realize he doesn't have to push his chips and he can just say it? Vecchiano knows what to do with a pair. Stick it all in. McConaughey folds the 10-4. Over and out. Now down to 10 big blinds. Chip Taker saying, Chuck, who do you got lined up for the next 888 ride? We're in discussions. The last one, which has not been released yet, was with Lucky Chewy.
Oh,
Lucky and Chewy and I drove around Vegas. We talked about, how's this? He and his wife have pet doves.
That's unusual.
Right. Well, Lucky Chewy's an unusual guy. And he and his wife have pet doves. We talked about that. We talked about him, his life. And the fact that Lucky Chewy, guess what?
What?
He and his wife are expecting a baby.
Lovely.
Yeah, he revealed it on the show.
All in.
Oh, McConaughey is really getting frustrated. He's like, I just can't call with Jack high. Maybe if I Jack 10. McConaughey is still trying to play.
How many more shots has he got?
McConaughey is still trying to play small ball, though. Have you noticed he's like limping in? He's still trying to control the uncontrollable. But yeah, he revealed it on our 888 ride that he and his wife are expecting.
Baby exclusive.
Yeah. He's got a baby girl on the way.
You.
He even told us what her name was going to be. That You'll have to watch the show for it.
Wow.
Oh, teaser.
Wow.
If
Is
you
it
want to
Leia?
know what Lucky Chewy's daughter's name is going to be,
It's Leia.
it's not.
It's obviously Leia.
It's not.
Chewie.
You have to watch the latest 888 ride on YouTube. I don't think it's out just yet.
Don't bother, guys. It's Leia.
It's not. I'm going to stab him.
Why? Oh, no, watch it. Yeah, watch the thing.
There we go. There's the all-in. I mean, I feel like conspiracy. One guy's got a playable hand. The other one's got 7-3. Come
That's
on.
the way it is. You've got 4 minutes, David Tutman.
This is ridiculous. Oh.
Can David Tutman keep his job when all his credibility is gone? He's lied to the audience.
Have I had credibility?
But what the last vestiges, what was just remaining, has been spunked away with your lies, or we're about to see the dramatic end of the main event.
Follow us on Instagram for instant fun. Have you done that yet?
I'll do that when we get to 2 a.m. on the final day.
There's no chance we get to 2 a.m.
Your word means nothing.
Nothing. No chance. Vecchiano with a suited 10. Don't think it's quite what you want to get in all the way, but if he tries, he's going to get called. Nope. Just a limp. Here's the all-in. You don't need to cover your mouth. You're not giving away any tells, buddy. You have 9 big blinds.
They've been covering their mouths the whole thing.
I know. They have 9 big blinds.
Yeah, there's no tells.
What are you giving away here, guys?
No. He's calling or he's not calling.
That's what I mean. Can you imagine being like, I saw his lip quiver. Maybe I'll call him with 10-3 now.
It's a good point.
How have we not won a Global Poker Award for Best Commentating Duo?
This kind of stuff.
This is brilliant.
No, it's not. It's awful. People hate it.
It's today.
Yeah.
Okay, everybody in the chat, do you guys hate it? Love it? What?
Why are you asking their opinion? You can't. If you're going to be a creative genius, you can't adjust to the audience.
I'm not going to adjust. I'm just curious.
Look at that beautiful trophy that's got fingerprints all over it. Can we have a duster to the final table? Some polish. That thing's been manhandled more than certain individuals.
Straight from Chip Taker, your commentators for the evening have been the mayor of Tickettown and the liar from California. Wow.
Not yet.
I have 2 minutes.
He's got 2 minutes.
Oh, gosh.
Kayana could call here. Let's gamble it up. No.
I've literally had 19 all-ins over the last,
and no call.
12 minutes with not one call. I've had so many opportunities.
Podwet says bottom of the barrel stuff. I'm only here for the tickets.
Thank you, Bodwet. We appreciate it. That's why we're saving our bullet. We've got 1 ticket left. We're not going to let you leave.
If we only got 1 ticket left, that's pathetic.
It. Why is that? But how many do you want when the show ends?
I don't want to die with nothing. I think it's a stupid idea.
No, that's what Bill Perkins says, die with 0.
I know he does, but I want to, as I'm about to die, I want to think, oh my God, I'm loaded. A great thing to think. Instead of thinking, oh my God, I'm broke, dead.
Bury me with all my money.
Well, at least some.
No.
At least a 10 grand in each hand. And 10 grand down my pants.
By the way, I will say, you might call me a liar, but it was 2-3 days ago.
It must end this hand. Shut up about your Vecchiano thing. You'll guarantee it must end this hand. It's
2-3 days ago,
11:06.
I said Pau Vecchiana was going to win this tournament.
Chat, what did he say about the finish time? What did he say?
Guaranteed by 11:07.
Guaranteed. It must end this hand. Will it? Suspense.
I mean, the old Jack Deuce Queen 6.
Yeah, we could have a limp pot and things would go crazy.
All right, like what? It could be Queen Jack Deuce flop. Queen Jack Deuce.
Don't tell him that. Mark, stop it. That's terrible. I'm being conspired against. It's 11:07.
It is. It's 11:07 Spain time.
Yeah.
I didn't say Spain time. I said
Spain.
11:07. We all know that we talk in GMT.
This is pathetic. This is pathetic.
We know we all talk in GMT. It'll be over by 11:07 GMT time. I said that from the start.
Chat, help me. I want to come and hang out with you. I don't want to hang out with this cheater anymore.
No. It appears I am wrong. Unless somehow the chips go in here. Unless somehow the chips go in right now. Which is highly unlikely. Why is nobody betting? Vecchiano's pair of deuces are best. But you go check, all in, call. If it does end on this hand, I'm taking the win because the hand started before 11:07. But it does not end on this hand.
Yeah.
Vecchiano wins. David McConaughey down to about 12 big blinds. And my guarantee has proven to be worthless. So there's a movie with John Candy.
Yes.
No?
Planes, Trains, and Automobiles.
No.
Oh.
Not John Candy. Chris McFarland.
Okay.
And David Spade.
Okay.
And
what's the movie called? Liars at 11:07.
Yes. No.
What's it
Chris
called?
McFarland. He has to. Basically, the auto parts and da da da. Anyway, there is a line in the movie where Chris McFarland says, "You know what a guarantee stands for? I could take a dump in this box and give it to you, and there's your guarantee." And that's apparently as valuable as my guarantees. I'm paraphrasing the line. It was Chris McFarland did it much better than I did.
Okay.
Does anybody know what I'm talking about? Chris Farley, not McFarland.
Okay.
Chris Farley.
Chris Farley.
Thank you. Fugg says at least you're entertaining. Thank you, Fuggs.
At most.
At most. Black Sheep. Yes, Nico. Nico Demas Serpico.
Well done.
Yes, it is Black Sheep. You guys remember that movie, right? Great movie, by the way.
Good knowledge.
Chris Farley, David Spade. Really funny movie. Very clever. And there's a line in it where Farley talks about guarantees and how much they're worth, which is apparently as valuable as my own guarantees.
Well, I hoped for more, but I must say I'm not surprised.
You're not at all.
Also, can we have a dealer change? Because this one's lovely, but she keeps dealing like absolute junk. And we're looking for some real hands at this time.
By the way, the first 20 minutes of our show, 30 minutes of our show,
Card
aces, kings, kings, ace, king, ace, king.
Like ridiculous levels.
Now it's like 9 deuce.
7-4, 3 and a prayer, 2 vomit. It's just like nothing.
Yes, our Donnie Rob Lowe is in that movie as well.
Loads more giveaways to come on a different stream. Tonight we've just got me and David talking crap about nothing while people limp into heads-up pots.
That's our brand.
That's our brand. That's all we've got for you.
Tommy Boy. Yes, sorry, Nico. You're right. It wasn't Black Sheep. Black Sheep, different movie. Tommy Boy. Great movie. Got to pay more attention to the YouTube chat. Some intelligent people over there.
Sure. McConaughey shoves. He gets a fold.
Honestly,
That
deuce,
helps.
deuce versus 3-3.
What about
Misias
it?
poker is probably enough to get the chips in.
Yeah.
Pair versus pair.
Yeah.
I mean, the
For
short
sure.
stack has like 11 big blinds.
Yeah, totally. 2 pairs.
I
is
mean,
going
in all
yeah.
fairness, like
to
Queen-
anything.
Queen 10
He
and
just,
deuces.
He just shoved with Queen 9.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Like anything, we're getting it in. We just can't get anything.
I'm the fact that we've had like 20 all-ins over the last 15 minutes and nobody has been called is pretty uncanny.
Okay, dealer lady, you are forbidden for dealing any more 2s. If you deal another 2 in this hand, you lose your bonus.
You sound like you sound like one of those like terrible poker players
No
who
more
blames the
2s.
dealer for everything you can't do.
It's a magic trick. She's finding a deuce every hand. She's only dealing
You
4
blame
cards.
you always like to blame somebody else for your inadequacies.
Yes.
The dealer has no control of what she deals.
Well, let's see if I've motivated. Let's see what the hands are. Right, that's awful. That is awful. Oh, my God. Insubordination. Fire her for gross insubordination.
It's really bad. It's really
That
bad.
is outrageous. Outrageous.
Thank you,
That
Chip
was
Tinker.
a slap in the face, wasn't it?
Yeah,
that was not only am I going to deal one, I'm going to deal the literally
In all
nut
fairness,
lows, 2
well,
nut
yeah,
lows.
when you threatened her, she was like, "Okay, fine."
She's like, "Screw
Okay,
you."
Exactly.
the-
Who are you?
Who the fuck are you, Wealthall?
Yeah.
Jog on.
You're not even commentating on Magic Monday tomorrow.
Quite rightly. Okay, better. Good. Things might happen here.
Oh, this is enough where the chips
Punchy.
could go in.
Punchy.
I mean, I'll put it this way, if McConaughey limps in here, it could go all in.
He does limp in.
This could be an all in and a call.
Yeah, but probably.
Oh, look at that. Vecchiana just too smart.
Soul read.
Sensed it. I don't think McConaughey did not pull up his hood enough. There's a jack.
So he limped the button here, so I do think checking back this does make sense, even though I'd like to see chips go in generally. I think checking back makes
Oh, Mary.
Potential.
It's a double up.
Well.
Hello, double up. He's got 10 big blinds. I'm getting away from top pair when my opponent has 10 big blinds?
No, I'm questioning him putting it in.
Well, I mean, if...
See? I told you. Why do you question me? I told you. He's got a full house, but he can't get all his money in. He can't get all his money in.
If there were cameras in here, we would lose jobs.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
The check on the turn just means you can't get all your money in when you've got a monster. You need such good reasons to not be able to get all your money in when you've got a big hand. When you have 10 big blinds.
I guess this is like what
now he might be able to now because Vecchiana's led, so he might.
Yeah, but now it's just a...
Oh, he still can't shuffle 4 million.
Well, he can, but I don't even know if he gets called. I think this actually goes bet, raise, fold.
Yeah. double paired board, yeah, definitely.
I mean, you hit the jack, you checked it once.
Yeah, I think it's...
Yep, there's the all-in, 3.5 million. It's such a big all-in again. I mean,
That's
it's
what I'm
monstrous.
saying. Like, just bet the turn and make it a more logical... You're bluff catching with a king, obviously. You're not doing anything else.
Just to be clear, David McConaughey, he checked the flop when he flopped top pair. He checked the turn when he had top 2.
Yeah.
It just
very disciplined.
The thing is, it just doesn't look like a bluff.
No.
Like, why would you suddenly be like, now I'm going to bluff?
Right.
I wasn't going to bluff the flop. I'm not going to bluff the turn, but now I'm going to go crazy.
Exactly.
It looks like exactly what it is.
Good disciplined stuff from Vecchiana. It's easy to get frustrated and think. And also think, I could win the tournament. It's easy to think that and not make a good decision.
Absolutely.
Good discipline. But yeah, bet the turn. You made a very good point as well. Like,
whoa! Somebody clip that. Somebody clip that right there.
It's hard to get paid off when you can only have value hands, right? It is hard to get paid off because you're relying on your opponent having a big enough hand to call you with in that case, and there were no bluffs, as you rightly said. Noob Frost Mage rightly says maybe he's thinking about the Mirage.
I mean, you just have to realize that in heads-up poker especially, and I'm not going to pretend to be an expert in heads-up. I just think in heads-up poker, you are going to check back in certain spots, but your opponents are going to call you pretty light because it's unlikely either of you have anything. They're going to call you with ace highs. They're going to call you with king highs sometimes. Certainly going to call you with a pair. They'll call you with gut shots. And as I always say, I just want to give my opponent a chance to put their chips in the pot when I've got something. I'm not saying slow playing is bad. Slow playing is good once in a while, but you have to have a strong reason to do it.
And poker is easy from the rail.
Absolutely.
And we can see that the dude had a hand he would pay him with, and that's going to influence us and yada yada. But he's so short stacked that I think you've got to give yourself a chance to get the money in that situation.
Yeah. This was limped in, I assume, right?
Yeah, Vecchiana's got the button, so I presume.
Why is there $1 million in the pot, though? The blinds must have gone up to 250, 500?
Maybe so.
Okay.
They must have done, yeah.
Because there's no ante, so I'm trying to do the math. That was 2-4, I guess 255.
when the big stack is limping ace queen on the button, I do slightly worry we're going to be here for another few hours.
Because he's not limping. He's not limping because he's scared. We have covered the tournament. He's limping the trap.
I didn't say he was.
Nah, but he's hoping
doesn't matter what the reason is. The pot's smaller.
Yeah, but I don't mind because I think if
stop being reasonable just because you're worried everyone thinks you're a liar.
If McConaughey has queen jack there, king jack, any of those hands, he's moving all in, and Vecchiana's snapping him off. So, not terribly concerned about that. Like I said, my guarantee is worth as much as a pile of poop. I think that's been well illustrated. That said, I don't think this is going to go on like forever. The funny thing is, I did set the time at 11:07, but when I came in, what time did I tell you before I came on the air and said 11:07?
I can't remember why.
I said it's going to be over by midnight. That's actually what I said to you, and then I said 11:07.
If you keep going back, you'll eventually get it right. it will eventually end.
Just math-wise, though, it's just difficult for a tournament at this level. I mean, you look how many blinds are in, bud. The blinds are 250-500. There's 45 big blinds in play, and these guys are not playing like, scared. They're getting it in. I mean, there's like no big blinds in play.
I don't need your commentary on when it's going to end, David, anymore. Okay, that is not your.
Fair enough.
As Fug says, who listens to a lie?
Good point. Good point. I can't even argue. No, you're right, guys. I'm gonna go hang out at the YouTube chat. They're nicer than you guys.
I mean, nobody says that.
There's the call on the button. Pow with an ace facing his opponent only has 10 big blinds. That's pretty funny. Foggy says, keep guessing. No wonder I can't win what David thinks. He keeps changing his mind. We have one ticket left.
Let's do the last ticket, David. We haven't done a ticket for ages. This
could go on for hours,
I know, but we'll get more tickets. If it goes on longer, we'll get more tickets.
Okay, fine. I'm gonna say that. I will make the guarantee. If this goes on
beyond 12,
I will go get more tickets.
Yeah.
Done. Okay. Make everybody happy.
So we need a keyword, Lime.
What is the keyword? Tuck's a liar.
Yes.
No. Come on. There's no love. I don't feel the love.
That's too strong.
Thank you.
I've recommended a slightly softer version. Got an all-in for McConaughey. Does Vecchiana call? David, does Vecchiana call this? He's thinking about it. He has king 9. It's a shove for less than 10 big blinds. It's less than 10 big blinds. If he calls, the tournament's probably over.
Well, never know, but I tend to agree. He does make the call. He makes the call, and it's king 9 versus king 6. And Vecchiana, my pick on day 1 to win this tournament, is just 5 cards away from possibly taking home the 888 Live.
What a battle it's been, but that man who's played a great tournament, McConaughey, now needs help.
He does. Needs clubs or 6. King high flop. King, jack, deuce. 2 hearts out there. 1 club. There are some chop outs here.
Yeah, he can still wriggle free as the noose.
Yep, a deuce would chop it. A 6 would win it for David. A jack, though.
Okay, now there's lots. Look at this.
Yeah.
Lots of
outs. Lots of outs. David can chop it.
Or we're done.
Or we are done. And we're done. The 9 plays.
Wow.
The 9 plays, and that is it. What a heads-up match. Pau Vecchiana, the Spaniard, wins 88 Live. Barcelona takes home 70,000 euros.
Well played to him. Look, he's very happy. That's nice to see. He really did battle, kept his focus. Had to work really hard for that win, didn't he? Was super short stacked, as we saw, down to like 8 big blinds on day 2 on the stream.
Yeah, and he never stopped fighting. Don knows David pretty well. Again, David won the 888 Live in London in 2023, so he is no stranger to the bright lights and these deep finishes. But he will not a bride today. He's a bridesmaid because there it is. Paolo Vecchiano, who has won this. And as you pointed out, he had to overcome adversity, but he also had to kind of deal with a very tough opponent on his right all day.
Yeah.
Three-handed, he was a short stack, kind of waited and battled before eventually getting some chips. And then even then, he was short-stacked. And it looked like it was David's tournament to win. This back-and-forth battle certainly could have gone to either one of them. And you wonder, is David upset that he didn't make the deal?
Well, you know, totally fine to not make a deal, up to you. You obviously live with the consequences. He still had a fantastic tournament. And if you'd have offered him this when he bought in 3 days ago, he'd have bitten your hand off. An amazing result. And that's how he'll feel in the morning when he's got the cash. For now, obviously, he'll be disappointed. But a really good battle. I thought it was a really enjoyable final table as well.
Oh.
Especially when Panto was around. It was amazing.
Panto's playground. He was one of the most enjoyable poker players ever. Obviously Italian, just so enjoyable and such a treat to watch. He exited in third place. He takes home 30,000 euros. David, of course, certainly could have won this. He'll have to finish second place. Takes home 43,500 euros.
Lime, you're not done.
And our champion is Paolo Vecchiano, who takes home 70,000 euros. And yes, we are not done. We have a last $33 ticket to give away. Shall we run it, Lime?
Yeah, let's do it. Last chance to win, guys. Thank you so oh, no, I'm not done. Thank you so much for your support over
We didn't get the last keyword?
Days. Pardon?
We didn't even announce the last keyword, did we?
No, we're about to do it.
Oh.
Just checking with Lime that she's ready. It's ready.
Okay, let's
The last keyword, your last chance to win from a Barcelona stream after about 40, 50 maybe tickets. Type in the keyword Vecchiana.
Oh, my gosh.
Vecchiana is our champion. Vecchiana is your last chance to win. It's a $33 satellite to the big one, which I hope you'll join us for. 500K tournament running next weekend. We want you to be in it.
Just spelling it correctly is a feat. There is a Magic Monday show tomorrow. We will not be there. I'll be in the middle of a plane, and I assume you're flying home as well. But we will be back next Tuesday, and that will be for the XL Spring Series main event final table streamed on Tuesday the 27th. Make sure you hit the follow button. Make sure you're turning notifications on because our channel is on fire. You don't want to miss anything. Tons of giveaways and a lot of fun. There's your final payouts. Paolo Vecchiano, on top of it all, 70,000 euros in his pocket. What a performance.
Yeah, great performance. And
I knew it from day one.
David knew it.
Knew he was going to win it from day one.
One thing he said was true. If he said it, we can't prove it. Anyway, no, we knew Vecchiano. Both of us said immediately this kid can definitely play after watching a few hands. And he demonstrated that. Throughout in a lot of different game conditions, as you said, including having the massive chip stack to his left and being down to 8 big blinds and then having a heads-up battle. A lot of times he could have tilted or lost control of what he was doing, but he really played well.
No, he did. And frankly, just navigating the final table with Panto on that table, right? Just dealing with that dynamic and what was going on and kind of being able to kind of stay out of the fray and pick up some chips here and there. Really, and you mentioned this, you said risk-free. It almost seemed like he was never in a stressful moment at all and was able to do it. Let's go. Last chance for the keyword. Get your Vecchianas in there. We're going to close this right now. Game changer, you're right. I'm never wrong. I'm just early. My wife's been saying that for years.
Never wrong, just early is very funny in this context. Here we go. Last winner of our Barcelona
Let's go.
streams.
Here we go. It's Stevie the Chef.
Cooking up.
Cooking it up. That's
a recipe
right.
for success. Stevie the Chef is your last winner in the Barcelona streams. Congratulations to everyone on the tickets. Those of you who didn't win, thank you so much for playing. As we see our trophy awarded, we have a champion, David Tuckman.
Yes, Paolo Vecchiano is going to win. Congratulations to him. And thank you all. For Nick Wealthall, for everybody at Poker Red, I am David Tuckman, and good night from Barcelona.
Good night.
Sí.
Vale, ponla a un lado.
Aquí.
Ahí. Bueno, si quieres con la mano y coge las cartas